Chapter 845, Darkness is Shrouding. Chapter 845, Darkness Shrouding, underscore. He died just like that. Carthu was frightened. His face changed slightly. He was also at the first sky of original God realm, like Fanyi. Fanyi was killed in the Heaven Punishment City. If he was careless, his soul would perish too. Yeah, he's dead. He was killed in the Heaven Punishment City. I got the intelligence from the 9-star Chamber of Commerce. A.O. Guduo nodded, confirming the news. Fanyi is enraged. He has departed alone from the 9-star Chamber of Commerce, heading to the Heaven Punishment City. He wants to take revenge for his brother. Hotshots of the Fan family will arrive shortly. The Heaven Punishment City will be active when that happens. Pausing for a while, A.O. Guduo continued. We're now sure that the Heaven Punishment City does have an intimidating existence. That person is watching over the order of the city. Anybody who dares to fight will be punished strictly. I don't dare to let such a powerful expert lay his eyes on me. If we want to plot the star map, we have to wait until Feng Ku has left the land of God punishment. Carthu and Zi Yao darkened their face. Where's Leona? If I count correctly, she should have been here before my arrival. Didn't she contact you guys? Asked A.O. Guduo curiously. Carthu and Zi Yao shook their head, indicating that they hadn't met the commander of the Bloody Legion yet. I'm sure she's in the city already. A.O. Guduo darkened his face. Let me see where she is now. A.O. Guduo released his soul consciousness. The sky of the Heaven Punishment City now seemed to have his eyes looking for Leona's aura. A.O. Guduo and Leona were archenemies. They had been competing fiercely for many years. He was very familiar with Leona's aura, and his realm wasn't lower than Leona. That's why he had the confidence to say so. However, not long after he had released his soul consciousness, and he hadn't searched carefully enough, he found a tremendous energy fluctuation emitting from a corner of the Heaven Punishment City. A dark halo expanded from that area. Wherever that halo passed by, darkness fell, shrouding everything. Energy fluctuations or any other movements became unclear inside that dark light curtain. The soul consciousness couldn't sense anything, either. A.O. Guduo was shaken. He gathered himself immediately. It's Leona, Carthu cried in fear. That wave of energy was too powerful. Not only A.O. Guduo, but also Carthu could feel it. She's in the Heaven Punishment City, indeed. Go get her. Damn it. Such tremendous dark energy fluctuations will alert all original God realm warriors. Big trouble. A.O. Guduo grimaced, getting infuriated. Once she's exposed, they will know we're here. We can't sneak in anymore. Carthu and Zi Yao didn't say anything. They just flew after A.O. Guduo. They headed to the area where dark energy fluctuated strangely and visibly. At the same time, some original God realm experts in the Heaven Punishment City were scattered in different areas. All felt that the dark power had engulfed them. Having a little hesitation, they then dashed toward that area. They were Feng Ku, Russell, Jianong, Barrett, Jester, the master of the Li family, Li Yufeng, and Bai Tian, the commander of the Underworld League. The high existence at the original God realm had confirmed Leona's identity immediately when they sensed that aura. Leona was infamous in the Raging Flame Star area. The dark power was her flagship. As soon as they saw it, they immediately knew who was the maker of this commotion. Pirates of the Heaven Punishment City hated the members of the three big forces. Leona was the best executioner of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. Of course, they would hate her the most, especially since the dark energy rippled this time differently somehow. It was stable, as if Leona was at the critical moment of her subtle power comprehension. If they could take this chance to attack Leona, she wouldn't be able to use all of her power. It was possible that they could kill her this time. Everybody was excited, accelerating toward her location. It was because of the darkness that they couldn't see their own fingers. Leona was shrouded in the darkness that was more like black ink. A flow of terrifying dark energy was released, sweeping everywhere. Shi Yin, Ka, and his brother couldn't see each other or Leona's figure. They were all shrouded in the absolute darkness. However, they could feel that Leona's location very clearly. She was like a massive, dark sun appearing in their sea of consciousness, which was emitting earth-shaking energy fluctuations. Darkness expanded, reaching every direction. After a couple minutes, the entire Heaven Punishment City, an area of tens of thousands of square miles, was covered by the dark. The entire Heaven Punishment City was sunk into absolute darkness. Darkness so black that people couldn't see their own fingers. The warriors couldn't see each other. They could only use their souls to sense. No matter what crystal or energy source was used, once a beam of light sparkled, the darkness would swallow it immediately. It seemed that dark power didn't want to let any beam of light appear. She's comprehending her dark power, Upanishad. Kafu's voice trembled in the dark. We are near her. Should something unexpected happen to us? Although they couldn't see each other, their verbal communication wasn't restrained. They could also use the soul consciousness to locate the others. What are you worried about? Shi Yin snorted. If she wanted to kill you, you would be dead now. Don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid that her power couldn't be controlled well, and while she's comprehending her power, she forgets about our existence. With her realm and power, as soon as she urges her energy, we will die immediately. I'm afraid that she would kill us accidentally. Kafu was anxious in the dark. His voice even trembled. Leona was notorious, indeed. She was famous for her bloodthirsty instinct. Kafu was scared of her. Today, she was revealing her earth-shattering energy. Of course, this man got more frightened. No, she could control the dark power easily. At her realm, she wouldn't fall into such an unconscious condition. Although Ka-Tuo wasn't so confident, he still tried to comfort his brother. Some experts are coming. Shi Yin bawled. Ka-Tuo could also feel it. Not only one. OF*CK. It seems like all the original God Realm experts in the Heaven Punishment City are coming. We got big trouble this time. What should we do? Kafu wanted to cry. She's the regimental commander of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation, the top executioner. If Fonka knows we're here with her, I'm afraid that we won't be able to stay in the Heaven Punishment City anymore. If they accuse us of cooperating with the enemy, our career will be destroyed shortly. Ka-Tuo was frowning. He stayed quiet as he couldn't think of anything to calm his brother down. She's learning the dark Upanishad. We can't say anything now. If someone disturbs her now, it will affect her progress in advancing her Upanishad, said Shi Yin. Pondering, he continued, we should try our best to protect her. No matter what happens in the future, we're on the same side. We should help each other. Senior, I also want to help her. But the three of us aren't a match for Barrett alone. People who are heading here are all the original God Realm experts of the Heaven Punishment City. I think even the outsiders. How can we help her? You tell me. Ka-Tuo couldn't help but yell. Listening to him, Shi Yin fell into silence. Yes, it's true. How could they help her? How could they resist the incoming forces? Depend on them, the three king God Realm warriors. He suddenly had a headache as he felt so helpless. It was because of their low realm and insufficient energy. If he could have Leona's competence, he could stay outside and resist the enemy to give her time. However, he was just a small warrior at the King God Realm. Facing so many original God Realm experts, what could he do? While the three of them had no solution, a hoarse voice arose in the dark room. That damn girl knows I won't just stand and stare. That's why she dares act recklessly like that. The voice stopped. The only dark halo that wasn't affected by the darkness appeared clearly, illuminating this chamber. Fei Lan didn't stand in the dark anymore. Precursor. Ka-Tuo was shaken. He got emotional, kneeling down and pounding his head on the ground. Thank you for caring about me those recent years. Ka-Tuo will never forget your favors during the rest of my life. Fei Lan snorted. You don't need to thank me. I just did it because of the mark on your forehead. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cared about your death or life. Pausing for a while, she looked at Shi Yin. You're not bad. You didn't ignore it, but try your best to help when the dangers come. Shi Yin felt embarrassed. My realm and powers are too low. Although I want to help, I cannot do much. I was just talking. If they come, I will be their target soon. It's enough that you have this thought. Phelan nodded, talking faintly. You three are standing on the way. Your staying here will just distract the others. You should leave. A tender flow of energy bound the three of them, directly bringing them away from this house. They were thrown away in the dark, unknowing of their destination. After they landed, they couldn't sense Leona's existence anymore, which meant that they were brought too far away from that area. Brother, it was her. It was really her. Katua was still flooded with emotions. She admitted it. She admitted that she has always taken care of me. She saved me several times. For my whole life, I have never been taken care that way. He was so touched, because, for his whole life, he had always struggled near the death. He had never had anyone treated him with care. Once he knew her, the gratitude overflowed, flooding his heart. Yin believed that after this encounter, no matter how strong Katua could become in the future, he would never forget Phelan's favor. Even if Phelan asked him to die, he probably wouldn't hesitate to fulfill her order. Although this man was fiery and brutal, once he appreciated someone, he carved his gratitude to the heart. He would treasure that favor for the rest of his life. Yeah, Yin replied, closing his eyes to release his soul consciousness. It was added to space power. He wanted to see the commotion inside the heaven punishment city where absolute darkness shrouded it. He knew that a battle that could shake the entire raging Flamestar area would take place shortly. He was so excited, looking forward to it. Chapter 846, The Giant Pale Hand. Chapter 846, The Giant Pale Hand. The battle took place earlier than he had estimated. As soon as his soul consciousness was released, he immediately felt a formidable energy fluctuation rocketing through the air from Leona's area. An energy wave shook the mountain and cracked the ground. It was powerful as 10 volcanoes erupting at the same time, bursting out grumblingly in the heaven punishment city. They could feel a terrible quake almost instantly. A pale flame arose in the absolute darkness. It expanded over the entire city. Under that energy wave, all rules and principles of the mortal world seemed to be subdued. The aura of this force could snatch away any creature's life. It shrouded the entire city, making every single warrior in the city fearful. They almost kneeled down. All warriors in the city, regardless of their realms, realized that they were facing a character in the heaven punishment city who could even discolor the earth and sky. That erosive aura wanted to destroy everything else. Katua and Kafu paled. They knew the battle has begun. They were instinctively anxious. Senior, is that our precursor's power, Upanishad? Katuo's voice slightly trembled. It's frightening. That corroding power is very powerful. It seems like it could melt all kind of energy. My God, I have never thought the Heaven Punishment City has those with such incredible abilities. Kafu was so scared that he couldn't talk. He finally understood why Yin was so generous to her, asking him to give her 10,000 top-quality divine crystals. When this thought popped up in his mind, he saw something dazzling floating up into the sky at Leona's shabby manor. He gawked, seeing what was happening. They were the divine crystals he offered her himself. The crystal-clear divine crystals glowed gloriously like bright stars. They lined up, arranging neatly in the sky of the Heaven Punishment City and spinning continually. The energy inside the divine crystals was all taken. The ear-piercing whistle and hissing resounded from the crystals as their energy was stirred up, falling like rainfall. The divine crystal stored thick earth and heaven energy. The quantity of energy in a crystal could be compared to the amount of essence chi in the body of a third or a second sky of King God Realm warrior. However, it was hard to release the energy inside the divine crystal at once, let alone use it to attack in a battle. Even the strong experts couldn't use the energy all at once. They had to absorb the energy little by little and blend it into their body. Nobody knew that the divine crystal could be used this way. The divine crystals were triggered, then arrayed into a natural, magical formation, creating an unpredictable movement of energy. More than 10,000 divine crystals bigger than raindrops fell and turned in the sky like blazing white meteors. The dark energy didn't affect them. From time to time, the crystals collided with each other, sending radiant sparks into the air. A divine crystal could provide the energy of a king god realm warrior. When more than 10,000 pieces fell all together, it was equal to more than 10,000 king god realm warriors attacking at once with all of their best powers. Shortly after, the explosions reverberated in the Heaven Punishment City densely. Most of them came from Leona's manor. It seemed like all the experts had been affected, and they were trying their best to resist. Giant hands appeared in the void of the Heaven Punishment City, which looked more like the hand seal of the death. It slowly pressed down, snatching over the silhouettes there. Each hand was eccentrically pale and wielded corroding power. White mist hovered, sending shivers down people's spines and rising the hair on their nape. When the hands pressed down, the divine crystals exploded, contributing the energy into that giant pallid hand and strengthening the corroding power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just like a terrible earthquake, horrifying explosions echoed in an area of the Heaven Punishment City. The shockwaves expanded, turning houses into debris. Not long after that, they could hear the miserable screams and whines in the loud explosions. It seemed like many people were subdued under those pale hands. They couldn't even move. The noisy commotions of the Heaven Punishment City oddly quieted down all of a sudden. No sound was made in the darkness. No one knew why the energy commotions in Leona's area halted. It seemed like the original God Realm warriors who came to this area had been pushed to the ground by the pale hands. Their powers were restrained, so they couldn't use their powers Upanishad to counterattack. They could only try their best to resist the erosive power. Basically, they couldn't affect Leona. After a while, screams and yells arose from another section of the Heaven Punishment City. Dozens of thousands of warriors with different realms in the city had been alerted to the earth-shattering battle. Instinctively, they dashed in the dark and approached the area. They screamed and yelled to show the others their locations. Contemplating for a while, Serene said all of a sudden, "We should go there and check." Katua nodded, agreed with him immediately. Yes, we should go and see what's happening. It was hard to observe the encounters between the original God Realm warriors. As this battle gathered so many original God Realm experts, it was a rare chance to watch a formidable battle scene. If they missed it, they would regret it for the rest of their life. If they could watch the battle between the original God Realm warriors to learn their techniques and the way they use their powers, it would benefit the Low Realm warriors in comprehending their realm later. Perhaps they could have a chance to break the restraint and enter the new realm. This is the reason why, even though they knew it was very dangerous, they wanted to still go and see. They wanted to see the tremendous details of this battle. They wanted to see how the strong experts control their powers, and to which level the unimaginable intimidation of those experts had reached. Shuryen, Kata, Kafu, and many other warriors congregated at that area through the darkness. That area had the brilliant divine crystals mark the location in the sky. This battlefield was obvious. They didn't need to worry about not finding it. As they couldn't see each other, they could only release the soul consciousness to sense. Instantly, the soul consciousness created a mess in the Heaven Punishment City. Different power classes, soul consciousness collided and scattered. Sometimes, they created a tremendous soul collision, leading to a soul attack. The Heaven Punishment City had just been quiet for a moment, but now it fell into an even louder bustle. Warriors living in the city often had a lot of enemies. Once they sensed the soul consciousness of the opponent, they would immediately attack in the dark. Today, the Heaven Punishment City's warriors were fighting each other. The rule of fighting prohibited in the city was temporarily broken. Many people had seized the chance and killed the ones they didn't like. More and more battles took place in the city. Screams, yells, grunts, hisses, whine, and bloodthirsty roars sounded at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of terrifying quakes sent out from the center of the battle. The earth-shattering shockwaves created the exaggerated scene of the day the earth explodes. Rocks, big trees, and other miscellaneous debris were sent into the air with frightening energy. Many warriors, who just came, got hit before they could steady their body. Their god body exploded instantly. When their realms and energy weren't enough, taking risks and jumping into the center of the battle resulted in soul-shattering consequences. On the way to the battle, Shi Yin found many corpses along his way, and he could even see the soul altar fleeing away from the heaven punishment city. His eyes brightened. The blood vein ring's reminder echoed in his mind. The thought of devouring the soul altar appeared uncontrollably in his head, and he couldn't ease it off. Hesitating for a while, Shi Yin quietly detached from Ka Tuo and Ka Fu. He concealed his aura and hid in a corner. He triggered his soul altar, making the black hole section emerge. In this absolute darkness, the black hole wasn't really distinctive. Nobody could find it. A soul altar flew out from its smashed god body. It flashed, then disappeared into the darkness, flying out of the heaven punishment city. However, at this moment, Shi Yan's soul consciousness had locked it. His mind flickered, and the black hole in his soul altar immediately released a powerful suction force. The flying soul altar was stopped and bound by an invisible rope. It was pulled toward Shi Yan's black hole. Souls couldn't scream or yell. They could only send the soul thought. However, under the suction force created by the black hole in Shi Yan's soul altar, that person couldn't even generate a thought. While no one was watching, that soul altar was devoured. A cool, refreshed feeling flooded his sea of consciousness and the soul altar. The blood mark on his god's soul glowed brilliantly, as if it had just received a marvelous supplement. At the same time, the essence chi from many god bodies of the dead warriors flew out. However, it didn't disperse. It streamed into Shi Yan's acupuncture points, making the vortexes inside spinning crazily. In this darkness, the Heaven Punishment City didn't have only the battle at Leona's Manor. Warriors were fighting against each other in small alleys of the city. Whenever they sensed their enemy's soul consciousness, they would attack immediately. People continued to die. Warriors staying in the Heaven Punishment City had at least the true God Realm cultivation base, while the King God Realm warriors made up a large portion of the city's population. When Shi Yin spotted a dead warrior, he was like the ferocious beast inhaling the fresh scent of blood. He would sneakily use the black hole in his soul altar to wolf down the other soul altar. At the same time, his acupuncture points would take in the essence chi of the dead. When he targeted a killed warrior, he would absorb the energy of the dead body and soul before they scattered. The Heaven Punishment City was now unbearably chaotic. Warriors died unceasingly. At this moment, Shi Yin was the one receiving the greatest benefit. He wandered around the city like a savage beast, devouring the essence chi and soul energy of the dead experts. He didn't spend any bit of his energy or join any battle, but he became the person to continue to gain. He kept walking and absorbing energy. Gradually, his acupuncture points enlarged. The negative energy was torrentially surging in his acupuncture points. The vortexes were revolving to filter and refine the energy. Each of his acupuncture points was shaking, sending unstable ripples. Some strange but marvelous change had quietly happened while he didn't notice. Chapter 847, A Bloody Grand Banquet. Chapter 847, A Bloody Grand Banquet, underscore. Shi Yan's acupuncture points swelled while the vortexes inside him spun crazily, generating abundant negative moods. He entered the third sky of rampage uncontrollably. The dead Upanishad was released, creating the god domain. The thick blood sea appeared outside his god domain. The blood soul sea, the magic power of the dead Upanishad. Shi Yin wore a cold face, walking slowly in silence. On his way, any warriors standing near his god domain became perplexed. Then, they acted as if they were under a deadly spell. They had lost their prior thoughts. Now, only the simple desire of slaughtering was in their minds. Warriors inside the dead Upanishad's blood soul sea had negative moods flooding their sea of consciousness. Their soul altars shook anxiously while their minds were controlled. Shortly after, those warriors started to kill each other, whether they were friend or enemy. They all fell into bedevilment. Only the thought of killing remained in their minds. They wanted to destroy everything, killing every creature. The massacre became fiercer because of Shi Yin. With his divine ability, called the Blood Soul Sea, the battle became bloodier. Shi Yin was numb as though he had no emotion at all. He looked like he was enjoying this bloody grand banquet. Sauntering forward, Shi Yin didn't attack anyone or have any strange movement. His god domain was instinctively released. The negative moods were like invisible robes tying down everybody come near him. The crowd of warriors near him became dull and perplexed, seeing that they just acted by their most basic fighting instinct. Naturally, more warriors fell. Under the Blood Soul Sea, they had lost their minds, slaughtering each other until one died. When a soul altar escaped the god body, Shi Yin would release his soul altar with a black hole to engulf it. Shortly after, 5 soul altars disappeared into the black hole in Shi Yin's soul altar. His eyes became as red as blood. Whenever a warrior died, the warrior's essence chi, which hadn't scattered into earth and heaven yet, would be absorbed into Shi Yin's acupuncture points. Gradually, his acupuncture points felt more painful. He was shaking, trying to press down the annoyance in his god body. Shi Yin still moved forward, wandering around the area where there were more battles. He was using a method which made him undetectable. His god domain was getting more soul altars as more people did. The god domain of the dead Upanishad had the soul burial ground on the outside, which could absorb the soul aura of living people. Shi Yin's vigorous god body stayed inside. When the energy rolled into his body, his mind became calm and lucid. He didn't need to worry about falling into bedevilment. And he walked like that around the heaven punishment city. Wherever he passed by, the battles became wilder and fiercer. This situation was too good for his development. While Leona comprehended the dark Upanishad to use the absolute darkness to shroud the entire heaven punishment city, Fei Lan was battling many experts on the other side. They drew away most of the attention. That was why nobody had noticed Shi Yin's stealthy and lethal deeds. Since Fei Lan was too intimidating, no one paid attention to Shi Yin. He could wreak as much havoc as he pleased. The battles continued. Eventually, however, they started to calm down. On Fei Lan's side, the original God Realm experts had to bear the loss. As they now knew it was hard to break that tough defense to attack Leona, they gradually ceased their attacks. At the moment, it seemed like Leona had passed the critical point of her fusion with the Heart of Darkness and understanding the dark power Upanishad. She was able to control the situation now. The absolute darkness that had shrouded the heaven punishment city was expanding, covering the whole land of God punishment. When her progress came to the last phase, she could control that dark power, shrinking the darkness coverage towards her location. After a while, a light appeared near the edge of the heaven punishment city. The light that was confined shined one last time. Seeing this sign, people understood that Leona's comprehending progress was about to be complete. After a while, an unknown soul energy fluctuation shot out furiously from Leona's location. After a second, all the dark powers seemed to find the drain port, overflowing massively into Leona's area. Then the space above that location twisted and the manor collapsed into the ground. Instantaneously, Leona's aura disappeared into thin air. The absolute darkness that had covered the heaven punishment city for 2 hours vanished. Light appeared again over the heaven punishment city. At Leona's area, people were sitting on the ground. They looked distressed and pale. Many bodies were scattered around. The ones who were still alive were the most intimidating existences of the heaven punishment city, which included Feng Ku, Russell, Jianong, Jester, and Barrett. Surprisingly, Carthu, Liu Feng, Ao Guduo, and Bai Tian were also in this group. However, their situation was really terrible. Audiobook, Carthu, by Tion and Li Yufeng had obviously been through fierce battles. They had blood all over their body. Feng Ku, Russell, Jianong, Barrett, and Jester were the local original god realm of the Heaven Punishment City, but their situation wasn't so good. They had to catch their breaths, their faces tired. 10 miles away from them stood Ao Gera, Ziyao, and Feng Rao, the juniors with lower realms. They stood on the ruins of the houses, looking at that area with fright. The earth-shaking battle seemed to have settled. However, no one knew what happened in that battle or how fierce it was except for the ones who had joined it. Ziyao, Ao Gera, and Feng Rao were the first ones to arrive in this area. They could feel the energy impacts, but they didn't know who was battling whom. Due to the darkness shrouding, they could only use the soul consciousness to sense. However, the king god realm's soul consciousness would be affected, resulted in the damage to the soul. Thus, no one dared to take risks to go nearer. Those who were at the original god realm gathered outside of Leona's stone room. They all participated in this battle. However, none of them showed the happiness of a victory. They seemed to be damaged, standing or sitting with a grimace. No one knew what they were thinking. Leona's garden wasn't large. It was around 10 mu of land. At this moment, an abyss that they couldn't see the bottom appeared in the garden, giving people a wicked and strange feeling. Around 100 houses were crushed into nothingness. Dust hovered in the air that hadn't settled yet. At first glance, this area seemed to be ground. Everything was destroyed. The original god realm experts stayed in ruins, looking at each other with hostility, saying nothing. Standing outside the scene, Ziyao, Feng Rao, Feng Xiao, Ao Gera, Yalan, and Tai Mu gawked in fear. Several thousand warriors of the Heaven Punishment City gathered around the area of the original god realm experts, but no one dared to approach. They stood there, looking anxiously. The eroding energy that had scared the entire Heaven Punishment City had disappeared. In the void, the exhausted fist-sized divine crystals turned white-gray. They were still floating and hadn't fallen down yet. Those crystals had created a vague net with a thick mesh enveloping 10 miles. All the original God Realm experts were standing inside the coverage of that stone net. From 10 miles outside, several thousand onlookers weren't included in the coverage of the big net. The hermit who had created the net seemed to aim at only the original God Realm experts. Warriors who didn't cross the line wouldn't be affected. However, the ones who dared to jump and all died, except for those at the original God Realm. Hundreds of corpses from different forces were the harsh evidence for this theory. Everybody kept silent. Whether they were the experts at the original God Realm or the onlookers at the King God Realm, they all had grimaced at the shattered aftermath of the battle. They felt bitter, their eyes worried. No one knew whether that hermit had left or not. Thus, since they couldn't see or sense that hermit's aura, none of them dared to act rashly. Feng Ku, Li Yufeng, and Ao Guduo didn't dare to jump into that deep abyss to find Leona, even though they were intimidating experts at the original God Realm. As Ziyao, Feng Rao, Feng Xiao, and the others had only the King God Realm cultivation base, they didn't dare to intrude the 10-mile area to ask for their precursors or family member situation. They just watched from a distance, waiting for something. I must have left already, right? Feng sat on a pile of crushed stone. He talked uncertainly after a while. Russell, Jianong, and Barrett sat near him. They just beamed a forced smile and answered nothing. We were treated differently. He didn't consider us his enemies. He just didn't want us to come near. Feng contemplated for seconds, then said, "We can confirm that he's a member of the Heaven Punishment City. As long as we, the local warriors, stay honest, he won't touch us." Pausing for a while, he continued, "Those who wanted to take advantages of the situation, of course, didn't receive a decent ending." While he was talking, he raked through the bodies scattering around, frowning. "It's my luck that I survived this time as well," Barrett sighed, shaking his head. "Too powerful. Today, I finally know that we're too weak compared to the real experts." While they were talking, Guduo, Carthu, Li Yufeng from the Li family, and by Tion from the Underworld League on the other side were looking at each other, furrowing their brows. They were trying to restore their aura while pondering. Fei Lan didn't show mercy when attacking them. They were all wounded. Their condition wasn't good. "Look, over there, over there." Suddenly, the noise arose from the onlookers outside. More warriors turned around to look behind their back. Feng Rao and Zi Yao turned around to look. They were shaken immediately with fear. Chapter 848. I'm sorry, I will choose him. Chapter 848. I'm sorry, I will choose him. Underscore. People stared at the place where the battles were the most fierce. Dozens of King God Realm warriors attacked each other as though they were all crazy, not knowing whether the opponent was from their side or not. They seemed to not feel pain as well. A thick blood-colored mist and sea of blood released brutal and wicked energy fluctuations. It seemed that the red hue could affect people's soul alter at once. Just at first glance, their souls looked like they were sinking deep into it. Only a lucid man was floating in the middle of the blood sea. It was Shurian. Wicked energy flooded the blood sea. Shurian hovered with a cold face and garnet eyes. He just watched the battles idly, as if he didn't know that he was the one who had initiated this. Inside the blood sea, blood splashed everywhere. Parts of human bodies were scattered on the ground, which belonged to those who had battled to the death. Looking further, they found more withered corpses on the road. They seemed to be bled to death. Someone counted almost 100 corpses on the street. Blood mist hovered and wound around. The eccentric, evil aura slowly arose. Looking at the blood mist and the blood sea, the warriors couldn't help but feel very anxious and uneasy, as if they had to jump in there and fight as well. The onlookers were frightened, seeing the young man with his bizarre and wicked energy fluctuation. A chill went down their spines. So odd and cunning. After all, what kind of power could make people act crazily like that? They didn't recognize their comrades who had been fighting with them for so many years. They were all battling fiercely until someone died. What is going on? That man is the boy who has defeated Blackhorn. He has competed with Barrett for young Lady Feng Rao. It's him again? But why does he look so evil right now? Look, many people are dying on the street. Did he kill them all? Who knows? But I'm sure this kid isn't ordinary. At the second sky of King God Realm, he was able to create this bizarre situation, which is enough to prove that his power Upanishad is one of the most mysterious and wicked powers. We shouldn't mess with this kid anyway. OSH*T. He's a real slaughtering machine. Right, we should stay away from him. Or else, I'm sure we will be involved in something terrible. Everybody discussed boisterously. They temporarily forgot that the original God Realm experts were sitting behind them to adjust their condition in silence. Now, they kept their eyes on Shurian. Little sister, Feng Xiao was bewildered for a while. Suddenly, he became stiff and serious. He cried out, "Our people are being attacked and killed." Feng Rao discolored. She cleared her mind, taking in a cold breath before flying out and heading toward Shurian. As soon as she was about to reach him, she shouted, "Stop it!" Ziyao's bright eyes got colder looking at the woman. She couldn't help but snort as she disliked her. This was the first time Ziyao saw Feng Rao. Studying the woman, she felt more annoyed. Feng Rao's evil charm and her care for Shurian made Ziyao instinctively upset. She couldn't explain why she felt irritated. She just thought that she should be the one who tried to stop him, not Feng Rao. However, she didn't dare expose herself. She was a princess of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation, the enemy of the Heaven Punishment City. She also didn't have the original God Realm cultivation base. If people spotted her, it would be hard to escape. "Stop it! Quickly!" Feng Rao shouted hastily. Hearing her frightened shout, Shurian's blood eyes flashed. He took a deep breath, as if he had been awakened from a strange realm. After 15 minutes, the god domain he had released was retrieved. The blood mist wound around the sky disappeared as if it was sucked into a space slit. His garnet eyes gradually resumed their normal color. However, the bloody aura on his body was still terrifying and intimidating. Bloody Slaughterer Ka Ta and Ka Fu stood in the crowd, looking at him from far distance, their visage baffled. They had come with Yin originally. However, they lost him along the way, staying in the darkness in a chaotic place of disorderly soul consciousness. They couldn't find Yin. As most of the warriors were heading toward Leona's location, they thought that they would meet him there. They didn't expect that after being separated briefly, Yin would change so much. He surprised and frightened the crowd of the warriors in the Heaven Punishment City. "I need to go for a while." Yin suddenly extended one arm. An unknown flow of murderous aura congregated in his palm. An invisible force snatched Feng Rao's soft body, preventing her from approaching him. "I'll be back shortly. If you want to depart the expedition to explore the star map, just go. You don't need to wait for me." Yin didn't wait for Feng Rao to respond. He faced the sky and screamed. The void echoed a whistle, just like a sharp sword tearing the sky. A dazzling space slit appeared above his head. He immediately flew into the crack, not waiting for the others to react. He disappeared in a blink. Feng Rao hurried to come to him, but a barrier had stopped her. She could only see him leaving, unable to do anything else. That space slit just flashed and closed. That area was flat, having no streaks of being torn once. As soon as Yin disappeared strangely, the negative energy had gone altogether. Those insane warriors gradually resumed their clear minds. They stopped fighting. "Dude, my brother, why are you dead? Brother, damn, what's happened? What happened? Why do we fight with each other? How come? Who did it? You will be our enemies forever." After the warriors regained control of themselves, they looked around and found that their death-or-life opponent were their friends and brothers who they shared many memories with. They burst out angrily, shouting and cursing. They were so enraged that they wanted to find the person who caused all these things to take revenge and make him pay a big bloody price for what he'd done. Too bad. Yin had left a long time ago. They couldn't find him. "Young lady, our master does have sharp eyes. I couldn't understand him, but now I got it. I'm totally convinced." Allard put on a strangely solemn visage, speaking. The devil deed Yin had performed today was much more dazzling than his battle against Blackhorn. Many King God Realm warriors were dead under the effects of his powers. Many warriors had gone insane, killing each other. And Yin acted unnaturally calm, floating in the bloody mist. He looked like a judge of hell, casually looking at the scene that scared people out of their wits. Allard was now convinced and admired him. He suddenly said, with emotions, "If you marry this man, he will be a great support to our master's hegemony. My young lady, this man won't be a frog in the pond. Sooner or later, he will become the hottest star in the raging flame star area." The beautiful eyes of Bai Rou showed that she was stunned. She looked in the direction Yin had disappeared, her mind in disorder. She still remembered when she first met Yin. On the 6th Herbal Star of the Underworld League, Yin was just a human body cauldron at that time that Nita had been using. She hadn't put him in her eyes. They just wanted to use his abundant blood chi to produce medicines and break through to the second sky of King God Realm. That year, Yin was just a small character not worth mentioning. At that time, he hadn't been eligible to talk to her. However, it has not been a long time. Not more than 10 years later, that small character had entered the second sky of King God Realm from his second sky of True God Realm. They were at the same realm, but his real competence had surpassed hers. After this short period, that small character had thrived intimidatingly at a speed they couldn't imagine. To recruit this man, her father wanted to sacrifice her life's happiness. She couldn't understand why. She bore a grudge against her father for his ruthless and heartless deed. She hated her father because he had cruelly interfered with her life. However, seeing the cold man floating in the middle of the blood mist, she didn't know why her heart suddenly shivered. The lake in her heart rippled marvelously as if someone had thrown a rock in it. She understood that no matter what her future would be, that scene would always be engraved in her heart. A cold and unfeeling man could always catch the eyes of women in the raging flame star area, and she was an exception. "Your Highness, if you can't recruit him one more time, You have to destroy him at any cost, said Aogera in a low tone while stooping down so nobody could see his real emotions. Ziyao's body shivered. Her beautiful eyes were misty. Aogera's correct. Carthu suddenly stormed out. He was the first one leaving that area. He seemed to not be afraid of the hermit in the dark. Carthu's visage was grim. He's too dangerous. He's much more excellent than his majesty when he was young. If he marries Feng Rao, the Heaven Punishment City will become the fourth strong force of the Raging Flame Star area. It will threaten the overlord position of the divine nation. Sir, but Shirin Yalan opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. If he works for the divine nation, it will benefit our fortune. If he becomes our enemy, it will be a big disaster, Carthu sobbed, talking with emotions. Ziyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with a dim light. Looking at the place where Shi Yin had disappeared, her heart was beating hard. However, she kept quiet. Your Highness, Aogera lifted his head, his eyes sharp. Ziyao's soft body shook. She turned around to look at him. With an ice-like visage, she said deliberately, if I could choose only one between you and Shi Yin, I'm sorry. I would choose him. Aogera looked like he was struck. He paled, clutching his heart. He then said with a miserable smile, so that's it. I'm a fool. I'm a F***king fool. If you haven't attacked him, and if you haven't joined the other to attack me, I wouldn't have said that. What did my brother Du Jia promise you that resulted in you giving him my information? Why did you end up waiting by my side? Ziyao suddenly became strong. She didn't hide her disgust anymore, speaking coldly. Compared to you, he may be callous and wicked, but at least he wouldn't have acted so stealthily to manipulate me. He wouldn't have many faces like you, and he wouldn't change his face behind my back. Good talk. Aogera smiled miserably. Turns out I'm such a person in your heart. I finally wake up today. My uncle is right. In the eyes of the sort of woman like you, it is only about benefits and values. Every man has clear value in your eyes. Today, his value is greater than mine. He has surpassed me. That's why you chose him, right? It's your business no matter how you think about that. Ziyao sighed, waving her hand as she felt so heavy inwardly. You should go. My glorious amethyst star isn't a good place for you. I hope you can have a better world staying with Sir Ao Guduo. All right. I also want to see if Shi Yin ends up giving you all that you want in the end. We should clean our eyes and see. Aogera nodded. He turned around and left resolutely. Chapter 849. Burn your hand, feel the heat. Chapter 849. Burn your hand, feel the heat, _ Uncle Carthu, how did you dare to get out? Ziyao quietly saw Aogera leaving. She knew that from now on, this man would walk the same way with Ao Guduo. He might become her biggest obstacle in the future. She didn't know why she felt relief, as if she had finally thrown away the weight on her shoulder. She was so happy she couldn't say why. Aogera had been with her for many years. For her, he had gone against Ao Guduo's calls. He had helped her manage the glorious amethyst star well. However, she understood that ambitious Aogera also had many wild schemes working for her. Because he liked her and he wanted to have her, Aogera could give up everything to work for her. However, since she knew he had done many dark schemes behind her back, and she finally got to know his real character, she couldn't feel comfortable facing him anymore. As Aogera had reminded her today of dealing with Shi Yin and killing him, he had eventually enraged her. Thus, she didn't hesitate to retort. I dare get out of there, because I know that person wouldn't harm me. Carthu beamed a faint smile, his look strange. That hermit wants to protect Leona, although I don't know why I can understand him. Pausing for a while, Carthu lowered his voice. Those original God Realm experts who came here all had the thought of killing Leona. It's obviously to Feng Ku, Russell, Jianong, and Barrett of the Heaven Punishment. Anyway, by Tian, Liu Feng, and even Ao Guduo wanted to kill Leona. Ziyao's face changed as she nodded silently. This is also why I want to make the limit with Aogera. Ao Guduo's an overlord of a force of the divine nation. However, he got the bad scheme of ambushing Madame Leona while she was advancing her divine nation. which goes against the interest of the divine nation. Since they have a close relation, he and Ao Gera will stand on the same side at the critical moment. It seems to have some other plot. It's true that Ao Guduo wants Leona to die. He didn't want her to advance her power, Upanishad. In the recent battle, he was attacked the most. Hence, he got the most serious wounds. Carthu sneered, his face strange. And me, among many people in that garden, is the only one that didn't want Leona to get hurt. I wanted to protect her. Maybe that hermit got my attention. He didn't attack me from the beginning to the end. In that crowd of original God Realm experts, I'm the only one who wasn't affected. Listening to him, Zi Yao's eyes brightened, yelling lightly, "You're saying that? Is the person protected Madame Leona a precursor of our divine nation?" "No way." Carthu beamed a forced smile. "Your Highness, you're overthinking. If he had worked for the divine nation, Feng Ku and Russell wouldn't have been at ease like that in the heaven punishment. I can say that he has some relationship with Madame Leona and nothing related to the divine nation." "Oh," Xiao nodded, looking at the further area. "Seems we don't need to worry about being disclosed." "Yeah, many hotshots are gathering in the heaven punishment. Bai Tian, Liu Feng, and Aogu Duo are all at the second sky of original God Realm. With Feng Ku's forces, he couldn't control the whole situation. And as we have a hermit staying in the dark to guard the place, no one would dare to ignite the war again." Carthu smiled, then added, "It's good that you have a clear line with Ao Gera. Perhaps that kid won't have doubts anymore. With your talent and appearance, it shouldn't be a hard task to recruit that kid one more time, right?" Carthu smiled and said nothing else. Ziyao's face blushed. She cursed under her breath, then bit her lower lip. "It's good that he's all right." Carthu just smiled, didn't talk more. Uncle." Oh, Gera walked alone in piles of debris. He stopped by Aogu Duo and said, "Princess Ziyao and I broke up." Aogu Duo had so many wounds on his legs, his face pale. Listening to his nephew, evil light sparkled in his eyes. "What happened?" Ao Gera squeezed a smile, sighing. "She's chosen Shi Yan." Aogu Duo snorted. "Women, especially the ones born in the royal family, they have only interest in their eyes. They don't have true loves. Seems you just wasted your time for nothing." I woke up. "I won't put her in my heart anymore," nodded Ao Gera. "Yeah, it's good then. Having no knot in the heart, you can increase your power easier. With your natural endowment, you will surpass everyone else in the divine nation. Until that day, that woman won't escape your hand. However, it will come with the premise that you are powerful enough," said Aogu Duo in a low tone. "I got it. I will wholeheartedly follow powers. Just like you, I will seek the breakthrough to the acme of the martial path," Aogu Duo said solemnly. "We should go." Aogu Duo slowly got up. Looking at the abyss in the middle of ruins, he turned around shortly, leaving with Ao Gera without any hesitation. Bai Tian and Liu Feng of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce exchanged looks. Then they got up, leaving without saying anything. Bai Ro, Allard, and the warriors of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce gathered from different directions, following the 2-second sky of original God Realm experts. They disappeared shortly. Feng Ku's group just stared at them leaving. They didn't stop the others. However, their face was solemn and heavy. No matter it was Ao Guduo, Bai Tian, or Liu Feng, they were all at the second sky of original God Realm. Their real competence should be stronger than Feng Ku's. At this moment, the heaven punishment wasn't controlled by the 4 leaders anymore. If those 3 didn't want to quarrel with Feng Ku, he would want to burn some incense sticks already. Of course, Feng Ku's group didn't dare to act rashly. Those warriors, who shouldn't appear in the heaven punishment, left arrogantly. Along their way, many pirates were scared, making way for them proactively as if they were afraid that they would welcome trouble to their life. No one dared to explore that dark abyss. Although they knew it's possible that Leona was still in that chasm, they decided not to mind it. They acted as if nothing had happened. People detached, leaving quietly. The protector in the dark was too scary. It's obvious that he wanted to protect Leona. Unless they were confident of their realm, If they provoked the other, they couldn't bear the consequences. Why did you guys scream just previously? On the way back, Tion turned around, asking by Ro and Allard with a little surprise. Allard was shaken. He hastened to lively narrate what he had witnessed. His face was full of excitement and respect. Commander, you have such a bright vision. That kid has an imposing potential. Now, I'm convinced that if he marries Our Lady by Ro, it will be a big assistance to your hegemony. Listening to Allard, Tion's eyes brightened, but then he sighed. Young hero. Ro bit her lower lip, her face pale strangely. She didn't say anything, so they didn't know what she was thinking. Little Ro, what do you think? Asked Tion all of a sudden. What? Ro was bewildered, lifted her head anxiously. I didn't hear you clearly. What do you think about that kid? Tion smiled, repeating his question. He's a little bit excellent. Ro mumbled her answer, her beautiful eyes bright. More dangerous than anyone I've met. I'd wronged him. If I had known he could have such performance, I would have kept him at any cost. Including getting married to him? Tion chuckled, teasing his daughter. Father, don't tease me. You're annoying. Ro stooped shyly. She seemed to be touched, didn't resist furiously anymore. Women in the raging Flamestar area would enthrone the strong. Wild and stubborn young hotshots would attract their eyes better. Ro wasn't an exception. Shurian's performance made her see him in a new aspect. The annoyance she got about him seemed to be smashed down. The lake in her heart now had a hunky figure who was playing the strings of her heart, making her uneasy. All right, I'll be on this. When we see him again, I will force him to marry you. Tion laughed, as his mood wasn't bad. Nasty. Ro screamed in a low tone. Apparently, she didn't oppose this opinion. Father, what happened? Feng Rao and Feng Xiao walked behind Feng Ku, couldn't help but ask. We were trying to kill Leona. We thought that the experts of the three forces would disturb us. We didn't expect that all had the same purpose. Then we joined hands to fight. What a pity the hermit had dissolved our attacks. He even hurt us. Feng Ku took a deep breath, his face strange. I didn't know that the three forces have an internal problem like that. They seized the chance, when darkness fell on the heaven punishment, to attack Leona. Aogu Duo of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation also did that. Haha, I used to worry that our business couldn't be all right when so many warriors came like that. But now I feel more secure. At the moment, the heaven punishment had three forces, including the 9-star Chamber of Commerce, the Dark Firmament Divine Nation, and the Underworld League. However, none of them was strong enough to resist the local forces of the heaven punishment. If they joined hands, Feng Ku couldn't keep the star map, let alone carrying the expedition. However, after this battle, Feng Ku realized that the three big forces didn't like each other. They would never unite. They were different from Feng Ku, Russell, Jianong, and Barrett. At the critical moment when the latter had to face the three forces, they would unite without any barrier of grudges. Moreover, the hermetic expert of the heaven punishment was on their side, apparently. Thus, Feng Ku was confident that he could engage in the war with the three forces. Shurian appeared, and he created a big commotion. Feng Xiao intervened, narrating what he had seen, his face grim. Father, Shurian's absolutely a dangerous person. He's a two-bladed sword. If we can use him, he will be a tremendous support. But if we make a mistake, I'm afraid the damage would be doubled. Feng Ku listened to his son seriously. His face became solemn. That kid isn't easy to deal with. I'm so surprised he could be so powerful. Little Rao, what do you think? As long as I'm here, he won't consider us enemies. Father, if we can find the new star area and give him a star life, I think he will appreciate us, and it will make him on our side honestly, said Feng Rao solemnly. I won't be stingy. Don't worry. He has proven himself. Who in the heaven punishment, or even in the raging flame star area dares to look down on him? Feng Ku said with a stern face. His name will be spread over the raging flame star area. No one would dare underestimate him. I know what to do. Thank you, Father, smiled Feng Rao. He disappeared. We don't know when he will show himself again. This kid is truly mysterious, sighed Feng Ku. He will reappear. I think when he shows himself, it will be a big surprise. Perhaps he will be even stronger. Feng Rao mumbled to herself. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tender affections. Chapter 850, Blood Formation. Chapter 850, Blood Formation, _ Shurian didn't hide too far away. He was floating in the vast starry sky outside the land of God punishment. He was still, not moving a finger. However, bloody murderous chi was still hovering around his body. Negative moods were moving disorderly in his soul altar, surging his sea of consciousness. Starlight from the immense starry sea and from the unknown, further areas came and congregated in his body. Besides the think murderous chi, he also felt cool, which helped him relax. It contained the energy of the stars in outer space. The nebula inside the vortex at his lower abdomen slowly moved. The star floating amidst the nebula became more dazzling, releasing a strong suction force that was continually pulling and absorbing starlight. Starlight sprayed like rain, gathering at the vortex in his lower abdomen before rolling massively into that star. Shurian felt the effects of the negative moods get reduced. The vortexes and 720 acupuncture points were revolving and refining the essence chi massively. During this process, his acupuncture points were enlarged and swollen, giving him annoying pains. After the black hole in his soul altar had taken in the soul energy, it was carrying out the same refining process. Shurian's god, soul, couldn't calm down even for a moment. At this moment, his situation wasn't good. After an unknown time, the thick murderous chi in his body diluted and faded away. The evil moods that nibbled at his soul stopped. Then, he used the god soul to discharge them from his heart. Gradually, the mysterious energy started to ooze out from his acupuncture points, flowing towards his god soul. Yin then guided it toward the essence chi ancient tree to refill the energy he had consumed. Fishing in troubled water in the Heaven Punishment City gave him great benefits. 23 King God Realm warriors were dead by furious fights under his deadly influence. He had discreetly absorbed the essence chi of those dead warriors. It was so thick and abundant he had never had before. He understood that he needed time for the refining process and that he couldn't be safe waiting in the Heaven Punishment City for a long time. Thus, he used space power to leave instantly to the vast starry sea outside the land of God punishment. In there, he wouldn't be disturbed while calming down the seething changes in his body. Shortly after, more and more mysterious energy gushed out from his acupuncture points. They murmured like invisible streams through his veins. The mysterious energy started to restore his flesh body miraculously. Shurian's immortal martial spirit started to create the immortal demon blood with the supply of the mysterious energy. A large amount of mysterious energy seeped into his god body. His body started to swell like a gas balloon. At this moment, his entire body had turned blood red, which looked scary and ferocious at the same time. The mysterious energy moved quickly in his veins. It was then condensed by the immortal martial spirit. A drop of immortal demon blood, full of vigorous energy, was produced, hiding deep inside his flesh body. Closing his eyes, Yin didn't think much and just tried to maintain this condition. His god soul was crystal clear, free of any impurities. His god body was instinctively producing immortal demon blood. After a while, slowly, no more mysterious oozed out from his acupuncture points. At this moment, Yin looked like he had just woken up, opening his eyes. His soul consciousness started to check his body. He found that his body had produced several hundred drops of immortal demon blood. This time, the quantity of immortal demon blood produced was much more than any previous time. His thought flickers as he tried to put the drops of immortal demon blood into the veins to replace his own blood. Crack, crack, crack. Clear, cracking sounds echoed in his body like thunder, or much more like dashing drum beats. With the cracking sounds in his bones, his garments suddenly exploded, turning into dust and scattering. His blood-red, naked body was exposed together with his refined, intimidating. Each muscle of his seemed to be brimming with the earth-shattering energy. They were enlarging, triggering more energy. His blood veins became tremendously tenacious, and his bones were like the toughest metal that would never be broken by even divine weapons. Vigorous energy rolled torrentially in his internal organs. The blood chi was so thick and dense it made him shiver. It seemed that he now had an infinite source of power that he could use or simply waste. The immortal demon blood flooded his veins. At this moment, Yin couldn't control his body but enter the third sky of rampage. His eyes became bloodshot. The brutal, violent thoughts immersed in his mind. He suddenly wanted to kill all kinds of creatures. It seemed like the meaning of his existence was to destroy. He came to end every creature, taking away their life prestige. This frightful thought appeared like a seal in his head, like a cruel whisperer in his ear, making him slaughter without thinking. It felt like when he killed something, he gained the marvelous happiness. It was like bedevilment. Thump, 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 thump. His heart beat strongly and vigorously. The vibration gradually expanded to his whole body. He started to shake. The blood-red mist hovered around his body while the thoughts of slaughtering creatures multiplied in his head. The negative moods he had struggled to stop had burst out 10 times greater, as if they wanted to devour his mind at once. He was scared, petrified because of the vehement killing desire. He didn't want to lose his mind and become a monster that only wanted to kill. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head to look at the sky. Starlight sparkled brilliantly in his eyes. He had to make his mind lucid. Then, he used the God Soul to control the nebula in the vortex in his lower abdomen to take in more star energy. Star energy fell like a dense sprinkle, covering his god body. The starlight was bright and cool. It was like an invisible hand, stroking and calming down the devil's thoughts and negative emotions, preventing him from falling into bedevilment or losing his mind forever. He suddenly understood that he had absorbed too much essence chi from the dead this time. It was over his endurance. That was why he couldn't keep his mind as clear as he used to do. The cool star energy circulated in his body, while Yin thought about the trajectory of the nebula in his lower abdomen and the change of the galaxy his god soul could feel, trying to match them. All of a sudden, Yin and countless stars in outer space had a vague connection. The starlight zoomed over his eyes, turning into the meteor's shootings toward his god body. The god soul was shaken. The soul altar revolved fast, while the star power fluctuation in the soul altar's tier of power Upanishad became mysterious and hard to detect. His chaotic consciousness was suppressed, becoming quiet. Deep inside his eyes was where the starlight sparkled. In his body, the nebula in the vortex in his lower abdomen became dazzling. Numerous star dots started to form a connection with the stars in outer space. It seemed like the nebula in his body had included all the stars in outer space. The small stars twinkled brightly inside the nebula in his lower abdomen. Just like lit-up lanterns, they surrounded the biggest star in there, moving in the magical course of the stars. His consciousness became panicked. Starlight sparkled in his eyes, but he was baffled as if he had fallen into an unknown condition, wishing to answer some questions for his cultivation. At the same time, a large amount of starlight that fell from the sky congregated in his god body, making him a glorious star, which seemed to have gravity applied to other stars. Negative moods that multiplied in his head had left unknowingly. The mysterious energy oozing from his acupuncture points was wandering around his body like stars scattered in the sky. And the immortal demon blood in his body gradually quieted down, no longer giving him more desire to kill. Yin watched the starry sky. He seemed to be enchanted by the gorgeous marvel of the galaxy in the dome of heaven. Then he fell into the mysterious phase of understanding star power Upanishad. Thump, 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 thump. The strong heartbeat didn't stop. The vibration from the heart expanded to his entire god body, making him sway in rhythm. After each shake, more starlight shot towards him, sending sparks into the void while the energy entered his body. His god body became translucent like a massive garnet jewel. It was dazzling, gorgeous, and beautiful in an eccentric way, giving people some intimidation from looking at it. His acupuncture points became swollen, giving him a vessel-tearing pain. He felt extreme pain in his internal organs. All burst out together, but the pain couldn't flood into his sea of consciousness. He couldn't feel anything. Shurian didn't realize the pain or the fact that his god body was changing, carrying out the magical quenching process one more time. Gray smoke fumed out from pores in his entire body, vanishing in earth and heaven. That gray smoke was the contaminants generated in his god body during the current period. It was the dregs left after he had absorbed energy from different things. If they stayed in his body for a long time, it would reduce the quality of his god body. If he got hit, his bones would crack easily. However, after this time of quenching, his god body changed as if he had experienced resurrection. It was like what happened when he sank into the blood pond when he had just arrived in this world. At that time, his body was shrouded in a bloody cocoon as if he was a chrysalis that hasn't turned into a beautiful butterfly yet. Inside the garnet pupa, he could hear the heartbeat and the violent vibration. It also had the aura of his energy and his circulating star energy. However, this big pupa didn't hinder the star energy from seeping into his god body. While he was under this circumstance, the starlight was still congregating into his body. Not only that, inside the cocoon, his absorbing speed and the productivity had increased several times. Shurian stayed inside the blood-red pupa, learning the truth about his star power Upanishad. In the power Upanishad tier of his soul altar, the star energy movement was clear and vibrant. While he didn't recognize it, the extreme pure star energy started to flow out of the black hole in his soul altar. It seeped into the soul altar while a big part of it flooded the heaven flame soul altar. The heaven flames staying in his soul altar became thrilled. That kind of energy had given them a big boost for their growth and ascension. Just like Shurian, the heaven flames started to transform. Apparently, at the time he broke this pupa, he would have a marvelous transformation. His realm and power would be upgraded for the second time. Chapter 851, The Overcast Sky. Chapter 851, The Overcast Sky, _ Blue Demon's headquarters, Heaven Punishment City. The four leaders of the pirates, Fong Ku, Jianong, Barrett, and Russell, were gathering together with more than 10 other pirate leaders. They were all solemn as they were going to decide whether they should leave or stay in the Heaven Punishment City. We must go. If we delay, Fan he will catch us shortly. Fong Ku slammed his brows together. He is different from Ao Guduo and Liu Feng. Fan he is at the third sky of original God Realm. You guys all know his perilous features. It has been years since the 9-star Chamber of Commerce started thriving under Fan He's management. His mighty force is the peak of the entire Raging Flame Star area. Everybody fell into silence. Fanny's reputation was widespread in the Raging Flame Star area. At the third sky of original God Realm, he was the well-known zenith of the Raging Flame Star area, which had the same meaning with the word invincible. When such a character suddenly came to the Heaven Punishment City, no one in Fong Ku's group was able to resist. They could be killed instantly right when they saw him. Fong Ku's group didn't think that the hermit in the Heaven Punishment City would risk his life to battle Fan He for them, either. More importantly, no one knew the real intention of that hermit or if he was an equal opponent to Fan He or not. Fong Ku's group also didn't want to entrust their lives in the hands of someone they didn't know. Anyway, when we leave the Heaven Punishment City, they won't be afraid of anything. They would come to take the star map. Ao, Guduo, Liu Feng, and Bai Tian are all at the second sky of original God Realm. They haven't taken action yet because they are afraid of that mysterious hermit. They followed the rules of the Heaven Punishment City. But when we leave the Heaven Punishment City, we're not sure if that hermit will be able to take care of us or not. It will be big trouble for us then, said a leader of the pirates. This is also why they hadn't come to a conclusion yet. Ao, Guduo, Liu Feng, and Bai Tian were all at the second sky of original God Realm. The same with Feng Ke. However, their real competencies would be one level higher. Any force of the said three forces was a big threat to them. Once they joined hands, the chance for the pirates to escape was tiny. Are Ao Guduo, Liu Feng, Bai Tian stronger than Fan He, the headmaster of the Fan family? Feng Ke contemplated for a while, then gave a low shout. Hearing him, everybody else paled. Russell's eyebrows convulsed. He said with a savage face, "Compared to Fan He, Ao Guduo, and the others are easier to deal with. Fan He has achieved wicked and cruel deeds. He came here because of his dead brother. His wrath of anger will destroy the entire Heaven Punishment City." "What do you mean?" Jiannong frowned, asking. "Leave. We must leave. Hurry up," Russell said resolutely and decisively. Jiannong was shaken, nodded. "If you say so, I agree with you." In this group, Russell had the deepest resentment against the Fan family. The thought of killing the Fans was always in his mind. Today, Fan He was coming, which could be one time in a blue moon, but he decided to give it up. The others saw how terrifying Fan He was to him. Russell was famous for being the man to seek revenge for the slightest grievances. He was also a narrow-minded person. If he decided to quit, it left only one possibility, as the other was too dangerous. Any other idea? Feng Ke raked through the crowd, but he actually just asked Russell, Jiannong, Barrett, and Jester because these four were like him. They had the original God Realm, and he only considered warriors at this level. "I have no idea. I agree to leave." "Me too." "Agreed. Let's go." Russell, Jiannong, Barrett, and Jester were the four experts at the original God Realm. They all nodded and expressed that they wanted to leave as soon as possible. When the five original God Realm experts all came to a conclusion, the others' ideas became trivial. "All right, we should prepare now. I know you are almost finished with our arrangement. We should leave early. We can't delay it any longer." Feng Ke took a deep breath and comforted people. The three forces don't get along well. They won't really unite, and they aren't familiar with the forbidden lands outside the land of God punishment. And we've united to fight and protect our lives. We know the forbidden lands outside the land of God punishment like the back of our hands. This is our territory. Once we leave the land of God punishment and enter the forbidden lands in outer space, shouldn't we be able to cut them off? Hearing him, everybody calmed down. Even the ones who didn't agree with them had nodded their head. It's true that the land outside the land of God punishment was a matrix of forbidden areas. Many of them were hazardous. People who weren't familiar with the conditions could be punished with fatal consequences. Even if they got the original God Realm cultivation base, it wouldn't make them an exception. As long as they could leave the land of God punishment, they could use their information of the surrounding topography to hide safely. Or they could even lure their opponents into the most dangerous area of the forbidden lands. We've been well prepared. Russell and the others had arranged everything several days ago. Seeing the others agree with the escape plan, they became excited, preparing to get out of the land of God punishment. Shortly after, war chariots flew across the sky of the Heaven Punishment City like countless locusts swarming the place. It looked magnificent indeed. Those war chariots were in different styles, colors, and shapes. The flags they had indicated their forces. They hovered neatly in the air. No battle, no quarrel. They seemed to be waiting for something. The most ruthless and bloodthirsty pirates of the Heaven Punishment City soared up into the sky from different corners and alleys of the Heaven Punishment City. They aligned with the thick cloud of war chariots, checking their formation for the last mobilization before carrying out the operation. Inside the city, Ao Guduo, Carthu, Liu Feng, and Bai Tian frowned as they looked at the commotion in the sky. They exchanged thoughts using soul consciousness. Not long afterward, their team started to head to the headquarters of the Blue Demon Pirates, as they had planned. After 2 hours, experts of the three forces appeared on the spacious street outside the Blue Demon's base. Many shops in the Heaven Punishment City were closed due to the dangerous situation of the city. Warriors who didn't belong to the three big forces came to the Heaven Punishment City to also trade their goods. However, the person was not showing his or her face. The packed street in the past became isolated. They couldn't even see a shadow. Everybody realized that a big catastrophe would happen in the Heaven Punishment City shortly. People who didn't want to get involved in this mess and get killed fled unknowingly all the way. Karthu, Ziyao, Yalin, Taimu, and a dozen warriors under his command arrived. However, they didn't stand near Ao Guduo. They kept a distance from Ao Guduo as an independent force. Seeing him come, Ao Guduo just frowned, saying nothing. Besides Ao Gera, his team also had more than 10 warriors who had just arrived. When Ao Gera saw Ziyao, his blonde hair flew even though there was no wind. His eyes were cold too. He didn't bend to greet her and turned away instead. He didn't want to see her. Although they were the forces of the dark firmament divine nation, Ao Guduo and Karthu didn't join hands, let alone by Tian and Liu Feng. If they hadn't known about the big operation of the pirates, they wouldn't have gathered here. 2 days ago, the massive abyss where Leona disappeared had no dark aura anymore. It seemed that Leona had disappeared from the land of God punishment. No one was able to sense her soul energy fluctuation, so no one could know whether she was still in the land of God punishment or not. Not being able to see her made people uneasy and anxious. Since they all knew that Karthu and Leona were close, they weren't so sure if they had contacted discreetly or not. Thus, after Karthu had arrived, Ao Guduo, Liu Feng, and Bai Tian had a frown, saying nothing. You came on time. The pirates are going to leave the land of God punishment. What do you think? Ao Guduo asked after pondering for a while. I don't know. Anyway, I want to attack them inside the city. But if you guys want to attack after they've left the Heaven Punishment City, I have no objections. Karthu smiled, his visage calm and natural. He acted as if he didn't care about the star map. What do you think? Ao Guduo looked at Liu Feng and Bai Tian. I'm sure that we can attack them in the Heaven Punishment City. Liu Feng wore a ferocious and malignant face. I mean, we'll give them time to leave the city. Then, we will see if that hermit still wants us to stop. Then, we will discuss again. What do you think? I have the same idea, laughed Bai Tian. That person in the city is too strong. I don't want to enrage him. If he doesn't interfere, those pirates can't do anything. All right, we will let them leave the city. First, we will kill the pirates. Then, you guys should depend on your own competences. Ao Guduo agreed immediately. The powerful characters of the three big forces exchanged looks. They immediately agreed. They planned that after Feng Ku and his people had left the Heaven Punishment City, they would start to attack fiercely. After they were done with the pirates, they would compete against each other to get the star map. As they had determined their plan, they didn't talk more, scattering and discussing with their own people for a detailed plan. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After 1 hour, battleships and war chariots in the sky roared, rocketing through the atmosphere, heading to the star area outside the land of God punishment. The clouds of battleships and chariots didn't line up. It diverged into so many different paths. They scattered like schools of fishes swimming to different river branches. In outer space, they changed their direction, heading to different regions. The energy crystals triggered at once. They flashed like lightning strikes in the sky. They seemed to know the plan of the three big forces, not wanting to give them a chance to catch them all at once. That's why they decided to use this plan. Indeed, seeing the pirates flee away was nice. Each flow included pirates, battleships, and war chariots from different organizations. Ao Guduo's team was perplexed. They didn't know which flow they should pursue or which battleship or war chariot Feng Ku was hiding in. Having no other option around, Ao Guduo, Karthu, Liu Feng, and Bai Tian could only diverge and chase after the pirates. They tried to sense the 4 strongest auras among the others. For the time being, people saw lights shooting across the sky of the land of God punishment like the rainbows. They all zoomed to the horizon, tearing the dome of the high sky. The war which would shake the entire raging flame star area slowly began at this moment. And Serene, he was still floating in the starry sea of outer space inside his blood pupa, waiting for the moment to emerge from his chrysalis. Chapter 852, Serene's Face. Chapter 852, Serene's Face, _ War chariots tore the sky and stormed into the immense starry sea like lightning strikes. Experts from the three big forces also released their surging powers, rocketing into the sky from the Heaven Punishment City. They diverged into four flows, chasing after pirates who were going into the land of God Punishment. Countless lightning strikes suddenly appeared in the vast sky. They also saw flames, ice mines, etc. Beautiful wonders created by different god domains bloomed in the starry sky of the land of God Punishment. They colored a marvelous but dangerous picture. Bloody slaughterer Ka Toa and Ka Fu sat in the tiger-shark war chariots, mingling with the other pirates. As they were assigned by Feng Ku, they were heading toward a forbidden land outside the land of God Punishment. Flags of different pirate organizations flew in the starry sky. Battleships and war chariots whistled and roared like savage beasts that were swaggering in earth and heaven. They fired scorching light, flames, and smoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sibilant sounds of the swift-moving chariots pierced their ears. Ka Tuo and Ka Fu waited in silence, releasing their soul consciousness. They didn't dare to relax for even a moment, putting up guard. Watch out! Ka Tuo's pupils shrank. He shouted from the tiger-shark war chariot, his face solemn. Boom! The dazzling white light crossed the sky like meteors, shot from their battleships and war chariots. A several hundred-meter battleship was pierced through. Some King God Realm warriors who weren't vigilant enough were crushed into meatballs. Hiss hiss. The siren-like hissing seemed to not stop. More scorching white lights were shot over. They looked like shiny, sharp swords, bombarding the several hundred-meter battleship and making it look like a beehive. Many pirates died. However, they weren't Ka Tuo's men. Where's Feng Ku? A low voice thundered in the middle of the pirates' war chariots and battleship. Bai Tian, the general commander of the Underworld League, appeared with dozens of experts behind him. They released the god domains, their auras ancient and strong. While they were talking, sounds of water murmuring arose from Bai Tian's body. He threw both hands into the air, tearing something in the void. Two water dragons of 1,000 meters were condensed. They faced the sky, roared and stormed to the pirates to slaughter them. The 1,000-meter water dragons were condensed from 10,000 tons of water with tremendous power. Bai Tian used his soul to control them. While they turned their head and flagged their tail, they had crushed the shabby battleship into fragments. 10,000 caddies water, Bai Tian shouted. Water drops shot out from his 10 fingers, each of them as heavy as 10,000 caddies. A drop of this black water was like a small mountain. Under Bai Tian's power, the black water drops turned into black water beads, rotating and shelling towards each war chariot. The war chariots were made of quenched metals, which was really rigid. However, when the 10,000 caddies water touched them, the chariots fragmented quickly. Some even exploded. The warriors staying inside the war chariots couldn't endure the energy carried by the water. They were pressed to death. Bai Tian cultivated water power Upanishad. When he broke through to the original God realm, he had a marvelous encounter, which gave him the ability to condense his energy and create a connection with some kind of a water source in the immense star area. He used this water to create the 10,000 caddies water. The 10,000 caddies water was created by his power Upanishad and his energy. It seemed like this black water was the mediator to guide some magical matter of the water. This matter was so heavy and firm that nothing could damage it. Such strange and yet powerful matter was the extraordinary feature of Bai Tian's water. Each drop of the 10,000 caddies water was small, but as heavy as a mountain. As he could use his god soul to control them, the drops of water had become an intimidating weapon of his, assisting him in bombarding his enemies to death. Under his power, the black beads of the 10,000 caddies moved back and forth in the starry sky, barging into the battleship and war chariots. Those vehicles couldn't endure those drops for even a second. They all exploded. By Roe, Allard, and the warriors under by Tion's command gathered, starting to attack. They put the pirates into a fix. Shortly after, they had killed dozens of pirates. So strong. This is the power at the second sky of original God Realm. Kafue discolored suddenly. We don't have any force to counterattack. Deji, what should we do? Hide. We just need to hide in the Forbidden Land, and we can flee from this dangerous situation. Katuo's face was ferocious, green vessels bulging under his skin like worms. While he didn't notice, his eyes had turned garnet. Tion's realm was much more profound and subtle than his. He had also comprehended some magnificent power of water. Katuo didn't think that he could use his power to resist the 10,000 caddies' water. If he couldn't be an opponent, he could only run away. Seizing the chance when the situation was in chaos, Katuo and Kafue whistled, signaling their team to hurry to get into a forbidden land. Tion's eyes were disdainful. He didn't catch those pirates as he moved to and fro between the fragments of the pirates' war chariots and battleship, as if he was taking a walk in an empty park. He was moving quickly like a fish in water, giving people a feeling that he was swimming in a vast sea, maintaining a deep harmony with his water power Upanishad. Just like a fish wandering in the sea, Tion sometimes extended his hand and shot a stream from his fingertip, blowing off a war chariot that stood on his way. No one had the power to resist him along the way. Even when 10 King God Realm warriors joined hands, they couldn't fight him. He killed them with ease. However, the Tiger Shark war chariots, which weren't considered top quality, often became the fish that escaped the net. Tion didn't attack them. A Tiger Shark war chariot was just 10 meters away from him, but Tion just ignored it. None of the war chariots and battleships that Tion had exploded had bloody slaughterer Katuo's flag. It seemed like he wanted to let them survive. Roe and Allard followed Tion. They were attacking the pirates that they could see. However, they avoided the Tiger Shark war chariots. It wasn't sure if they meant it or not. As long as they were pirates under Katuo's commands, they could run away with ease. Deji, it seems like we're all okay. Do you know Tion? Kafue poured more energy into the war chariot, changing the direction of his chariot and asking with surprise. Katuo didn't know head or tail, shaking his head. No, how could I befriend a character like Tion? Moreover, we're the enemy of the 3 big forces. Tion hasn't shown mercy in treating me because I'm a pirate. How could he know me? Then it's strange. Did you see that? Our people can dodge their attacks easily. Are they so blind that they just simply don't see our pirates? Kafue was suspicious. I don't know, neither. Kafue didn't know the causes. A transparent stream appeared in front of the two. A large amount of steam arose, hindering their visions even though they heard splashing. The Tiger Shark war chariot sank into the stream as if it had fallen into a deep muddy puddle. The war chariot slowed down several times, slowing down from a tiger shark to a turtle. It became sluggish in this stream of water. Not good. They want to capture us. Kafue suddenly got it. He paled and screamed, "Damn it. They want to capture us to track down Feng Ke. I think they have some other plan." Katuo's face darkened. He didn't say anything, but his blood-red eyes were twinkling as if he was weighing pros and cons. At the most critical moment, he was making up his mind. Swoosh! A flow of water sparkled. The stream rippled, and Tion's figure was created inside the water. He was smilingly looking at the two brothers, prying, "How are you guys related to Shurien?" "Why do you ask?" Katuo was surprised. He suddenly realized that his Tiger Shark war chariot was not the only one confined to this stream. His fellows' war chariots were also unable to be moved. They seemed to not be able to break the restraint of this river. "You just need to answer me," Tion frowned. "We work for him." Katuo's head worked fast. A light flashed, and he came up to that answer. Tion's eyes twinkled. He contemplated for a while, then waved his hands. "I'll give him face. You guys say hello to him for me." Okay, go. You can leave now. The power confining them disappeared. That river diverged, releasing the tiger-shark war chariots. The sluggish war chariots roared and soared away. Katua and Kafu flew at max speed with their baffled face. They didn't know why Tion let them go. Master, we can let them go, but shouldn't we have asked them where to find Fonku before they left? Allard approached him. He couldn't help but ask since he didn't know his boss's intentions. If you want to give someone favor, you have to do it completely. Or else, how can we show them how sincere we are? Tion smiled, talking deliberately. We don't need to worry about Fonku. He can't dodge us forever. They are pirates, but why do they work for Shuriyen? Rose bold brows furrowed, asking all of a sudden. We asked Kata to ambush Ziyao that time. Did he join his operation too? Oh, if so, he's too cunning and wicked. If he wanted to deal with Ziyao, she couldn't have a chance to survive in the solar star exploding fragment field. It's because of Shuriyen that Kata aborted the mission, I suppose, Tion explained. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, his assumption was correct. Katua cultivates a special power, Upanishad. I think he will enter the original God realm soon. Once this man crosses that threshold, his achievement in the future would be tremendous. If Shuriyen got him as his subordinate, he would be like a tiger with a pair of wings. His bright future would be immeasurable. Allard and Byro were touched, listening to him. They apparently also thought about that bright point. A giant blood-red chrysalis was floating in a remote area outside the land of God punishment. A group of warriors coming from the Far Star area diverged into two teams. They surrounded the blood pupa. Dozens of warriors in the battleships and war chariots were surprised, looking at the pupa as if they were trying to guess what stayed inside that giant pupa. Those people included a certain person. This person was Nita, master of the 6th herbal star. Chapter 853, Break the Chrysalis. Chapter 853, Break the Chrysalis, _ More than 10 several hundred-meter-long battleships made of brown-gray stones appeared. They looked like mini meteorites that could move. Warriors at relatively high realms stood in each battleship with anchors and some conical war chariots which looked like the shuttles. Alchemist Nita appeared in this team. She was standing respectfully behind a lanky old man. This old man had long white hair draped over his shoulder. He was Tua Hai, one of the 3 general commanders of the Underworld League. He was as famous as Tion. A beautiful girl of the Sea Clan was giggling on another war chariot. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall hanging loose on her plump rear end. Her beautiful, watery eyes had the color of the ocean, which could arouse people and give them some wandering thoughts. She was another general commander of the Underworld League, Monica. She was the enchanting beauty famous in the entire Raging Flame Star area. However, she had some bad habits. Tua Hai and Monica were the general commanders of the Underworld League. However, their forces were a little weaker than Tion's in the Underworld League. Anyway, they were the ones with important roles. As assigned by the hegemon of the Underworld League, they came to the land of God punishment for the star map. When they gathered with Tion, they realized that they must take the star map to expand the territory of the Underworld League. However, as they were halfway to the land of God punishment, they found something strange in this area, a giant blood chrysalis. Surging life energy fluctuated from the blood chrysalis. Under the starlight, it looked like a massive garnet jewel, sparkling in blood-red hue. It looked terrifying somehow. Tua Hai and Monica stood in their battleships, looking at the garnet pupa from a distance, their faces solemn. They could sense that a life was transforming inside the garnet chrysalis. However, with their realms and cultivation base, they couldn't see through that blood chrysalis to see its inside. As they didn't know who or what was in the chrysalis, they hesitated, thinking about what they should do. The land of God punishment had many mysteries that no one could explain. Even Tua Hai and Monica, the great valiant experts of the Underworld League, had to be cautious in this area. Moreover, before they departed, they had received the news of an intimidating hermit staying in the land of God punishment who dared to kill Fan, his brother. After that, they planned to never act recklessly. Tuahai, what do you think? Monica giggled. Her voice seemed to have enchanting powers that aroused men who listened to her. They blushed, having a physiological reaction. They were in the back area of the land of God punishment, while a furious war was occurring in the front. However, since it was a vast area, they couldn't feel the war on the other side. What do I think? The slender, white-headed old man frowned. I don't want to waste my time. Kill him, or just leave. You can sense the war ahead. The land of God punishment is about to go through great change. Do you want to stay here and wait for him to get out of that thing? You're the big brother. I listen to you. We will do as we're told. Monica's slim eyebrows convulsed. She smiled with passion in her eyes, as if she was acting spoiled for her lover. Warriors from different races in more than 10 battleships became aroused, looking at her as though they hated that they couldn't swallow her up at once. Each time she frowned or smiled, she released an endless charm that made her look like a ripe, succulent peach. She was magnificently attractive to men. Moreover, she seemed to be good at seducing men. Each word of hers was so inviting that it made people crazy. You shouldn't use that posture. Tuahai snorted. I don't want to waste time. Send someone there to break that bloody thing. Let's see what is ahead. He ordered a second sky of King Godrealm warrior behind him to storm into that area using an arm that didn't have flesh or blood. Instead, it only had transparent bones slashing at that blood chrysalis. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Strange sounds arose in the void. White light flashed. His saber-like arm sent out a sharp energy blow. Boom! The saber arm slashed on the blood chrysalis, releasing a blood halo. The chrysalis was shaken. That second sky of King Godrealm warrior felt like a hammer pounded on his chest. The backlash from the blood chrysalis sent him backward. While he was still flying in the void, his chest burst open as his bones exploded. A bloodthirsty, murderous aura shot out from the blood chrysalis together with a frightening energy fluctuation. It was the same amount of power as a first sky of original Godrealm expert. Tuahai and Monica were bewildered, frowning. Seems like that is a tough warrior then. Monica smiled charmingly, clapping her hands. I like it. Interesting. The land of God punishment is really interesting indeed. Just a warrior that we randomly met on the way had such power. I think here, there is more fun than in the place we were supposed to go. Tuahai's face was dark and gloomy. He looked like he was afraid of something. How are you? He looked at the warrior who had just returned. General Commander, that person is powerful and evil. I'm not his opponent. The man lowered his head, giving an embarrassed smile. Send another one. Tuahai nodded, giving another order. A third sky of King Godrealm expert from the Demon Clan, who cultivated metal power, Upanishad, dashed out. A gold light, like a ribbon, shot out from both of his palms. The metal power struck at the red cocoon. Bang! The blood light expanded, suppressing the gold light instantly. The Demon Clan expert couldn't resist that power with his third sky of King Godrealm. He felt like a kite having its line broken. Tuahai discolored. Monica stopped teasing, her beautiful eyes solemn. Boom, boom, boom. The strong rhythm of heartbeat could be heard from the giant blood chrysalis. Gradually, it was broken, turning into garnet dust and scattering. Shurian's brawny, naked body was exposed. His entire body had a red hue that made him look like a boiled shrimp. Each of his muscles was shivering. Blood chi emitted with strong explosive power. Oh wow, a hunky man. Monica was surprised, screaming. Her beautiful eyes twinkled as if she was really interested in this man. She smiled charmingly. Hey, good brother, why did you cultivate here? What's your power, Upanishad? It looks strange. Monica didn't care about what the others thought, flying out of her battleship. The floaty red-orange, silky ribbon hovered around her graceful body, giving her a natural charm of an attractive banshee. OF*CK, that shameless slut. Low woman. She's. Many female warriors of Tuahai's team turn around, not even thinking about seeing Shurian. They gritted their teeth and cursed at Monica. Monica wasn't afraid of them, still smiling like a spring breeze. She looked so excited. Good brother, Come to your sister. I will help you get dressed." Her voice suddenly became soft and low with immense passion. She seemed able to make people sink into her affection and fall under her feet. Yin looked charmed, his eyes hot for a short moment. All of a sudden, a cold current flooded his body. He woke up immediately. He was vigilant in taking out a blue warrior costume to wear. "It's you," Nita shouted hoarsely. "Who? Who is he?" Tuahai frowned, turning around to look at her, his face serious. Yin. He's Yin, the one who attended the extreme purgatory field. He took the star map out of the purgatory star and handed it to Feng Ke. Nita shouted in fear. She had a visible fright on her face. Her impression of Yin was deep, indeed. In that year, after Bai Ro and Allard had taken Yin from the 6th herbal star, Xiao had rescued him not long after that. Allard and Bai Ro had to say sorry to her. From that day, Nita started to pay attention to Yin. After several years, she collected news of Yin in the dark firmament divine nation through her channels. When she knew that Yin's realm had been upgrading abnormally fast, and that Yin was Xiao's subordinate with excellent performances in the dark firmament divine nation, she couldn't sleep or eat well. Of course, she remembered what evil deed she had done on Yin's body. Yin's intimidation scared her. She was afraid that Yin would return to the 6th herbal star to take her life as revenge. When Tuahai invited her to the land of God punishment, she got more news of Yin along the way. The more she knew, the more worried she got. She was afraid that Yin would kill her shortly. Unexpectedly, when they had arrived in the land of God punishment and hadn't yet stepped on the heaven punishment, she had encountered the person she didn't want to see most. Nita had a heavy headache. She hastened to say, "This man can't be recruited. Since he's with the pirates, he doesn't belong with the dark firmament divine nation's forces anymore. We can kill him. We must eradicate this danger." Her words exploded like firecrackers. Tuahai's and Monica's teams became boisterous. They looked at Yin with fear. Many female warriors in their teams, who favored the strong men, had their eyes twinkle. They started to observe him without blinking. Women like strong men, especially the young and famous ones. They were more attracted to such figures. And Yin wasn't an anonymous junior anymore. Because of the star map, his name had been echoed in the entire Raging Flame star area. His relationship with Feng Rao, his battle with Blackhorn, and his performance in the Heaven Punishment just several days ago were spreading out everywhere, touching the hearts of countless women who worshipped the strong and young experts. Seeing Yin at this moment, although he could be their enemy, he still made those girls' hearts beat faster. They all paid attention to him. Chapter 854, Decided but not yet pronounced son-in-law. Chapter 854, Decided but not yet pronounced son-in-law, _ When the name of Yin was announced, warriors under Tuahai's and Monica's commands stirred restlessly. Male warriors felt annoyed, while female warriors were curious. In the eyes of many men, this brat came out from nowhere. He had come to the dark firmament divine nation because of Xiao's glamour. Although his relationship with Xiao was unclear, in the Purgatory Star, he had messed around with Feng Rao, Feng Ke's daughter. His deeds made people hate him. Xiao's was famous in this world, and she was known for her beauty. She was the greatest treasure that every man dreamed of, and the warriors of the Underworld League weren't an exception. Feng Rao was also a famous beauty of the land of God punishment. Yan's relationship with the two most beautiful women displeased many men. However, in the eyes of those women, it was totally different. They respected the strong experts, especially the young and handsome ones. They couldn't control their hearts when they heard about such brilliant men. Those women had a different perspective about the shady love triangle between Yin, Xiao, and Feng Rao. Even Xiao and Feng Rao, the ones with keen eyes, had feelings towards this man. This meant that he had something extraordinary. Such were women's thoughts. If I can conquer this man and make him kneel under me, wouldn't it be an indirect way of showing that I'm more charming than Xiao and Feng Rao? In any case, Yin was really excellent and good-looking. They've seen his competence. It was extreme indeed. Thus, many mild ladies of the underworld league, whether they were reserved, dignified, or elegantly hot, they were all interested in Yin. They smiled, giggling, and staring at Yin. Among them, the General Commander Monica had the greatest interest. This bad woman always liked the young hotshots in the Raging Flame Star area. She was enthusiastic about this trip because she also wanted to see how dangerous Yin was. Now that she finally saw him, she couldn't hide her excitement. Good brother, you are Yin? Good. I like people like you. Come here, come here. Come to your sister. If that old man Tall High wants to deal with you, I won't let him do that. Monica smiled charmingly. She forgot what she had just said, indicating that she wanted to stay on the opposite side of Tual High. She was inexplicable indeed. This woman was more famous for her mentality than her beauty. When she saw her masculine prey, she became strange and unreasonable. Sometimes, she would even destroy their big business. Before Tual High had come to the land of God punishment, his biggest concern was her mentality and her odd behaviors. He didn't think that she would burst out that fast. He grimaced and shouted, "Don't forget our purpose." I didn't. The star map, right? This will not conflict. Our good little brother here knows that the star map is in Fong Ku's hands. He will help us. Monica's white hands waved at Yin. She smiled, asking Yin to come closer. Yin's face was cold. He stared at her, but he didn't move. He was looking at Nita from a distance. This alchemist from the 6th herbal star had planted pellets inside his body, making him a human body cauldron. She was a cruel person. Of course, Yin wouldn't forget this grudge. Seeing her today, he had a thought. Seeing that Yin was not looking at Monica with her seducing and inviting bearings and looking at old granny alchemist Nita instead, the others were baffled. Ah, he styles. This kid has a special fetish. Ah, he likes the old bones. Interesting. This is F***King interesting. Well, Nita's disgraceful behaviors make me sick. I didn't think that he likes this type. His taste is a little heavy, isn't it? Extremely heavy indeed. Many perverted warriors became excited, shouting a lot of vulgar comments. Nita was shaking in anger. She almost vomited blood. You fools! Shut up. What a pity. Neither her realm nor her status was high enough for her voice to make an impact here. Those people didn't care about her words and instead gave more rude comments. Nita was so angry she almost started to attack them. Yin, on the opposite side, didn't change his face. He looked at Nita distantly, giving a faint smile. Long time no see. Do you think that you will get your revenge here? Master Tual High has invited me. What do you think you can do? Nita straightened her back under his cold, scrutinizing eyes. She wanted to use Tual High's name not to make herself look too frightened. Capture him. Tual High snorted and looked at Monica. You do it, or I will do it myself. This kid must be kept alive. Capture? No. Too impolite. I want to talk to my good little brother. I think he has been affected by bad rumors. That's why he doesn't look at me. Let me talk to him. He'll figure it out. Monica flew charmingly and honestly. Her deep blue eyes were filled with her affection. A magical power Upanishad was triggered discreetly. Slosh, slosh, slosh. The sound of water splashing arose. A long river that looked like a silver, silky ribbon swept over from far distance. Bai Tian appeared from the river. He shouted, Monica, what are you doing? Monica's ambiguous intent domain was destroyed when the man shouted. Yin was restored from his perplexed condition a second time. Recently, the ice-cold flame had used its cold energy, but it couldn't wake him up. Monica's magical intent domain seemed to be able to run directly into people's heart. Yin couldn't control his consciousness. He just listened to her arrangement. This is a rare mind power Upanishad. Yin suddenly understood. He then looked at Monica with fear in his eyes. Mind power Upanishad was one of the countless powers Upanishad in earth and heaven. It was a very magical one that required more than just cultivation to get into the track. Normally, a warrior that could make mind power Upanishad his main power and create the soul altar, was innately talented. They were born with the gift of mind reading. It was similar to martial spirit. Only people with such gifted talent could cultivate the mind power Upanishad and create the soul altar. With only their efforts, it was really hard to achieve great things on cultivating mind Upanishad. Monica was a gifted and talented individual in cultivating mind Upanishad. Each of her words, or even her frowns or facial expressions, could affect people's mind and control them. The moment Shi Yin had emerged from his chrysalis, she had used her mind power Upanishad to erode Shi Yan's will. However, she was careless since she had underestimated him. When the ice-cold flame helped him out of his enchanted state, Monica noticed, and she released her mind power Upanishad. She was at the second sky of original God realm, like Bai Tian. When she urged the power of the mind Upanishad, the ice-cold flame couldn't do anything. If Bai Tian didn't come in time to break her ambiguous power, Shi Yin wouldn't have woken himself up. He would have been dull and controlled and would have become her new fancy cougar cub. Monica wasn't enraged when her intent domain was broken. Instead, she laughed cheerily. Bai Tian Ji, why are you here? What happened? Why are you in a rush? Is he your son-in-law? Yeah, you're right. Shi Yan's my decided, but not yet pronounced son-in-law. Bai Tian grinned when he admitted this. As soon as he agrees, I will let my daughter marry him. I won't change my word. Hearing him, everybody else was stunned. Many men jerked as if were hit at their Achilles' heel, screaming and yelling. Sir Bai Tian, who is that brat? How could he be eligible to marry young Lady Bai Ro? Absolutely not. Lady Bai Ro is a noble person. How could she marry a son of bitch who came from nowhere like him? Master Bai Tian, are you kidding? I can't believe it. Everybody expressed their objections. Different from Ziyao and Feng Rao, Bai Ro was a true beauty of the Underworld League. She had a huge fan base and countless flower guards. She was the beauty in the dreams of many young warriors in the Underworld League. Ziyao, Feng Rao, and Shi Yin had something related. They could endure that. But Bai Ro was the goddess of the Underworld League. They couldn't accept that she had to marry Shi Yin. This was naked vandalism to their fragile hearts. However, it stirred up the girls of the Underworld League. They were now even more interested in Shi Yin. They started to discuss boisterously and stared at Shi Yin with hot eyes. Some gathered their guts and threw him inviting eyes, trying to pose their charming and graceful figures. This irritated people further. They hated that they couldn't tell Shi Yin off. Bai Tian Daiji, you're kidding, right? Monica was startled, her face disbelieving. Everybody knew how much Bai Tian loved his daughter. He cherished her like a treasure. How could he let Bai Ro marry a man of unknown origin? That man even had some affairs with other women. He didn't have a good reputation here. Should Bai Tian sacrifice his daughter's life like that? Monica didn't believe it. Tuahai didn't believe it either. He darkened his face. Bai Tian, what are you doing? I'm dead serious. I'm not kidding. I have decided that Shi Yin is mine. He is my decided but not yet pronounced son-in-law. You should stop calculating your chances with him. Otherwise, don't blame me when I turn my back on you all. Snorted Bai Tian. Monica, Tuahai, and the other warriors discolored. The three general commanders of the Underworld League also had a secret ranking based on personal competence and forces. Bai Tian was the strongest. He led the three general commanders. Tuahai ranked behind him, and Monica was third. In the Underworld League, Bai Tian's power and force were almost equal to the hegemon. He was just under one person, but above the tens of thousands else. His resolution made Tuahai and Monica afraid. They became solemn and gloomy. As Tuahai's and Monica's subordinates saw Bai Tian being serious about this, they didn't dare to discuss more. It was only because Bai Tian was so strong, much stronger than their leaders. Thus, even if they didn't want it, they could only press their hatred and resentment down. Congratulations. You've reached the third sky of King God Realm. You did it again. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Bai Tian turned around, looking at Shi Yin. He also couldn't hide his fear. Listening to him, People were shaken again. They now knew that Shi Yin had reached another level from his second sky of King God Realm. Shi Yin had only the second sky of King God Realm several months ago when he battled Blackhorn. Since people kept an eye on him, they all knew that. At that moment, he was able to resist Blackhorn at the peak of King God Realm. And today, he was at the third sky of King God Realm. Could he be able to resist the original God Realm warriors? People got frightened. Chapter 855, Face-to-Face Killing. Chapter 855, Face-to-Face Killing, _. The three general commanders of the Underworld League had gathered in the back of the land of God Punishment. They came here for the star map. Sure, Yin was sandwiched. He didn't show that he was scared or fluttered. He just looked at Nita with his cold and wicked eyes. Although Monica used her mind power Upanishad, she couldn't enchant Shi Yin. Even after seeing that Bai Tian want to protect him, she couldn't understand Bai Tian's true motive. Bai Tian, what do you want? He isn't from our Underworld League. He gangs up with pirates and has an ambiguous relationship with the Dark Firmament Divine Nation. Do you really want to protect him? Tuahai's visage was dark and gloom. He was filled with anger. Before coming here, our hegemon has asked us to make the star map our top priority. Anything else shouldn't be a real concern. Do you want to go against what he asked? We must continue trying to take the star map. But I also want to protect Shi Yin. He doesn't have the star map, so it won't conflict. Bai Tian snorted. He seemed to not be afraid of the hegemon of the Underworld League. Ao Guduo and Li Yufeng are chasing after Feng Ku on the other side. You can go there. I'm not going to hinder you guys. The pirates are running from the land of God Punishment. Monica's eyes brightened. So we can attack them as we please? We don't need to be afraid of the hermit anymore. That person hasn't attacked yet. I think he only cares about what happens inside the Heaven Punishment City. Once they leave the city, he won't care anymore. Nodded Bai Tian. Tuahai and Monica's looks changed as they listened to Bai Tian. They wanted to join the war on the other side. Nita, I will kill you sooner or later. I will kill you. Sure, Yin suddenly extended his arm, pointing at one of the alchemists. I will let you live longer. If you dare come to the land of God Punishment, expect to meet me here. I won't let you leave alive. Nita's wrinkled face was shaken. She was scared out of her wits. She looked at Tuahai. Your tone is wildly arrogant. I do want to see you try and kill Nita. Tuahai snorted and rolled his eyes at Bai Tian, his face dark and harsh. I invited Nita here. If the boy you're protecting wants to act rashly, you shouldn't blame me for not agreeing to your request. I will kill him myself. Bai Tian, you and I are the members of the Underworld League. You won't go against the hegemon for this kid, will you? Monica smiled charmingly, exchanging looks with Tuahai. They seemed to share a tacit understanding. Being the general commanders of the Underworld League, although Bai Tian was a little stronger than the other two, he still had his own limits. If they fought one-on-one, Bai Tian wasn't afraid of them. But since Tuahai and Monica were one team, it would be tough to deal with both of them. Seeing Tuahai and Monica have the same intentions, Bai Tian got a headache. The other reason here was that until this moment, he couldn't confirm Shi Yan's stance on this yet. He didn't know whether Shi Yan agreed with him or not. If Shi Yan agreed to come to the matrimony with Bai Rou, his daughter, he could fight the other two to protect him at any cost. But if Shi Yan didn't want it, then he would be protecting the kid for no reward. People would laugh at his face, wouldn't they? It's my business. I will handle on my own. I won't disturb you. Master Bai Tian, Shi Yan beamed a faint smile, then said calmly, Thank you for helping me, Precursor Bai Tian. However, I'm not planning to get married for the time being. Please pardon me. Bai Tian frowned. SSSSSS. All of a sudden, a strange silver flame ignited on Shi Yan's fingertip. A lightning strike struck across space. A narrow space slit appeared in front of him with dazzling five-colored light sparkling inside. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ear-piercing hissing echoed in the crowd. The dreadful scream was like the crying of ghosts. It was part of the intent domain that could enchant people. Not good. Monica's pupils shrank. She couldn't help but yell, her eyes gazing at Nita's direction. Tuahai also realized something. His face changed as he gathered his energy. Swish! A pale light flashed at Nita's neck. Blood spurted from the cut in her wrinkled back. Boom, boom. Two more white gusts flashed. Nita's head and heart exploded instantly. Her soul, altar, and god body were also destroyed by three pale lights shortly after that. Blood showered like rain. The master of the sixth herbal star, the divine grade alchemist of the Underworld League, had been killed abruptly. She didn't even have a chance to defend herself. Usually, alchemists weren't good at fighting, especially when facing a ruthless and strange warrior like Shurian. Nita perished shortly after, as the three bone thorns added with space power had destroyed her god body and soul altar. Although they had the second sky of original god realm, Tuahai and Monica didn't have enough time to prepare. When they found that something was wrong, Nita was already dead. There was no chance to save her. She almost killed me that year. I killed her today to take my revenge, Shurian shouted. While he was still talking, he jumped into a space slit. Tuahai and Monica immediately used their powers. However, when they finally mobilized their energy, Shurian disappeared into the space slit. His aura vanished into thin air. That space slit closed slowly, leaving no trace. The hustle and bustle of the place became so quiet that people would have been able to hear the sound of needles dropping. A third sky of King God Realm had killed Nita in front of the three general commanders of the Underworld League. He killed Nita and escaped with ease. People sank into an insane fear. They couldn't react. He feared nothing, deliberately performing his deed and running away easily in front of so many people. This subdued everyone completely. At this moment, people suddenly realized that what Tuahai and Monica had said was a joke. The two of them wanted to suppress Baition and seize that chance to deal with Shurian. In their eyes, Shurian could never create any threat. They thought that especially in this circumstance, Baition would be the troublemaker. However, Shurian killed Nita in front of them before they could react. Then he used the space slit to escape instantly. Simply put, Shurian didn't care about them at all. What was that about having a profound realm? I wouldn't fight you face to face and hide if our realms were more similar. When our realms are the same, I will come back to slaughter you. What will you do then? Tuahai and Monica grimaced. This was naked humiliation. I think. He doesn't need my protection. What do you say? Baition was also surprised. Then he forced a smile, shaking his head and exclaiming secretly. Nita's corpse had no beam of life aura. It fell in the bloody puddle not far from Tuahai. Tuahai was at the second sky of original God Realm, but he couldn't react timely because Shurian had fooled him by saying he wouldn't let Nita leave the land of God punishment alive. He said that he would kill her sooner or later. Sooner or later. Sooner or later. Tuahai didn't recognize that Shurian's sooner or later means a moment later. He didn't take Shurian's feature of taking revenge for the smallest grudge or his bizarre space power into account. Thus, he didn't do anything to protect Nita. When Shurian activated his space power and maneuvered the bone thorns, Tuahai couldn't do anything to stop them, which contributed to Nita's death. He's tougher than before. I believe that if we meet him a second time, perhaps he will no longer be your rival. However, if he wants to leave, you guys can't stop him, said Baition after contemplating for a while. I'm going to the war on the other side of the land of God punishment. What about you? You're familiar with this area. We will follow you. Monica wore a bitter face. This was the first time she tasted failure. However, deep inside her heart, she was really interested in Shurian. The sweet words she had told were just her usual tricks. It wasn't different for different guys. She actually didn't want to put them in her heart. However, facing an obstacle this time, her interest was aroused. She thought that the land of God punishment would be a fun place this time. All right, follow me. With you here, the possibility to get the star map increased. Baition took a deep breath and flew toward the main front of the land of God punishment. Another remote corner of the land of God punishment. A space slit cracked in the voice, and Shurian got out from that slit. His improved realm, his unceasingly increasing energy, and his understanding of space power Upanishad allowed him to gain a deeper knowledge of his powers. Tearing the void to build a short space passage wasn't a hard task for him now. Having this magical escaping trick, he believed that even if he couldn't use his powers to resist the strong experts, he could still attempt to flee away deliberately. As long as his space power wasn't restrained, he could always tear space to create space passages that could cross billions of miles in a blink. Protruding from the space slit, Shurian lifted up his head to watch the galaxy above his head where the battle was furious. Aogu Duo's and Li Yufeng's teams were chasing after the pirates. Shurian knew Bai Tian, Monica, and Tuo Hai would arrive shortly and join this war. His soul altar flickered. He navigated and grinned before flying toward a forbidden land. There were so many forbidden lands outside the land of God punishment. The forbidden lands were also star areas with hidden dangers. Some had disorderly energy. Some had so many barriers and restrictions that even the original God Realm warriors couldn't get through. The pirates took risks and flew out of the land of God punishment because they were confident of their understanding of the situations of the forbidden lands. Shurian had a beam of Ka Tuo's original soul in his God soul. As soon as his thought flickered, he could use that original soul to connect and trace down Ka Tuo. Following that connection, he maneuvered, crossing the group of people fighting each other. His figure moved further, leaving the land of God punishment, flying toward the forbidden land where Ka Tuo was hiding. Space energy fluctuated clearly wherever he passed by. His god body swayed between the space slits. He looked relaxed, but he was actually moving faster than lightning. This was the unique moving method of warriors who cultivated space power. Also, it was acknowledged as the fastest moving method among the other powers. Not long afterward, he entered a layer of thick white mist. He accelerated, and his vision suddenly brightened as he had entered Ka Tuo's forbidden land. Chapter 856, The Wondrous Forbidden Land. Chapter 856, The Wondrous Forbidden Land. Underscore. This forbidden land looked wondrous. It had mountains, lakes, ponds, ruins of palaces, and withered dried trees and foliage. However, everything was floating in the gloomy air. Shurian couldn't see the sun, moon, or stars. Perhaps the thick mist layer hindered him from viewing them at all. Shurian saw 3 massive mountains in the star area in front of him. They were cut flat, floating in the void. There were some ruins of shabby and tattered palaces. There was no life energy fluctuation on these mountains. There were only some gray, withered trees and bushes. The 3 massive mountains looked more like 3 whole continents. Behind them was an immense ocean, which also floated in the air. Some islets were scattered here and there in the ocean. The area further behind the small islands were shrouded in gray mist. Shurian couldn't see what was there. Whether it was the grand mountain, the vast sea, or the void, barriers were set up that restricted and protected the areas. Some were natural, but others had the touch of humans. Shurian stood behind a mountain and watched the scenery, his face solemn. It was because he could feel a formidable energy in the ravines between the 3 big mountains. It seemed like an invisible barrier existed. Anyway, Ka Tuo's aura was reported from one of the islets in the ocean behind the mountains. Frowning, Shurian didn't linger any longer. He flew toward the ravines behind the 3 mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Countless lightning strikes shot out from the sky, weaving into a thick mesh of electronic nets. The thunder boomed ear-piercingly, continually exploding. Countless electricity strikes like snakes and barriers entangled as if they wanted to crush his god body shortly. Get out here. Slightly discolored, Shurian sent a flow of his soul consciousness into the heaven flame soul altar. The world-extinguishing thunder flame flashed, releasing the fierce lightning magnetic field in front of Shurian's chest. Lightning strikes covered the sky, but the world-extinguishing thunder flame guided them, changing their directions. They went past Shurian, shooting to a place far behind his back. What's going on? Shurian asked the world-extinguishing thunder flame. The natural earth and heaven magnetic field here is influenced by an intent domain and remnant of unknown energy. I can't absorb them. I can only deviate them. The world-extinguishing thunder flame seemed to be shaken. It continued with regret. It's a pity that the lightning has so many dregs. Otherwise, I would be able to absorb them. If I could take them in, I can ascend one level. It's so unfortunate, really. Okay, control the lightning strikes. I want to get through this place. Sending his thoughts and looking at the world-extinguishing thunder flame release his unique aura to deviate the lightning strikes attacking him. Shurian immediately jumped into the lightning net, gliding through the gorge between the mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Another horrifying tremor appeared near him. A purple lightning strike struck from the sky. When it was about to reach his head, it missed and struck the place behind him. That purple lightning wasn't similar to the lightning he had survived from the beginning. It aimed at his soul altar. It seemed like the lightning was specialized in breaking God's soul. At the moment the purple lightning appeared, Shurian's God's soul trembled anxiously. So scary. The world-extinguishing thunder flame was also scared. That lightning strike is the soul-destroying one. Any life with soul consciousness will become its target if it comes near. You're lucky that you have me. Otherwise, your God soul wouldn't be able to resist it. It could burn your God soul directly. Listening to him, Shurian's face got colder and he felt a chill all over his body. It was true that the Forbidden Lands and the land of God punishment had layers upon layers of dangers. It wasn't a surprise as to why the three big forces couldn't clean up the pirates. Quite the contrary, they had to bear great losses. The pirates stood for so many years. Besides Phalan's protection and the heaven punishment, they had depended on countless barriers and restrictions around the place to survive. They were familiar with those forbidden areas. After years of exploring, they knew the characteristics of those places and made them their shelters. The three big forces were not used to these places. If they made even a mistake, the magical power of the Forbidden Lands could kill even original God Realm experts. This was also the reason why many madmen and thugs in the Raging Flamestar area would come to the land of God punishment after committing so many crimes. As long as they hid in those restricted areas, others wouldn't be able to use soul consciousness to sense them. Entering those places was like joining a vast maze. Besides just being unable to finding their target, they would end up caught within some barrier for a long time. It wasn't worth it. Be careful. This place is really strange. Man-made and natural barriers are everywhere. If you fell in there, I can help you with lightning power. But if it's another kind of power, even if I want to help you, I can't do anything, reminded the world-extinguishing thunderflame. After landing on Shurian's Heaven Flame Soul altar, this flame had settled down. It became content with his lot as he had received many benefits from Shurian. It didn't yell or scream to ask it to leave anymore. Through Shurian's soul care, it had many good benefits. The energy overflowing when Shurian devoured the soul altar had given the Heaven Flames many good benefits. Some of them had reached the next level. Going with Shurian, it didn't need to worry about being absorbed. It could also have the chance to use Shurian's energy to improve and ascend to another high level. What else should it make a fuss about? As it had no knot in his soul, the world-extinguishing thunderflame considered the Heaven Flame Soul altar its dwelling place. Naturally, it would assist Shurian honestly, as it didn't want to see the man encountering bad situations. Okay, I know what to do. Shurian nodded, sending his thoughts to the flame. After he had glided through the lightning net, he let the world-extinguishing thunder flame return to the Heaven Flame Soul altar. Crossing three big mountains, Shurian came to a vast sea. He watched the islands and islets hover in the sea in front of him. The sea was floating in the air while the small islands were moving in the sea. Looking at them, Shurian suddenly thought that he had just returned to the endless sea. He had a vague nostalgia. However, when he thought this, a magical grief intent domain arose instantaneously from behind a mountain and ran directly into his soul altar, flooding his sea of consciousness and sinking him into sorrow. His strong willpower became soft. His ability to move his body became stagnant. He felt so tired that he wanted to rest here and never move again. An extremely cold current poured onto his body from his head, flooding his sea of consciousness. The icy cold feeling arose from the bottom of his heart, waking his failed will. He looked at the mountain behind him with fright. Divine light sparkled in his eyes as he looked at a ruin of a palace on that mountain. He found a broken, massive formation. The sorrowful intent domain came from that shabby formation, affecting his will and mind. He suddenly felt an unknown fear towards the forbidden lands of the land of God punishment. It wasn't 15 minutes since he had arrived here, and he had almost lost his mind already. It was very frightening. It wasn't luck that the pirates were able to remain firm for tens of thousands of years in the raging Flame Star area. The Forbidden Lands were their valuable resources to fight the three big forces. If Fonku's pirates could find a new star area with the star map, collect countless kinds of materials in huge quantities and around 10 more life stars, it was possible that those Forbidden Lands would become Fonku's pirates' natural defense. So even if the three big forces sent more hotshots, if they weren't familiar with the dangers of the perilous Forbidden Lands, they would be killed or damaged badly. They would no longer be threats to the pirates anymore. Developing ideas from this, Shi Yin believed that the pirates could use the new star area to improve themselves and become the strongest force of the raging Flame Star area. Then, they wouldn't be afraid of the three big forces anymore. Taking a deep breath, Shi Yin pressed down the idea of changing his direction to sense the ruined formation with the nostalgia intent domain. He continued to move towards the islet in front of him. His god soul targeted and focused on Ka-Tuo's location. That grief intent domain could be the will generated from the power Upanishad of a deceased warrior. While he had heard about it before, he had never encountered one. Shi Yin was curious. To a warrior with a profound realm, when his god body and soul altar were destroyed, it was possible to transform his god domain. At that time, his power Upanishad could be preserved in the form of an intent domain. If someone with the same power Upanishad as him came, he could find the area where the late warrior was buried and learn his intent domain to refine and upgrade his power Upanishad. Understanding the power, furthermore, would allow him to break through soon. However, none of Shi Yin's powers Upanishad could combine with this grief power Upanishad. So he didn't change his journey to come and learn. While flying towards the sea in front of him, Shi Yin understood something, his eyes sparkling with strange light. He suddenly recognized that the barriers protecting the forbidden lands around the land of God punishment hid many big secrets. This place consisted of shattered mountains, abandoned lakes, ruins of palaces, intent domain generated by God domain of deceased warriors, man-made and natural barriers. This place shouldn't be remote and isolated. It should be a busy place packed with experts. With this thought, Shi Yin observed the Forbidden Land again. Seeing the many strange things and their statuses, he had an answer for himself. A long, long time ago, those mountains, lakes, and ruins should have belonged to one or more continents. After the continents exploded, the fragments created the current scenery. There should have been many experts who could build barriers and restrictions on the continents. When the continents exploded, the barriers and restricted were also fragmented and scattered in the immense starry sky of the land of God punishment. The continents that exploded with its many mountains, lakes, and palaces were protected by barriers and the intent domain created by God domain of the deceased experts. Which level was this life star before it got burst apart? How prosperous and luxurious did it used to be? How many mysterious experts did it used to have? Shi Yin frowned as he asked himself these questions. He was amazed. He suddenly felt that he would encounter many magical things in the forbidden lands of the land of God punishment. Chapter 857. I think I can destroy you now. Chapter 857. I think I can destroy you now. _ It was much smoother entering the sea. Shi Yin didn't encounter any enemies. He continued to fly quickly. After an hour, He landed on islet. The land of this islet had dark brown soil. Giant, withered trees were everywhere. The terrain was rough with many deep cracks. Situated in the middle of the islet was a relatively flat area. Ka-Tuo's tiger shark war chariots were parked there. Shi arrived, releasing his soul consciousness. Ka-Tuo felt his presence immediately. Senior, Ka-Tuo raised his voice and called for Shi from a tiger shark chariot. There were more than 10 war chariots parked there. The crews were all part of Ka-Tuo's entourage. Most of them were warriors at the King God realm and True God realm. They were not exactly the most capable warriors. More than 200 warriors under Ka-Tuo's commands curiously watched Shi. They all stared at him as they had always wondered how the prodigy, whose fame had accelerated in the Heaven Punishment City, looked like. Ka-Tuo and Ka-Fu welcomed him happily. How did you get here? I sense the movement of your power, Upanishad. Shi fabricated an excuse. He landed next to Ka-Tuo, observing his warriors and smiling. They're your brothers, right? Ka-Tuo nodded, his face embarrassed. Among the pirates around the land of God punishment, I'm not really strong. I don't have many members in my organization. Not many of them have a profound realm. It's shameful, really. When a leader was under the original God realm, it would be hard to recruit high realm warriors. Ka-Tuo was one level lower than Barrett, Jiannong, and Russell. Among the other third sky of King God realm leaders, he was only a little more famous. Strong experts like Feng had around 1,000 subordinates. Most of them were at the King God realm. It was rare to see true God realm warriors in their crews. And because Ka-Tuo had only the third sky of King God realm cultivation base, his crew consisted of many true God realm warriors. Naturally, his force consisted of weaker soldiers than that of Feng, Ku, and Barrett. It won't be like this in the future. I believe in your competence. As soon as you break into the original God realm, your force will leap and surpass the forces of Barrett, Jiannong, and Russell, consoled Shi. Yeah, I think I'm about to surpass the bottleneck. My God soul had strange fluctuations recently. I think I just need a marvelous encounter to cross that threshold, said Ka-Tuo excitedly. Having the complete power Upanishad inheritance, Ka-Tuo had been wholeheartedly cultivating lately. He had to make some progress. He was at the peak of King God realm. When his power Upanishad enhanced, it was natural to advance soon after. However, the chance to break through was hard to meet. Rarely, it was just a step away so that the warrior could break through almost instantly. But most of the time, it came very slowly and could take 100 years. When we got out of the Heaven Punishment City, Baition of the Underworld League chased after us. Most of the people who came with us were killed, but Baition spared us. He asked me to send his regard to you. Ka-Tuo suddenly remembered this event and asked Shi suspiciously, Do you have any relationship with Baition? Oh yeah, just consider it like that. I didn't expect that man to care. Okay, I remember it. Shi was surprised. Shi didn't expect that Baition would show him his goodwill that way. To recruit Shi, he didn't just agree to let his daughter marry him. He also gave him face. For Shi, he had spared Ka-Tuo's crew. Although this man wasn't as strong as the hegemon of the Underworld League, his schemeful and clever nature made him a powerful person that should never be underestimated. I broke through the new realm. Shi pondered for a while, then grinned. With his understanding of star power Upanishad, he broke the chrysalis and condensed many drops of immortal demon blood. He was near the moment of replacing his blood with the immortal demon blood. Entering the third sky of King God realm, his god body had refined the second time and reached a level he never imagined of achieving. In the moment of his breakthrough, he felt his immortal martial spirit and the petrification martial spirit undergo a complex transformation. He believed that his body was super strong with a marvelous recovery ability. He was capable of using powers to resist any expert at the first sky of original God realm. Using his powers to release 3 powers Upanishad would allow his fighting competence to leap to a formidable level. Ka-Tuo and Ka-Fu's eyes brightened. I think that if I meet Barrett and I have to risk my life by fighting him, The one who has to run for his life won't be me, said Shurian affirmatively. Katoa and Kafu were very happy. Where will you meet Fonko? It's a little further away from this place. It's also a forbidden land. It's more dangerous than this place. People who don't know that place, but attempt to intrude, can hardly get out alive. Our pirates had to pay a lot of lives to explore that area. What happened to the barriers and restrictions in this area? Why do I have a feeling that they are fragments of an ancient continent? Is it true that the land of God punishment used to have many stars around? A life star, perhaps? Senior, how did you know that? I guessed. Although those mountains, lakes, and islands are detached, they used to belong to a star. There are rumors about it. Just like what you said, the area around the land of God punishment used to be bustling. It had a tremendously massive life star at a pretty high level. It had invincible experts that guarded the area. However, it is unknown why it exploded. The lands on the life star were detached, creating many fragments that hovered around the land of God punishment. Many warriors died. Many secrets were buried. Many mysterious areas are vast lands that float around the land of God punishment. The pirates haven't explored all of them, explained Ka. Shurian listened to him and nodded. I see. We should go to the gathering point to meet Fonko. Brother, come with me. I know this place. We won't be in danger, said Katoa smilingly. Okay. Then, Shurian, Katoa, and Kafu sat in the same war chariot. They moved quickly, crossing the immense ocean and gliding above many islets. After a while, they entered a thick misty area with the wind howling violently, which implied some invisible dangers. Katoa knew this place well. His tiger shark war chariot maneuvered around, not moving in a straight direction. The war chariots seemed like it was dodging all the hidden dangers. They had crossed the foggy area safely. They now entered another forbidden area. In this area, Shurian couldn't do anything to help them. He was also lazy to put in some effort, so he let Katoa arrange everything. After 5 days of flying, they had crossed many perilous areas with thick barriers and restrictions to land on another forbidden area where they had planned to meet up with Fonku. It was a floating mountain range covered by a furious thunderstorm. This kind of natural energy had the potential to kill everything that passed through. When Shurian's team arrived, they saw many battleships and war chariots harbored inside the mountain range. They saw the pirate flags of Russell and Barrett together with some smaller forces. However, they didn't know why Fonku and Jianon weren't there yet. The Tiger Shark war chariots found their parking places. Not long afterward, Shurian saw Barrett, Russell, and Jester the Alchemist. These three original God Realm experts were discussing something. Seeing him, they frowned and approached. Barrett wore a dark expression. Seeing Shurian, his anger rose immediately. He shouted, "Boy, why are you here? Are you a pirate? Why do you have to come here?" Blackhorn and some other third sky of King Godrealm arrived. They were equipped with heavy armor. Murderous intentions arose as they grinned fiendishly. Shurian was cold and calm, looking at Barrett's team. He said oddly, "I brought the star map to the Heaven Punishment City. If we're talking about what rights I have, who can properly judge, then I can't join this expedition." "Huh, without my star map, you guys wouldn't even have the chance to be in this position." Barrett snorted. "Kid, you have someone in the Heaven Punishment City looking after your back. In this place, let's see who dares to stop me from killing you." "You want to kill me?" Shurian laughed maniacally. Barrett, since you couldn't kill me in the Heaven Punishment City last time, you're never going to have that chance for the rest of your life. I'm here. Let's see who will die first." As soon as he finished, a bloodthirsty and ruthless aura shot out from behind his head. He used the Dead Upanishad to expand the God domain. Negative moods swarmed over like the crying and wailing of ghosts. Emotions of cruelty, desperation, craziness, and hatred gushed out as if they wanted to destroy the fighting will of everybody. Inside the God domain, Shurian's face was still cold and calm. His eyes sparkled brutally as he said, "Barrett, try to defeat me." Third sky of King Godrealm. Russell and Jester acclaimed in unison. "Hey, Barrett, you should stop for now. It's not that I don't appreciate your effort. I just don't think that you can kill him." Russell was astounded for a moment. He beamed a forced smile, trying to advise Barrett, "Don't mess up. It's not worth it if both of you guys got hurt. You guys are fighting over just a woman. Don't risk your lives. Moreover, Feng Rao has given her decision. You lost the game. Let go. You can't kill him." Jester also stopped him. Right when Shi Yan released his power, Ka Tuo, Ka Fu, and their men came closer and put up guard against the experts of Barrett's crew. More pirates from other organizations gathered and advised Barrett not to take action. "Do you think that you can resist me at the original God Realm just because you got the third sky of King God Realm?" Barrett was hot-tempered. Flames burst out of his body, floating in the air. A sea of fire was formed behind him as he walked toward Shi Yan. "It's not just resisting." Shi Yan looked at him seriously, shaking his head. I can destroy you." Everybody else discolored. Barrett halted his steps. Right at this moment, Shi Yan suddenly stormed over. He took action first. His hands tore the void, and starlight ribbons bloomed out. It created a massive, glorious sword with stars moving on its blade that hid the mysteries of the infinite sky. Hisses. At the moment the massive starlight was formed, the ear-piercing noise of hissing also arose. The shockwaves struck people's eardrums, but they didn't know the locations of the three bone thorns. Chapter 858, Inextinguishable Starlight. Chapter 858, Inextinguishable Starlight, _ The glorious, starry sky hid the mysteries of stars moving on that starlight sword. Stardots twinkled dazzlingly. Sizzle, sizzle. The giant starlight sword sprinkled starlight everywhere in the sky. It seemed like the sword was carrying the entire galaxy in it. Countless stars were moving, creating a blinding starry sea that shrouded Barrett. Chains flew out from Shi Yan's fingers. They looked like they were made of stars with the marvelous restraining power of the star intent domain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The grating sounds of the three bone thorns continued to tear the wind. They drew three space slits that naked eyes couldn't see. These slits surrounded Barrett. Starlight shot out from Shi Yan's pupils. He seemed to become an unbreakable star that couldn't be broken in outer space. The unyielding willpower and energy of his realm were emitted. Many pirates were frightened. At the moment Shi Yan released his powers, they suddenly felt that the land was tiny compared to the inextinguishable starry sky. Nobody dared to interfere. The original God Realm warriors like Russell and Jester backed off instinctively. They were making room for the battle between Shi Yan and Barrett. Barrett's subordinates didn't join the battle. They seemed to know that Shi Yan wasn't someone they could bully now. Blackhorn also looked at his people, signaling them to step back and warning them to not act rashly. On Ka Tuo's side, seeing Blackhorn signaling his pirates, they also backed off. They left around 100 mu of land as the arena for Shi Yan and Barrett's fight. Boom, boom, boom. Barrett's god body echoed explosions. He was enlarging and reddening. Orange-red smoke and fire fumed from his pores, creating a sea of fire. Barrett's soul altar-spun. His power Upanishad created the god domain. His soul consciousness attached to each fire cluster. Those clusters became the clones of his power Upanishad, carrying the essence of fire. They continually condensed in the fire sea, creating hundreds of giant fireballs. The fireballs moved scorchingly, drying up the ground of the land and even burning them. Dried ancient trees caught on fire, which made the fire more intense. Burn! Barrett screamed crazily. Massive fireballs shot into the sky. Those fireballs had been condensed to the acme. People could catch a glimpse of Barrett's face on those fireballs. The fire burned and melted like a terrifying burning fluid. The giant starlight slashed down on the sky, falling into the fire sea. It looked like a meteor that had fallen into a pond of magma. Star dots were sent up back to the sky together with the burning sparks. Two different powers moved quickly and collided. Energy resisted energy, filling Barrett's fire god domain with starlight. Giant fireballs revolved quickly, making the fire as dazzling as the sun. Three space cracks crossed the sky like ribbons. They moved to and fro in the air like lightsabers that could cut through everything. The fire sea created by Barette's god domain was cut into three different sections by the three bone thorns. Barette floated in the center of those three slices of fire sea. The fire burned vigorously around his body, while his soul altar spun wildly. He urged a bright white flame from nowhere, coating himself with his flames, looking almost as if he was made of those fluids. He opened his mouth to breathe furious flames and torrential smoke. Flaming suns with Barette's face turned into a dazzling white, a sign of the boiling temperature. These flames had covered 100 miles around them. The land dried up and cracked. Inflammable matters all burned. This area turned into a flaming hell that could melt the body and will of any creature. Someone at the king god realm can't compare to an expert who has the original soul. Kid, today I will show you that even if you've had a breakthrough, only death awaits you. Barette roared in the furious sea of fire like an enraged flaming beast. He released the blazing energy, bombarding Shurian with massive fireballs. Boom! Shurian's vortex in his lower abdomen released a tremor. Shortly after, a sparkling star as big as a fist flew out. When the star flew out, countless beams of starlight condensed. Instantaneously, the star enlarged as big as a pan. It was glorious and crystal clear, making it pleasant to watch. It was the most exquisite thing that even the most dedicated blacksmith in this world couldn't refine. It was a star nucleus, a real one. Billions of star dots moved dazzlingly, blinding many warriors. It contained the inextinguishable star intent domain. It burst out in accordance with the star's trajectory in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. When the flaming suns created by Barette collided with the star, they bounced back, sending numerous sparks in the air. When those sparks fell, they exploded, creating small holes in the ground. The star shot out from a nebula and Shurian's vortex spun, moving so fast that nothing could stand in its way. Any flaming sun that barged into the star exploded instantly. Fire sparks bloomed in the sky. An eternal star intent domain arose in that star. It seemed to be able to enter the opponent's sea of consciousness and baffle the mind, generating a hopeless feeling that people couldn't resist. Three bone thorns continued to roar and hiss. They hid and flashed like devilish tentacles that people couldn't track down. At the moment the bone thorns appeared, space slits would follow closely. Barette couldn't dodge their attacks. Space blades were able to cut through tangible bodies. Their existences could be compared to a sharp divine weapon. Although Barette had the god body of an original god realm warrior, he couldn't continue dodging. He had to find a solution to disarm them. If Shurian's realm was not lower than Barette, then he wouldn't have been able to use his god soul to lock Barette's soul altar. Barette would have been put in a worse situation. The three bone thorns would chase after him like his shadows, making him unable to counterattack. Anyway, even if Shurian had broken through to a new level, he was still a king god realm warrior. With a realm apart, the lower realm god soul couldn't lock the original soul. He could only use Barette's body that was visible to control the bone thorn after the target. Shurian's pupils shrank. His face became harsh and ruthless. He had no emotion in his face now. He switched his power Upanishad. The magical power that could confine even space was urged. From his hands, a wave of energy created by space power flooded Barette's sea of flames. The massive fireballs and the dancing fire that sent furious flames into the sky halted when Shurian pointed at them. Also at that moment, the giant starlight slashed down from the void. Billions of star dots showered over Barette. Boom, boom, boom. Barette's god body sounded like exploding firecrackers. The star dots fell on him and pierced through his body like sharp weapons. H felt pain all over his body. Barette's soul altar struggled to free itself. His eyes contacted the scorching flames, triggering his stagnant god domain. He faced the sky and roared indignantly. A dazzling fireball spurted out from his mouth. That bright fireball carried Baret's original god thought with a subtle comprehension of fire Upanishad that he had accumulated for so many years. The fireball rolled, crushing the star dots. It brought an unimaginable firepower, colliding with a glorious starlight cluster. Boom! The shockwave was like an avalanche. Dazzling beams of light shot quickly while the shockwave expanded. Earth and mountains around several hundred miles away were shaken. The ground seemed to bear so much pressure it popped and exploded continually. Lava rolled from deep underground, congregating at the fireball. The blazing ball moved faster to attack Shur Yan's god body. The star that flew out of Shur Yan's nebula, which had his soul consciousness, burned. The star floated quietly in the sea of fire. Shur Yan had lost his connection with it. This blinding fireball seemed to be Baret's strongest attack. With a closer look, people could see Baret's soul inside that fireball with a virtual soul altar as its source of power. The fireball gathered and condensed the lava from underground. It moved with the intent domain that could burn down the entire world. Shur Yan suddenly closed his eyes. At the most critical moment, he looked calm as the aura around him suddenly decreased. He stretched his arm. Space power shot out from his fingers. He tore space forcefully. Swish! The high sky was torn apart, making a 1,000-meter space crack. 5-colored light shot in that crack. As the bright fireball was moving at breakneck speed, it couldn't be retrieved when facing Shur Yan's strike. It barged into the space slit and disappeared. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying explosions echoed in the sky. The void above people's head rippled with shockwaves. The entire sky turned into a red hue. It looked like the high sky was trying to restrain a beast. Strange phenomena happened in the sky. Flames scattered everywhere. Shur Yan suddenly opened his eyes, his soul altar swaying slightly. The halted star seemed to trigger again. It shot out like a meteor, hitting Baret in his chest. Baret paled immediately. Boom! Baret felt like a 10,000-jong-tall mountain had struck him. He was blown backward, crushing many mountain ranges, flying hundreds of miles before he could stop by another mountain range. The mountains then collapsed and buried him. The space slit above his head slowly closed. His thoughts flickered for the second time. The star spun, floating above his head as if it was his own star. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 bone thorns returned, hovering by him quietly. They still sparkled with the sharp space light. Shur Yan took a deep breath and calmly walked toward Baret. His eyes showed no emotions, as if he was death routinely harvesting lives. Several thousand pirates were petrified. They looked at him with great respect and said nothing. Blackhorn was anxious. He was worrying about Baret. He instinctively gathered his energy, trying to interfere this battle. Stop it! All of a sudden, Fengku's shout came from a far distance away from them. When his voice hadn't finished yet, a lightning strike crossed over. Fengku appeared in the void above Baret. He solemnly looked at the collapsed mountain underneath. Shur Yan came to this place, frowning and observing the ruins. He said coldly, "Get out." Boom! A giant rock exploded. Baret panted, his body red and his face ferocious. His chest and neck were bleeding. "Shur Yan, don't hit him." Give me face," said Fengku in a low tone. Chapter 859, Intent Domain Field. Chapter 859, Intent Domain Field, _ Don't kill him. Give me face. Fengku looked at him, his face complicated. He didn't have his normal look. Fengku was at the second sky of Original God Realm, the most powerful leader of the pirates, the strongest expert in the land of God punishment. Today, he asked Shur Yan to stop. However, it was not a forceful threat. Instead, he asked in a more negotiable manner. He asked Shur Yan to stop and give him face. This was because he realized that Shur Yan at the third sky of King God Realm could defeat Baret. This also meant that Shur Yan may have the foundations to beat him too. Fengku was always moderate in dealing with warriors at the same level. He knew what he should say. A group of pirates included Russell, Jester, and Cocteau silently gathered. They wore a gloomy face, looking at Shi Yin with discreet respect. All right, if you say so, I will give you face of course. Shi Yin contemplated for a while, then nodded. I will let him go today. If Barrett can't figure it out, I won't contain any bit of my power in dealing with him. Everybody shivered. Barrett, how are you? Blackhorn stormed to him, his face worried. Boss, my master, how are you? Are you okay? When Barrett's subordinates arrived, they were so worried. They asked him if he felt all right. However, it was strange that Barrett wasn't foul-mouthed. He frowned, not looking at Feng Ku or Shi Yin or Blackhorn's team. His eyes looked skeptically at the place he had just been buried in minutes before. Strange lights sparkled in his eyes, as if something touched his mind. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Explosions echoed unceasingly underground. A large amount of lava and magma gushed out, soaring into the sky like magnificent fire dragons. A willpower that could burn down the whole world was being emitted from the ground, running directly into the warriors' sea of consciousness. Everybody was terrified, looking at the ground under their feet. What's going on? Barrett, this is not the power of your intent domain. You haven't reached such a level. Fonka shouted in a low voice. He seemed to recognize that something marvelous was happening. There's some incredible, undying willpower down there. It's the same type of power as a warrior who cultivates fire. Barrett shivered. After he said that, he immediately jumped into the pile of crushed stone, disappearing directly into the ground. The giant flame dragons rolled violently before bursting out and slithering on the ground. Many low-realm pirates were affected by the flames of those dragons. Their bodies ignited and burned. Shortly after, their god body and soul altar all melted down. Watch out! Fly up! Fonka couldn't help but shout. His face showed deep fear. It's the intent domain field. It was created by the god domain of the experts at the high realm. It will target anyone who doesn't cultivate firepower. Retreat! Hurry! His scream awakened people. They hastened to soar up into the sky. No one dared to stay near the fire dragons. The fierce flames flooded the ground. After 10 seconds, the ground underneath their feet became a magma sea. The willpower that could burn down everything continued to increase in magnitude. Many warriors cultivating firepower, Upanishad, were shaken. They couldn't hide their thrill, letting their god bodies sink into that magma pond. They closed their eyes, attempting to comprehend something. Barrett's soul energy clearly fluctuated the most. It expanded underground with joy and excitement. It seemed like Barrett was trying to connect to that flame to learn the mysterious features of his firepower Upanishad. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The earth flame and the vermilion bird true flame shot out of his soul altar. They didn't even wait for Shi Yin to call them out. They fell to the ground, flashed, and then disappeared. Burble, burble, burble. Scorching magma bubbled. Whenever a bubble popped, it released a flow of hot flames, increasing the temperature of the ground. The flaming dragons patrolled the ground, moving above the magma sea as if it was hunting. Any warrior who didn't cultivate firepower Upanishad would become his target. The dragons would coil around the unfortunate warrior and burn him into ashes. Shi Yin also flew into the air, hovering 1,000 meters above the ground. He observed the scene, his face strange. Your battle has activated some barrier underground. It released undying willpower. The one who died here must have been powerful. Russell took a deep breath, then sighed. The Forbidden Lands are really magical indeed. We spent so many years exploring them, but we haven't finished yet. I didn't expect that after just a fight, this would happen. It's marvelous indeed. Barrett's lucky. Jester seemed to admire him. After this event of quenching his power Upanishad, I think his comprehension of firepower will reach a new height. Perhaps Barrett could seize this chance to break through to the second sky of original God realm. His realm is the highest among those warriors, so he will gain the greatest benefit. Fonka nodded before turning to Shi Yin. After he has a breakthrough, he will be stronger. But I can promise you that if he plans to trouble you, I will stop him with all my best efforts. You shouldn't disturb him now. Blackhorn and Barrett's subordinates were watching Shi Yin cautiously. Listening to Feng Ku, they felt relief and gratitude. While the warrior was comprehending his realm, it was really dangerous if someone disturbed him. If his mind got distracted, it would deviate him on his martial path. It could even disorient his soul, alter, and prevent equals him from advancing further in the future. In the worst case, his will and power Upanishad would crack, resulting in his death. Thus, when Barrett jumped into the magma sea, his fellows felt very worried. They were afraid that Shi Yin would trouble him at this moment. With Shi Yin's current power and realm, if he wanted to kill Barrett, this would be his best chance. Barrett also knew that it would be dangerous. However, it was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. If he missed today, he wasn't sure if he would encounter such a good fortune to learn the truth of firepower for the rest of his life. When a powerful warrior fell, there was more than just the death of the god soul. His god domain would also create the intent domain. Once it was activated, it could last for a long time or a relatively short time. But if it disappeared shortly, he would bear this regret for the rest of his life. Although he understood that it would be really risky to seize this chance for his realm advancement, Barrett couldn't control his desires. He didn't think much, directly jumping down there. There were many people like Barrett there. Those who cultivate fire power Upanishad didn't hesitate to plunge down into the magma sea to understand the mysteries of their powers. Since their individual realms and learning ability weren't the same, what they could receive was also different. However, the furious dragons didn't hinder the warriors who cultivated fire power. That was why they were all able to harvest something in the magma sea. No one could resist this enticement. His fortune isn't bad, indeed, Shi Yin nodded, talking deliberately. Don't worry, I'm not going to commit such a stealthy deed. Even if this opportunity allows Barrett to gain more knowledge of the essence of his fire power, it doesn't mean that he will break through immediately. By the time he gets a breakthrough, will I still be at my current level? I will still be able to easily kill him. Shi Yin had this confidence. If Barrett could break through, would he remain stagnant? With his power and secrets he held, when he had time, his power would rocket limitlessly. When Barrett entered his new realm, Shi Yin may also be at the first sky of original God realm. When that happens, will he be afraid of Barrett? Currently, the three big forces are after us. If Barrett can break through, we will have more support. For the future of the pirates, I will give him time. Even if he surpasses me in the future, I'm not going to be jealous. Feng Ku took a deep breath. We got some trouble. Jiannong got hurt severely. I'm also bearing great losses. Where's Feng Rao? Is she okay? Shi Yin discolored, asking hurriedly. She's fine. Feng Ku smiled. She's right behind me. I could sense you and Barrett were battling, so I came first. Don't worry. I'm familiar with the Forbidden Lands. If I can't protect my daughter, how dare I try to plot with the star map? It's good if she's all right. Shi Yin calmed down. Whether Jiannong is alive or not, it doesn't matter to me. Who did you guys encounter? Liu Feng of the Li family. Feng Ku's visage was dark and gloomy. How is he? Scary. In the 9-star Chamber of Commerce, he's ranked only behind Fan He. He has the second sky of original God Realm cultivation base. Honestly, if I fight him, I'm afraid that I will be a little weaker. Feng Ku shook his head and sighed, his face a little desolate. The 9-star Chamber of Commerce's hotshots are all dangerous. They are at the second sky of original God Realm. I haven't broken through in a long time. I haven't had enough time to accumulate power. Sigh. Besides Liu Feng, there's also Ao Gu Duo's team. They are all intimidating warriors. If we weren't familiar with the Forbidden Lands, I'm not sure if we could bear such losses. I got bad news, Shi Yin frowned. What's that? Feng Ku was surprised. Russell and Jester also looked at him worriedly. At this moment, people started to zoom over from a far distance. Several hundred warriors were driving war chariots. Shi Yin. Feng Rao was surprised and happy. She called out to him before she arrived, her voice as delightful as Siskin singing. Shi Yin grinned and spoke when they all gathered. Tu Wahai and Monica of the Underworld League have arrived. They have gathered with Baition. They will become the biggest obstacle for us. Listening to him, everybody became gloomy. They suddenly felt that the road ahead was full of dangers and obstacles. Baition at the second sky of Original God Realm was already scary. With Tuo High and Monica at the same realm, the Underworld League's forces were enough to kill the force consisting of all the leaders of the pirates. If they encountered them, barriers of the Forbidden Lands were negligible. No matter what, the result would be very terrible. We shouldn't encounter them, at least not in the empty areas. Otherwise, we won't be able to resist them. Jiannong paled, squeezing a smile. Seems that they became crazy because of the star map. The 3 general commanders came here personally. The Underworld League does want to take it. I hope Barrett could break through smoothly. We will be more confident then. Yeah, I will navigate the direction again. We will go through the dangerous areas. We need to visit the perilous places we don't dare come to one more time, said Fong Ke resolutely. Everybody was frightened. Old brother Fong Ke, are you kidding? Russell jerked back. It's impossible to explore many areas of the Forbidden Lands here. Once we intrude there, I don't know how many men we will lose. Impossible? We must go through those areas? Jiannong was also frightened. When those pirates knew the dangerous features of those places, they shivered in thrill. It was more frightful than knowing that the flood was coming or the beasts. Those places were extremely dangerous. They were the true burial grounds. If they intruded, they would die. We must go to those places. Fong Ke nodded. With our experience, we can still solve the restrictions and barriers a little bit. Although there will be danger waiting ahead of us, we still have hope. But if the experts of the 3 forces hinder us, we won't have the chance to live. For the future of the pirates, we must accept those dangers. Everybody else quieted down. Chapter 860, Generous Gifts from the Deceased. Chapter 860, Generous Gifts from the Deceased, _ Under the threat of the 3 powerful forces, Fong Ke's group had to make a difficult decision. The center of the Forbidden Lands was dozens of times more dangerous. There were many areas left to be explored. However, if the pirates risked intruding the lands, they could possibly get themselves killed. However, if they faced the 3 big forces directly, all of them would definitely be terminated. While one option gave them a chance, the other option clearly resulted in death. Fong Ke's team knew what they should do. While they were talking, the flame and magma under their feet seemed to change again. The massive flaming dragons disappeared one by one. 2 fist-sized fireballs were dancing along the magma sea. Whenever they passed by, the surging flames were swallowed up, disappearing shortly after. Shortly after, everybody noticed the commotion underneath. They all looked struck. Feng Rao just smiled. Strange light rippled in her eyes. She knew what those 2 flames were, and the reason why that fire sea was disappearing bizarrely. Besides Feng Rao, there was another person who knew Shi Yan's real conditions. It was alchemist Jester. At this moment, Jester was excited. He suddenly recalled something, creeping towards Shi Yan. He then lowered his voice. You agreed to help me refine medicines. I did, Shi Yan smiled. Jester felt relieved. He bent his body slightly to show his gratitude. Don't worry, I won't let your labor be in vain. I will give you a satisfactory payment. Good. Shi Yan was also happy, agreeing with this exchange. People focused on the scorching magma sea underneath. Shortly after, all the flaming dragons had gone away. The 2 flames had engulfed them all. Finally, people noticed the 2 bizarre flames, looking at them strangely. Some knew the 2 flames had flown out from Shi Yan's body. Since they were related to Shi Yan, the others were startled and astounded. This man, how many secrets does he keep? Why can the 2 flames that flew out from his body devour the giant flaming dragons? Not all of the pirates knew about the heaven flames. Thus, although they saw what happened down there, they gawked because they didn't know that the heaven flames could absorb the energy of the same class. Barrett had sunk into the magma and disappeared. They couldn't sense his aura or soul energy. However, the undying willpower was still there the whole time. It covered the 100-square-meter fire sea, rippling unceasingly. Each of the warriors who had jumped down had connected his or soul altar to that undying flame willpower. They used the god soul to sense carefully while their bodies were shrouded in flames. They were actually unraveling the mysteries of firepower. Shi Yan's two flames moved around, absorbing the flames. Wherever they passed by, the magma sea disappeared little by little. People couldn't help but look at Shi Yan. Feng Ku, Russell, and Jianong were both bewildered and skeptical looking at him. Under their closed eyes, Shi Yan just smiled and explained. Those two flames of mine have some understanding of firepower. They can take in the refined fire to strengthen themselves. Ha! Don't be so surprised. There are other objects besides creatures with an entity that can develop such intellect. Heaven flames. They are heaven flames. Russell's eyebrows twitched. He recalled something, looking at Shi Yan with his bright and sharp eyes. Yeah, you're right. They are heaven flames, nodded Shi Yan. Where are you from? We don't have heaven flames in the raging flame star area. Only the oldest life stars could have heaven flame. Are you from a higher level star area? Russell was baffled. Listening to him, everybody seemed to understand. They looked at Shi Yan with more surprise and respect. People all knew that the raging flame star area wasn't the only star area in the vast galaxy. They understood that there should be higher-level star areas somewhere in this starry universe. Warriors came from those star areas were always inexplicably mysterious and had unparalleled realms and powers. The three major god realms included the original god realm, the ethereal god realm, and the incipient god realm. In the raging flame star area, the strongest warriors had only the peak of the original god realm. Powers beyond the original god realm had never existed in the raging flame star area. They heard that somewhere deep in the galaxy, there existed experts at the ethereal god realm or incipient god realm. Those characters had the power to destroy a whole life star directly. They could control massive meteorites in the sky and use them to forge their battleships or their hideouts. The existences at that level were just legends that had spread in the raging flame star area. No one had ever met them. And Shi Yan, the boy of unknown origin, had risen the tide when he had just arrived in the raging flame star area. He had shown people that he was capable of battling warriors whose realms were higher than his. He had turned people's knowledge of powers Upanishad upside down. Originally, they didn't know how such miracles could happen. However, when relating all these things to a higher-level star area, everything seemed to be more logical. If someone from a higher-level star area didn't have any extraordinary features, it would have been strange. People became excited as they thought that they had finally grasped the truth. It turns out you're from a higher-level star area with better life stars. It sounds logical. Jester expressed his opinion first. No wonder, nodded Russell. What is strange in the high-level star area where you used to live? Can you tell us? Jianong asked with a longing face. Tell us then. Feng Ku was also interested in this. With longing eyes, he looked at Shi Yan. People became excited. All looked at him, waiting. Your inference is wrong, Shi Yan sighed under their gazes. The life star where I come from doesn't have many special features compared to this place. Quite the contrary, actually. Its energy cycle will come to an end soon. Earth and heaven energy are almost dried up there. That's why I come to the raging flame star area, to find a way out for my family and friends in my hometown. In the next 200 years max, my hometown won't have any bit of earth and heaven energy. We won't have any new warriors, and the warriors of the previous generations won't have a chance to advance their powers furthermore. Sigh. Everybody was surprised. What realm does the strongest warrior in your hometown have? Asked Feng Ku. The third sky of true God realm. We don't have any king God realm warrior. It seems like we had stronger existences tens of thousands of years ago when the energy was still abundant. However, they were gone for a long time, said Shi Yan. Feng Ku was surprised as though he couldn't believe it. After Shi Yan had arrived in the raging flame star area, he had continually advanced. His realm upgraded extraordinarily quick. He had surpassed any prodigy of the raging flame star area. Is that all what he, a warrior with endless potential, had back there? They couldn't imagine it. The reason why I wanted to explore the star map was to find hope for my family and friends in my hometown. Yin took a deep breath, his face appearing solemn. Don't worry. As long as the new star area has some life stars. I, Ku, hereby promise that you will have your share. Ku promised him immediately. You deserve it. Thank you. Many pirates changed their attitude toward Yin after this talk. They respected him honestly. For the hope of his fellows, he had come to the Raging Flame Star area alone, depending only on himself to find a shelter for his friends and relatives. This kind of stubbornness and persistence had touched the heart of many people. Everybody calmed down. They now looked at Yin with a new attitude. They asked themselves if their hometown had such a disaster, would they have the guts to go to another star area to give hope to their family or friends? It's almost done, Jester suddenly yelled. Everybody stooped and observed. The fire sea shrouding an area of 100 square miles lost much of its fire while they talked. The ground was revealed gradually. The undying willpower seemed to emerge silently from the ground. Something's coming up. All right, what is it? People could feel something. They focused and observed the scene underneath. A scorching skull emerged from a crack in the ground. It looked like heated iron, releasing the blazing light. A wisp of fire willpower emitted from that flaming skull, with clear energy fluctuations. Barrett also emerged. He floated by the flaming skull. There were 10 warriors cultivating fire power, Upanishad in total. They all kowtowed to that skull, as if they were worshipping it with respect from the bottom of their hearts. Gradually, that undying willpower divided into many wisps of subtle energy and scattered, as if it had finished its work of imparting the inheritance. Barrett, the earth flame, and the vermilion bird true flame absorbed the light emitted from the flaming skull, carrying their last absorption. When each of the warriors received the wisp of energy, fire then burst out from their bodies as they were trying to combine the energy. They were so devotedly receiving some inheritance. All of them felt grateful for the grant the deceased had bestowed upon them recently. After the god soul of an expert perished, his god domain turned into the intent domain field, which kept and preserved the willpower and the essence of the power he had cultivated. Warriors who did that when they died often wanted to grant the coming generations with knowledge and power they had accumulated for countless years. Warriors who were lucky enough to receive the last beam of their willpower would have a bigger chance to break through using that power. The warrior who left the inheritance would vanish completely, leaving nothing behind. This sort of person deserved respect from every warrior who had the same class of power. After the flaming skull had disappeared, Barrett and the others maintained their worshipping positions, closing their eyes to feel the power they had just received. The earth flame and the vermilion bird true flame returned to Yan's heaven flame tier of the soul altar. I broke one level. I can continue my breakthrough later. The earth flame cracked with joy. I also broke one level. The vermilion bird true flame was thrilled. He was a good guy. He left the thoughts and remnant of his energy for us to take and break through. How kind he was. The earth flame was now at level 5, and the vermilion bird true flame had reached level 6. They all bowed to thank the deceased warrior for his immense kindness. Chapter 861. Return to its rightful owner. Chapter 861. Return to its rightful owner, _ A ghostly, lanky figure appeared in the sky of the land of God punishment. While hovering in the vast sky, this figure stooped to observe the heaven punishment city. He released his soul consciousness, which surprisingly covered the entire land of God punishment. He closed his eyes and sensed. His soul consciousness was like unceasing silky threads lashing around the land of God punishment. He was Fan He, president of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce and headmaster of the Fan family. All warriors who had the God soul and were staying in the heaven punishment city and the land of God punishment felt a pair of eyes watching them, as if someone was peeping on them all day long. Many of them looked at the sky, searching aimlessly. Now, they knew that an unimaginable existence had arrived in the land of God punishment. Fan He's soul consciousness moved to and fro. At first, he searched the Heaven Punishment City. After his soul consciousness had scanned all the creatures in the Heaven Punishment City once, it entered the ground and moved to the deepest place underground of the land of God punishment. It continued to search for something. After a long while, Fan He opened his eyes, frowning as he couldn't find anything. A sound stone flew out from his sleeve. He sent his thoughts into the stone to connect to Li Yufeng in the far forbidden land. After talking to him for a while, Fan He snorted. He didn't say anything. He just left the land of God punishment, heading towards Li Yufeng's general direction. The feeling of someone peeping in their minds disappeared for all the warriors in the Heaven Punishment City. They knew that the expert who had just come left. They secretly felt lucky, gradually calming down. Somewhere in the Forbidden Lands, Ao Guduo and Carthu of the Dark Firmament Divine Nation, Li Yufeng and his men from the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce, by Tian, Tuahai, and Monica of the Underworld League were standing on a foggy mountain range. Around this brown-gray mountain range, there were energy fluctuations of barriers and restrictions. Not far from this group of warriors were around 10 cold corpses. They died because of the terrible backlash of the barriers when they had first landed here. The Forbidden Land was the pirates' hometown. To the hotshots of the 3 powerful forces, this place hid many dangers. There was the risk of accidentally triggering the energy of a restriction with one step. There was a warrior at the 3rd sky of King God Realm in that group of dead warriors. When the barrier entangled him, he had no energy to wiggle out. He was killed shortly after. Since they didn't have any barrier master in their teams, the warriors became more cautious, seeing the 10 dead bodies. Feng Ke has gone deep into the Forbidden Land. What do you think is happening? Li Yufeng's team was standing on a sharp rock, their faces solemn. Li Yufeng frowned, turning to see the others. You let Feng Ke escape? With your power, you weren't able to stop him from running into the Forbidden Land? Aogu Duo's face darkened. It was not hard to deal with them before they got into the Forbidden Land. However, it will be very troublesome now. The pirates have been living in the Forbidden Land for many years. They're familiar with this place. We're just invaders. We don't know the situation or landscape here clearly. If we want to chase after them inside the Forbidden Land, it will be a dozen times harder. Yeah, I met Feng Ke. Anyway, I didn't want to risk my life by fighting him, Li Yufeng said in a low and cold tone. His eyes looked cold and harsh. Although they were at the same 2nd sky of original God Realm, and Feng Ke was a little weaker than him, Li Yufeng knew that fighting Feng Ke would result in severe wounds. And if he got wounded, he would hardly be able to touch the star map. Then, his effort would only benefit Ao Guduo and Bai Tian. Why should he act stupidly like that? That was why he didn't try to stop Feng Ke. Li Yufeng decided to let him go. What should we do? Bai Tian looked casual, as if he wasn't afraid of jumping into the Forbidden Land. The star map is crucial. If the pirates could locate the mark on the star map, they will find it first. Once Feng Ke's team breaks through, the pirates' force will be sufficient to resist any of our parties. You know that the pirates hate us the most. We should eradicate them, nodded Ao Guduo. As long as we join hands and get in there, I think it's possible to get through using our combined forces, Li Yufeng also nodded. Since they had the same purpose, after just a short discussion, they had come to an agreement. Adjusting their conditions, after their energy had been restored, they started to move further into the Forbidden Land. The fire that covered the ground disappeared, and so did the magma. After the flaming skull released its energy, it vanished. The earth flame and the vermilion bird true flame returned to their soul altar, notifying Shi Yin that they were about to break through. Shi Yin was now in a good mood. He thought that even though the road ahead was going to be rough, it was still going to be worth it. He was hopeful for some good encounters to improve his realm and powers before they could reach the place in the star map. Barrett and a dozen other warriors cultivating firepower rejuvenated after their harvest of Power Upanishad. All of them received lots of experience. The energy that Barrett consumed from battling Shi Yin was all restored. Flames moved in his eyes. It seemed like he was going to surpass the bottleneck point and reach the break through to the second sky of original God realm at any given minute. It was unknown why he became silent and calm after comprehending his firepower. His hot-tempered bearings seemed to be comforted. He didn't want to shout and kill people anymore. He looked baffled, as if he wasn't fully awake yet. The other warriors who had also received some form of understanding of their realms were discussing happily with each other. They glowed healthily as if they had just cured themselves of a disease. Fonku waited until they calmed down to tell them the new decision. The warriors agreed with him without hesitation. The Forbidden Land was dangerous indeed. However, they had just received something good. It was possible that they would face death in the deeper place of the Forbidden Land. Still, there was always a chance to harvest something more. With that thought, they found it easy to accept the new plan. Those who hesitated suddenly hoped that they could be lucky enough to encounter the intent domain field of the same class, seeing the others get a bountiful harvest. All of a sudden, they thought that perhaps the Forbidden Land wasn't too dangerous after all, and that it was worth the risks. Thus, they decided to move forward, entering the most hazardous places that even the 4 leaders like Fong had never been before. The floating mountains and lakes hid unknown dangers. They couldn't even see the energy curves with their naked eyes. Sometimes it was hard to sense with the soul consciousness. Sometimes they sensed no aura at all. It has been half a month since they had started moving deeper and they hadn't encountered any danger since. The places they had passed by were already explored before. They knew how to dodge the traps. One day, Fong suddenly stopped. His calm face was replaced by a more serious one. Russell, Jianong, and Barrett stopped quietly, musing on the thick green mist in front of them. They looked scared. The area ahead of us is the place I've never explored before. If there are barriers or restrictions, it will be hard to know beforehand. Fong turned around, speaking in a low tone. For now on, we have to be careful with each step we take. Don't drag our people into danger because of your careless actions. Russell and Jianong nodded before turning to advise their subordinates and asking them to be cautious and to not wander. Old brother Fong, can't we just skip this place? Have you found a route from the star map yet? Asked the leader gingerly. Fong's eyes were dark and gloomy. After pondering, Undying would emerge from his palm. Lightning sparkled in his eyes while he gazed at the Undying with star map. He seemed to be trying to carve the route in the star map into his brain. His soul rippled with magical energy waves. After a while, Fongku put the star map away. He contemplated for a while, then said, "The route isn't clear enough, but the mark on the map is in one area of the Forbidden Land. Once we get there, we will have the information for the next step. Thus, we have to go there first." After listening to him, no one inquired more, sighing begrudgingly. "Senior, I think. I'm about to break through." Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tua lowered his voice, speaking excitedly to Shi Yin in the corner of this delegation. Shi Yin shivered, giving a low shout. "Are you sure?" "Yes, pretty sure." Ka Tua nodded heavily. "I don't know why the further we go into the Forbidden Land, the greater the feeling that I have become stronger. It seems like I am at the threshold." "How long does it take to break through the original God realm?" asked Shi Yin. "It varies for all warriors. Some can condense the original soul and improve the realm in 1 or 2 days. But for others, it can take several months or even years. There's no standard. I can't give you a precise answer." Katua beamed a forced smile. "You don't need to hold it. When we want to break through, we will find a quiet place for you. I'll protect you." Shi Yin pondered for a while. He took a deep breath. His soul altar suddenly trembled. A soul aura that people couldn't sense flew out from his soul altar, entering Katuo's head through his eye sockets. Katuo's brawny body shivered violently. Bloodlight shot out from his eyes. He looked at Shi Yin with fear. Kafu also felt something. He turned and looked at the other two. "That flow of original soul belongs to you. When you were combining the inheritance, it flew out from your sea of consciousness to me. I want to tell you that. I didn't mean any harm at that time. Since I was afraid that you would betray me, I applied some methods, explained Shurian seriously. Ka Tuo frowned. Brother, you've done many great things for me. Your realm was lower than mine at that moment. It was okay for you to put up your guard like that. Anyway, why are you telling me now? If you never told me, I would never have known anything. You're about to have a breakthrough. I'm not sure if the missing beam of original soul can affect the process or not. Shurian smiled faintly. Also, I'm not worried about you anymore. I trust that you will not attack me. Ka Tuo contemplated. After a long moment, he nodded and said, I understand. It's good then. Chapter 862, Promise. Chapter 862, Promise, _ Several thousand pirates moved forward in the green fog. They were all silent, releasing their soul consciousness with tense nerves. No one knew what would jump in their way or what awaited them. From this point on, even the four big leaders had no idea what to expect, since it was also their first time exploring the area. They just knew that there were many hidden dangers. Feng Rao, come here with me, Shurian suddenly called while walking in the back of the formation with Ka Tuo and Ka Fu. His face was serious. Walking in the dark green mist, Shurian felt very uneasy. He knew that this situation wasn't normal. He could feel even the veins in his body shivering slightly. Feng Rao was walking with her father and brother in the front of the formation. Hearing his call, she hesitated a little bit. She reported to her father and silently walked to Shurian. She smiled tenderly. What's up? Are you worried about something? We must be careful, nodded Shurian. You asked me to go with you, so you can protect me? Will you do a better job than my father? Feng Rao's red lips mouthed. She seemed to be in a good mood. Shurian's concern for her gave her a feeling of being protected carefully. She loves this feeling. Your father has many things in his mind. He has to take care of many people. He can't take care of you well. As for me, I'm feeling kind of relaxed here. I don't need to do anything in particular. We can just walk in the back and talk. It feels nice to do this. What do you want to talk to me about? Your affair with Ziyao? Teased Feng Rao. Rubbing his nose, Shurian was embarrassed. She and I have nothing together. You shouldn't be jealous. In fact, she has so many obligations in her heart. She wants to climb to the peak of glory in the divine nation. She doesn't have free time to mind me. I think she is serious about you. You are a heartless man. She has expelled Ao Gera because of you. Feng Rao smiled at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with affections. Shurian arched his brows. She has expelled Ao Gera. Yeah, when we left the Heaven Punishment City, we received some news. Ao Gera doesn't belong to Ziyao's entourage anymore. Because of you, they had a dispute. Aren't you proud of yourself now? Haha, I have never thought about this. Shurian was a little perplexed. Although he acted like he didn't care, he was actually touched. He didn't know this. Ziyao was a noble character. She was the bright pearl of the dark firmament divine nation. Also, she was the most beautiful lady in this star area, a lover in many men's dreams. Many small things arose in his head related to Ziyao now. Shurian sank into a short moment of silence. So do you miss her? Feng Rao's smile narrowed, as if she was actually jealous of her. She should be behind us. No doubt. If nothing unexpected happens, we will meet her soon. Shurian, I'm asking you seriously. If we encounter them, and Ziyao and her men from the dark firmament divine nation intend to kill my father and me, whose side will you choose? Shurian was surprised. He had never thought about this before. As long as Ao Gera and Ziyao walked along the same road, he and Ziyao were meant to stand on opposite sides. Ao Gera and Ao Guduo had schemed many devious plans to kill him. Ao Guduo and Leona held some grudge too. No matter what, Shurian would never spare Ao Gera's life. He was the one who hindered the relationship between him and Ziyao. However, because of him, Ziyao had sent Ao Gera away. She had clearly detached herself from Ao Gera. She even became his enemy. Shurian's discontented knot in his heart had been untied. However, he was now together with Feng Rao. Through communicating with Feng Ku, Shurian thought that it was much easier to stay with the pirates. Feng Rao also treated him well, so he had nothing to complain. The pirates and the dark firmament divine nation were archenemies. Sooner or later, a war would break out between them. And when that happened, it was inevitable that they would engage in battle against each other in the Forbidden Land. When that battle came, he would have to choose between Ziyao and Feng Rao. What should he do? Sure, Yin suddenly had a headache. If you have to choose between Ziyao and me, who will you choose? Feng Rao's beautiful eyes were gloomy as she laughed to herself. I know that she's prettier than me and her status is higher than mine. My father can't offer you what the dark firmament divine nation can. If I were a man, I would choose her. Considering all aspects, I am not her equal. I admit that. When I choose a woman, beauty isn't the only criterion. About power and status. I don't think I want to get them through a woman, said Yin seriously. Feng Rao's beautiful eyes brightened. She looked excited as if she had just been supplemented vigorous vitality. She jumped in joy. You mean, you would choose me? Are you sure? I will remember her favor, but I won't make a conflict with you guys because of Ziyao. Since your father saved Bao Ao and the other two to seal the agreement with me, we've been walking along the same road. That will never change, nodded Yin. That's reassuring, Feng Rao smiled. Her charming face was so pretty. She pulled his arm and squeezed his hand. Ziyao can't let go of her power. She can't leave everything behind to go with you. But I can. If you wanted me to, I would be willing to go with you back to your hometown. Even if we had to stay there forever, I would be willing to stay with you. Yin was touched. He looked at her with complicated eyes. In the beginning, he didn't treat Feng Rao honestly. The deeds he had done on her could be considered despicable and shameless. For the star map and to seek survival for his family and friends in the Grace mainland, he had tricked Feng Rao. He wanted to win her heart to land on the land of God punishment without losing the star map. However, after he had arrived in the land of God punishment, Feng Rao had tried her best to protect him. Gradually, his mind was changed as Feng Rao had forgotten his contemptible deeds. He could feel Feng Rao's true feelings now. They were pure, without any bit of fabricated emotions, which was different from his. Feng Rao had been waiting for him with all her heart. She had even told him that she could leave everything behind just to go to the Grace mainland with him. She didn't need her father's power. This touched Yin's heart. If the dark firmament divine nation wants to annihilate the pirates, I will do my best to stop it. Contemplating for a while, Yin suddenly promised resolutely. For you, I won't let bad things happen to your father. And I will protect the heaven punishment city later. Feng Rao grabbed his hand tighter, her beautiful eyes twinkling. She felt sweetness fill her heart. She would have given up anything to hear these words of his. Ah! A terrible scream resounded in the silent horde. A warrior under Feng Ku's command had his face twisted while green blood oozed out from 7 holes in his face. His life was being taken away fast. Watch out. Something unusual is here. Feng Ku cried in fear. Russell, Jianong, and Barrett pulled themselves together, calling for the warriors behind them to not act rashly. The dying warrior seemed to be poisoned. Shortly after, his god body turned into a dark green hue, as if he was painted in green. His soul magnetic field weakened, while his soul altar slowly stopped spinning. He was a scout sent by Feng Ku. We shouldn't go that way. Feng Ku reacted immediately. He yelled, asking people to stop moving forward. The pungent green smoke that permeated from that area rippled and rose like water. It expanded everywhere quickly. Many warriors in that area couldn't react timely. The pervasive smoke had shrouded them. Those warriors then held their heads, crying painfully. Their god body looked like they were dyed green. Their soul energy fluctuation ceased gradually. Everybody panicked. The rippling green mist expanded fast. Shortly, it had poisoned more than 10 warriors. Those who were shrouded by the miasma smoke had their breath faded away, while their soul altar stopped spinning. Their god's soul eroded too. They died shortly after that. Although they didn't die instantly, their essence, chi, and soul had vanished really quickly into earth and heaven. Yin gazed at the area, but his mysterious martial spirit didn't have any reaction. This was the first time it didn't proactively take in the essence chi of the dead. It seemed that the essence chi of those deceased had dangerous poisons that couldn't be filtered. Perhaps they had vanished too quickly for Shi Yan's acupuncture points to react timely and take it in. After just 15 minutes, a dozen warriors died at the spots, and their soul altar didn't have a chance to escape. Many pirates retreated rapidly as they were afraid of that green smoke. They traced the previous route to return. Instantly, the scene became noisy and disorderly. People screamed, cried, and yelled in fright. The ordered pirate horde became chaotic. As people panicked, they couldn't think of how to solve this besides running away as far as possible. They were scared of the unknown danger, not knowing what it was or how to deal with it. Jianong, Barrett, and Russell had retreated quickly. Only Feng Ku was gathering the lightning power twirling around his body while he tried to seek the way out. "Father, you should stay away from the mist first," Feng Rao screamed, her face anxious. However, as soon as she had finished, the green mist had covered Feng Ku. He didn't have time to jump out. Feng Ku disappeared in the toxic smoke. They couldn't see him with their naked eyes, and their soul consciousness couldn't sense him. As the others were backing off, they didn't notice Feng Ku. They didn't want to storm over to check whether he was alive or not. They just wanted to protect themselves first. "Father!" Feng Xiao shouted wildly. He tried to jump over, but two muscular men had grabbed him and pulled him back. They retreated as quickly as a wind. "Don't go!" Shurian grabbed Feng Rao's arm, stopping her from acting rashly. "You don't have the chance to save him. Calm down." "Shurian, I want to save him. I must save him." Feng Rao was terrified. She started to gather her energy in order to jump into the green mist. "You shouldn't go. I will go there." 10 starlight chains shot out from Shurian's hand, binding Feng Rao. He deliberately threw her to Jester. "Please take care of her." "No problem," Jester agreed curtly. Since he had the original God Realm cultivation base, it wasn't a big problem to control Feng Rao. "Shurian, are you sure? If you aren't, don't rush in." "I will give it a try." Chapter 863, Taking a Tonic. Chapter 863, Taking a Tonic, _ Feng Rao could only stare with hurt feeling. She was tied by 10 starlight chains, and Jester had added his restraining power on her. Feng Rao couldn't even move. Feng Xiao also wanted to save his father, but the two blue demons pirates held firm grips on him. He couldn't escape their grips to look for his father. "It will be all right. With your father's realm and power, he will be fine. Moreover, he has the star map. I don't think people will want him to face any bad situations," Shi Yan smiled, comforting Feng Rao while standing in front of the green mist. After Jianong, Russell, and Barrett heard this, their expressions changed slightly, reminded that Feng Ku still held onto the star map. They didn't care about Feng Ku's life itself, but they did care about the star map. Without the star map, they wouldn't be able to do anything, and this expedition would receive the gone home mark before the deadline. People cursed under their breath. They blamed Feng Ku for being impulsive. They thought that he shouldn't have taken risks like that. Even if he wanted to take risks, shouldn't he have given them the star map beforehand? He shouldn't have put people in a fix like this. "Shi Yan, do you really want to get in there?" Russell frowned. "If you're going to be persistent, we won't object to that idea. However, remember to take the star map back with you." The blue demon pirates were enraged hearing him. They became dark, cold, and harsh. Russell calmly said to the other leaders, "We're here and risking our lives for the star map, right? Old brother Feng Ku is taking us here to find a way out for our pirates. We shouldn't fail him. Even if he meets something unexpected, we must be persistent." "Yes, it's true. I think old brother Feng Ku wouldn't have blamed us. We must fulfill his wish." Many pirates expressed their opinions. They didn't actually care about Feng Ku's life, but they cared about the star map. Not all leaders of the pirates considered the whole picture like Feng Ku. Most of them came here because of the star map, not thinking much. "You fool." However, right at this moment, Barrett had contemplated for a long moment and shouted all of a sudden, "Without old brother Feng Ku leading you, how would you even find the star map? The 3 powerful forces are after us. If you don't even have a second sky of original God Realm warrior, how do you plan to resist them? You narrow-minded idiots. Brother Feng could trust you guys, but you can't even see the whole picture. You don't know what life is truly about. Barrett had silenced them all. Many people woke up to this realization. They were reminded that what they were facing more than just the dangers in the Forbidden Land. From some aspects, the hotshots of the three powerful forces were much more perilous than the dangers in the Forbidden Land. Without a strong leader, even if they had the star map, they wouldn't have gotten what they wanted. Barrett's words had awakened them. They now all wanted to save Feng Ku. However, none of them could come up with an effective countermeasure. All right, don't quarrel. I'm going there to check it out. Shi Yin snorted. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Barrett wasn't a bad guy. At the very least, he had a sharper vision than Russell and Jiano. Be careful, reminded Jester. Senior, act with caution. Ka-ta also pitched his voice to remind him. Shi Yin nodded. After looking into Feng Rao's eyes, he took a deep breath before plunging into the area shrouded by thick green smoke. The green smoke had stopped expanding as if it was limited in its range. As soon as he went in the smoke, his face changed. Fine threads smaller than needles that naked I couldn't see appeared in his sea of consciousness, sending out an aura that could numb and erode his sea of consciousness. It seemed like those threads wanted to destroy his soul altar. At the same time, toxic smokes seeped into his pores, wandering around his god body. It moved along his vessels, heading toward his internal organs. This is the corpse poison. The corpse vanishing flame suddenly talked to him from the soul altar. In the next moment, a magical but gloomy aura oozed out from his soul altar. Those silky green threads had wandered for a while in his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, they stormed into the heaven flame. A green flame covered them all. It was the corpse vanishing flame. The corpse vanishing flame also restrained the dark green poison which got into his body through his pores. It moved like a current, flooding his soul altar where the corpse vanishing flame absorbed it all. Boom! Shi Yan's god body shot out a green flame. At this moment, he was inflamed in green flames. The green flame had a magical attraction that gathered green smoke. A large amount of green smoke came from further away, disappearing into his god body. The corpse vanishing flame became excited. This corpse poison is a frightening one. I would guess that it came from a hazardous beast. Oh yeah, it's so good to me. It's awesome. The corpse vanishing flame was so thrilled. It continued releasing energy to gather more green smoke into Shi Yan's god body. The thick smoke seeped into Shi Yan's god body like steam. Gradually, the smoky area around it became a vacuum. The pirates standing outside couldn't see what was happening inside the green mist. They also saw that the thick green smoke diluted itself not long after Shi Yan had entered. A figure appeared in front of him. Shi Yan was struck seeing him. It was Feng Ku. Lightning sparkled all over Feng Ku's body. He was trying to resist the erosive corpse poison. At the second sky of original God Realm, Feng Ku couldn't be destroyed by the poison that easily. However, it had still made him struggle. Seeing Shi Yan, Feng Ku was struck, his face disbelieving. Why are you here? I'm here to help you out, Shi Yan smiled, releasing the energy in his body. Dark green flames flew out from the corners of his eyes, entangling Feng Ku. Feng Ku's god body resumed its original color from the green, sticky substance. After 10 seconds, he was restored. He exhaled in relief. You can cure the poison in this area? Yeah, I have some methods. Shi Yan walked to him. He thought for a while, then left a beam of the corpse vanishing flame on Feng Ku's body to help him resist the corpse poison in this area. Go. We should check this place out. Perhaps we will find something. Feng Ku now found no poison trying to enter his body after Shi Yan had helped him. He was shocked, replying, "Okay." The two of them then walked shoulder by shoulder. After 1 hour, they saw a green lake. A corpse of a several thousand-meter-long beast was floating in that lake. It was a two-headed dragon covered in a fine mane. The dark green mane sparkled with phosphorescence. The several thousand-meter long occupied 1/10 of the lake. Smoke fumed from its green mane, releasing the poison, which fell into the lake and dyed the water green. The corpse poison was the green phosphorescence, and the steam evaporated from the lake. When they got to the lake, Feng Ku was shocked, his eyes sparkling brightly. Level 11 demonic beast. That one is almost equal in strength to an original God Realm warrior. Do you know what kind of beast is it? Shiyin was also astounded. That mountain-like several thousand-meter demonic dragon was decomposing. Phosphorescence that emitted from its massive body looked like the scattering fireflies. It also had an ancient aura, which was very terrifying. I don't know what kind of beast it is. Anyway, it should be a level 11 one, the same level as a third sky of King God Realm warrior. Oh my, I could never imagine that the Forbidden Land has such a wonder like this one. Feng Ku sighed. It's so terrific, but we haven't reached the deepest place of the Forbidden Land yet, right? Shiyin asked seriously. Arg, still far ahead. Feng Ku nodded, taking a deep breath. I'm lucky that you've come. Otherwise, it would have been really hard to wash the corpse poison on my body. That beast seems to cultivate poison, which slowly discharged into the environment after it died, turning into toxicity. It was too dangerous. It's not dangerous anymore, Shiyin smiled. He contacted the corpse vanishing flame. Hey, get out and take a tonic. A green flame flew out from his eyes. A clear life energy fluctuation was released. The corpse vanishing flame was so excited, storming towards the decayed body of the demonic dragon. It danced in between the green light of phosphorescence. The phosphorescence in front of them started to disappear bit by bit. The corpse vanishing flame had taken it all in. This strange life form was able to collect all kind of auras released by corpses. The corpse poison was its favorite food, the fountain of its advancement. Under the magical energy fluctuations of the corpse vanishing flame, the phosphorescence on the dragon's decomposed body soon disappeared. The flame didn't stop. It jumped into the green lake and continued to absorb the corpse poison. After 2 hours, the green steam and the green lake lost their green hue as the corpse vanishing flame had absorbed all the corpse poison in them. After the dragon corpse lost all of its poison, its decayed flesh was also gone. The sparkling giant white skeleton was exposed. People who were worried about them outside soon recognized the changes in the area, until the green smoke diluted and vanished. Jester continued using the power he had to restrain Feng Rao. Feng Rao swayed away from the starlight chain. She was worried about both Shiyin and her father, trying to storm forward. 10 corpses were floating next to Feng Rao. She flashed, then disappeared. Her god body wasn't attacked, which meant that the poison was gone. The others were surprised. They exhaled in relief. Since there was no worry burdened their minds, they followed her, walking forward. After 1 hour, the leaders of the pirates gathered with Shiyin and Feng Ku by the lake. They observed the giant skeleton in awe. There's something in the mouths of the dragon. Shiyin turned to Feng Ku. No matter what it is, it belongs to you. I won't ask for it. You deserve it, said Feng Ku. Shiyin nodded and smiled. He didn't talk more, flying toward the 2 skulls of the demonic dragon. The dragon was floating in the lake, but its heads were underwater. They could only see some strange light, but they couldn't define what it was. Jianong, Russell, Barrett, and the leaders of the pirates dashed forward as they heard Feng Ku talking about something in the skulls of the dragon. They moved even faster than Yin toward the lake, their face longing. Chapter 864, Venom Crystallization. Chapter 864, Venom Crystallization, _ As soon as they heard that the demonic dragon had something in its mouth, Jianong, Barrett, and Russell flew out immediately, not waiting for Yin to react. Feng could darken his face, beaming a faint smile. Later on, he couldn't help but sneer. Yin seemed not to mind at all. He didn't even move. He just smiled while looking at the other 3. He neither stopped them nor said one more word. Senior, Kata was a little outraged. It was you who saved old brother Feng Ku. Without you, nobody would have gotten to this place. They want to take the spoil. Are you just going to stand and stare now? Feng Rao had got rid of the starlight chains, approaching Shi Yin. Her charming face was filled with anger. She spoke indignantly. Not sensible at all. The onlookers also disdained the other three. They felt ashamed because of Jian Nong, Russell, and Barrett's deeds. It's okay. Just let them explore for a while. It won't be a bad thing. Sure, Yin just sneered as if he didn't want to compete with anyone. He let Russell and the other two fly toward the giant mouth of the demonic dragon. Alchemist Jester stayed silent since arriving in this place. It was unknown when he got the yellow book that was in his hands. At this moment, Jester was reading the old book. He seemed to be focusing, searching for something with a solemn face. All of a sudden, the three pirate leaders trembled in the middle of the way to the giant mouth of the dragon. They became sluggish as if they had just fallen into a muddy swamp. Several thousand lightning strikes struck down from the sky like an electric whipper on the god bodies of the three pirate leaders. Lightning struck, and the scorching thunder and lightning came to coil around the intruders. The three pirates hadn't recognized what was going on. They shouted and roared with a grimace. Thick, wet green smoke fumed from the two giant mouths of the dragon. A pungent smell stormed into their nostrils. A fierce, erosive aura expanded that seemed like it could melt down all kinds of god bodies or soul altars. Russell, Jianong, and Barrett were terrified, attempting to fly backward. However, it was unknown why the lightning whips became stronger and started dragging them toward the giant mouth of the dragon when they wanted to leave. It seemed like an invisible force in the dark had locked them. Watch out. It's the venomous demonic dragon. This tribe was the strongest venom among the other tribes of the monster clan. Even if it was dead for 10,000 years, the dried fluid on its teeth is still enough to kill all of you. Jester suddenly shouted. He looked so scared. Being the alchemist at the original god realm, he had special knowledge of the demonic or spiritual fauna and flora. However, since the venomous demonic dragon tribe had disappeared so many years ago, he wasn't so sure at first. He needed to match the features of that dragon with what was written in his book to make sure. Hearing Jester shout, Russell and the other two grimaced more. They crazily urged their energies to get rid of the barriers there. Serves them well, Feng Rao scolded. They deserve death for trying to compete for the spoils. Shi Yin just smiled, not saying anything. He even stretched his body leisurely. You shouldn't say that. If they die, your father will be in a lot of trouble. No matter what, they're still the leaders of the pirates. You know that there is great danger waiting for us later on. Sooner or later, we will encounter the three big forces. They are part of our strength. Are you that nice? For real? Feng Rao bit her lower lip, rolling her eyes at him. Since when did you become so nice like that? When you attacked me, I didn't see a bit of mercy from you. Shi Yin was embarrassed. That's different. We were enemies at that time. However, before we reach the new star life, I will continue considering them as my allies. Moreover, real and more strong enemies are behind us. Shi Yin understands the differentiation between right and wrong. It's pretty good for him. As for you, little girl, you shouldn't let hatred cover your eyes. It was true that Russell, Barrett, and Jianong weren't very sensible. But if they died, they would have no chance to win. We're in a passive situation, Feng sighed begrudgingly. I'll go help them. He touched his glabella. The soul altar spun wildly. Thin and narrow lightning strikes shot out from Feng Ku's body. They grumblingly flew towards Barrett's group like long, hissing snakes. Feng Ku cultivated thunder and lightning power. His god soul controlled thunderbolts, swarming them over to Barrett's group. They collided with the lightning strikes from the sky, sending dazzling sparks everywhere. Since they were using the same lightning power, Feng Ku had used his god soul to magically guide the lightning power that didn't belong to his to move away from the god body and to the other three. As soon as Barrett and the other two realized the change in their god body, they immediately flew back to the gathering spot, ready to show off their best behaviors and actions. They all looked petrified. It's not your thing. Don't come and pretend like you had good intentions. Don't you feel like your face is showing that you feel lost? Fonka snorted with a dark and harsh face. If it happens again, don't blame me for ignoring you guys. You are lucky today that it's lightning power that controlled you previously. If it were another power, I would have had no choice. Barrett, Gianome, and Russell grimaced. They were frightened and ashamed, not uttering a word to protest. Is the venomous dragon dangerous? Fong Rowden turned her head back to look at Jester, asking seriously. Are they a strong branch of the monster clan? Yeah, the monster clan is powerful. The venomous demonic dragon tribe is amazing at using poisons. They also have a terrifying venom. Jester took a deep breath. Legends say that the venomous demonic dragon was one of the strongest tribes in the Raging Flame Star area several tens of thousands of years ago. In that time, different races didn't live in harmony like we do now. The discrimination was really harsh. Tens of thousands of years ago, the venomous demonic dragon was the strongest branch of the monster clan in our Raging Flame Star area. Each venomous dragon could raise the blood rain in the whole region. They were very dangerous, even more dangerous than the experts at the same realm. Pausing for a while, he pointed at the skeleton of the venomous demonic dragon. That venomous dragon should be at level 11. It was probably equal to a third sky of original God Realm warrior. However, if the dragon fights a third sky of original God Realm expert, the dragon would win 80 to 90% of the time. Were they that dangerous? Ka-Tua screamed. So why have they never shown up? If the venomous demonic dragon tribe were so strong, they would have ruled the Raging Flame Star area. Why do the three big forces rule now? I don't know. My ancient book isn't complete. Its content holds just some aspects. I can only say that something really terrible had happened deep inside the Forbidden Land, which made the entire venomous demonic dragon tribe extinct. Jester smiled miserably. He also didn't know the reason why. Barrett, do you still want to go there and check it out? Yin asked naturally, his face calm and natural. Barrett, Gianome, and Russell were still frightened. Listening to his question, they shook their heads embarrassedly. Okay, Yin nodded. If you guys don't want to go there anymore, I will check it out. You won't oppose this idea, right? They shook their heads. Feng Rao's visage changed. Don't. You already know it's dangerous. Why do you want to get there? Jester also advised him. Don't take risks. The venomous dragon is really dangerous. Even if they're dead, they clearly don't want their bodies to be cut apart and become blacksmithing materials. Those lightning strikes form a barrier. I'm not sure if there are other barriers, but we don't need to take risks. Yin, although there is something of worth in the venomous dragon's mouth, it may not be what we need. The purpose of our expedition this time is to explore the star map. You shouldn't bring more troubles, said Feng Ke. When he was sunk in the thick mist of the corpse poison at the most critical time, Yin had come alone to rescue him. At that moment, he had a glimpse of gratitude for Yin. While Feng Ke didn't notice, he had more favorable impressions of Yin. He treated him more honestly than Russell, Barrett, and Gianome. He didn't want bad things to happen to Yin either. It's not a big deal. I will just go there to check. Don't worry. Yin beamed a bright smile. He lunged like a rainbow towards the area where Barrett and the other two had been confined before, not waiting for others to say more. The sky-breaking shuttle appeared in front of his chest. A sharp energy that could tear through all kinds of restrictions had pierced layers of barriers, creating a passage towards the skull of the dragon. His figure moved inside the rainbow-like passage. No barriers could affect him. He just calmly moved towards the giant skeleton of the dragon. No lightning struck him. Everybody was so surprised, watching him with fright. They suddenly recognized that he wasn't afraid of the dangers because he was so confident. The sky-breaking shuttle could pierce through many barriers and energy restrictions. Along with his increasing realm and powers, the sky-breaking shuttle's ability also improved. With this strength, he believed that even if this place could hide the most extreme dangers, it didn't necessarily mean that he had no chance to survive. Moreover, he knew how to use space power. If there was a barrier or restriction that the sky-breaking shuttle couldn't break, Yin could tear through space to get back to the Raging Flame Star area. Since he was cultivating many powers Upanishad at the same time, he had magnificent powers. The heaven flames staying in his body also held magical powers. With so many means that he could utilize, he thought that even if this place was very hazardous to the others, it wouldn't actually bind him. While the others were looking at him with astonishment, Yin walked through the rainbow-like passage, heading toward the giant mouth of the venomous demonic dragon. 10-meter-long fangs jutted like the sharp swords hanging upside down. The venomous demonic dragon was dead. For so many years, it had no aura remaining. However, something had crystallized at the points where the fangs had gathered in this giant mouth. This white substance was viscous, and Yin could hear the water murmuring somewhere. That white crystal had some sticky fibers connected with the fangs underneath. It seemed that the white chunk was the crystallization of the venom from the fangs. Frowning, Yin looked at the shining crystal and the viscous fluid gingerly. He started acting more cautious. After hesitating for a while, he released the star power, using the essence of the star power to create a hand to pull that crystal down. He didn't dare use his god body to touch that thing. The venom of the venomous demonic dragon was terrifying indeed. The white chunk crystallized by the venom from the dragon's fangs was the most dangerous essence poison of venomous dragon. No one knew what would happen to the god body if he touched it. The star hand grabbed the poison crystal. After hesitating for a while, Yin turned around and started walking toward the other skull. Chapter 865, Exchange. Chapter 865, Exchange _ Since he held the sky-breaking shuttle in his hand, energy-based structures like barriers, restrictions, and formations were solvable with its powerful energy. Yin reached for the other skull of the venomous demonic dragon smoothly. That skull was a little bit smaller. It was white and polished like jade. Lightning meandered around the small skull. A flame appeared at the corner of his eye. It was the world-extinguishing thunder flame. Pure lightning and thunder power. If it is possible, can you let me absorb it? Asked the world-extinguishing thunder flame, dancing abnormally. Can you take it all at once? Of course. Yes. As long as the lighting power doesn't have any dregs, I will be able to absorb most of them. Ah, then you can absorb it. It is useless to me anyway. The world-extinguishing thunder flame was very excited. It flew out of his body directly. A hand-sized flame appeared, lighting twirling around it. When that small flame fell on the venomous demonic dragon's skull, the lightning started to reduce. Yin felt the world-extinguishing thunder flame's aura clearly. It became fierce. Lightning strikes flew out of the venomous demonic dragon's skull, entering that flame. Shortly after, the world-extinguishing thunder flame finished absorbing the lightning energy that was on the skull. Boom! Then, Yin heard a crack. At the corner of the venomous demonic dragon's skull, a piece of transparent bone just exploded. A beam of lightning and thunder aura hovered like a hazy mist. It's a remnant of the venomous demonic dragon's soul. It holds the dragon's knowledge of lightning and thunder powers. That soul remnant carries only the power Upanishad and nothing else, said the world-extinguishing thunder flame. It's of no use to me. Living beings like me have a power Upanishad that formed naturally. It's different from the way the venomous demonic dragon cultivated. You can take it and give it to anyone who cultivates lightning and thunder power. Perhaps it will benefit that person a lot. Yin's eyes brightened up, nodding discreetly. The world-extinguishing thunder flame was a heaven flame, the most magical life form in the world. It was different from creatures of the flesh. Their power Upanishad was formed naturally. They had a distinctive way to cultivate and a unique ranking system. The power Upanishad of the other creatures was different from the way they cultivated their power. So even if world-extinguishing thunder flame could take the soul remnant of that venomous demonic dragon, it wouldn't give any benefits to the flame. However, if it were given to someone who was cultivating lightning and thunder power like Feng Ku, it would be a different story. How do you take it? It's simple. Use your soul consciousness to make a container for it. Let me try. His thoughts flickered. Beams of refined soul consciousness that naked eyes couldn't see flew out from his soul altar. They weaved a cage to contain the soul remnant. When Shurian's soul consciousness cage captured the venomous demonic dragon's soul, it didn't resist. The cage flew from the venomous demonic dragon's skull and floated in front of him. This soul remnant had many lightning strikes moving inside. Thunder grumbled noisily. Shurian didn't cultivate lightning and thunder power Upanishad. This soul remnant wasn't useful to him. If he forced it to combine with his powers, it would harm his soul altar. Shurian didn't put the soul remnant into his ring. Taking a deep breath, he continued to observe. After scanning the place for a while, his soul consciousness didn't find anything else. Begrudgingly, he returned using the light passage that the sky-breaking shuttle had built. The starlight hand, which was holding the poison crystal, flew with him. A soul remnant and a chunk of poison crystallization were all his harvests. When he walked back to the group, he pointed towards Feng Ku, and the lightning soul remnant of the venomous demonic dragon flew to him. Feng Ku discolored as he thought that Shurian was attacking him. His brows slammed together. However, when the soul remnant came closer, it didn't release any power. Feng Ku then recognized it, his eyes burning bright. Feng Ku's voice trembled. Shurian, what is this? It's the soul remnant inside the venomous demonic dragon skull. It contains the mysteries of lightning and thunder power Upanishad. I think that it may suit you well. Feng Ku couldn't help but scream. He was shivering. You say, you're going to give it to me? Are you sure? His eyes brightened up. He was so happy that he forgot his manners for the first time. At Feng Ku's realm, it would be a huge struggle to break through again. It was possible that it would take him his whole life. Among many second sky of original God Realm experts, Feng Ku wasn't stronger than Ao Gu Duo, Liu Feng, or the other three commanders of the Underworld League. He was the weakest second sky of original God Realm warrior. His weakness stemmed from his lack of profound understanding of lightning and thunder power Upanishad. The time he had accumulated in this realm was still short. If he had the soul remnant of the venomous demonic dragon, it would be very different. He would possibly increase his power and even possibly achieve another breakthrough. How could he not be thrilled? Feng Ku shivered as he was very happy. His bright and sharp eyes gazed at the soul remnant. He couldn't control his mood. The venomous demonic dragon tribe is strange. They could divide their bodies and even souls. Normally, a newborn venomous demonic dragon has only one head, which is used to cultivate venom. However, when a venomous demonic dragon ascends and reaches level 11, it can divide its soul and grow another head that is used to cultivate power Upanishad. Since this venomous demonic dragon had two heads, it used the first one to cultivate venom and the second one to cultivate lightning power. Old brother Feng Ku, you're extremely lucky, explained Jester smilingly. What if the venomous demonic dragon continues to ascend? Asked Shurian. It can divide its soul and grow a third head to cultivate another kind of power Upanishad, said Jester. This is why the venomous demonic dragon tribe is very dangerous. The ability to divide the soul and the body is magical indeed. Not many tribes have this supernatural ability. If one of its heads is cut off, will the venomous demonic dragon die? Asked Feng Rao. No, it will grow back again. However, since it's a significant wound, it will need more than 1,000 years to heal, Jester thought, then said. The supernatural ability of the venomous demonic dragon tribe makes it hard to kill them. If this venomous demonic dragon died here, then this forbidden land is really dangerous. Everybody should take even more cautious steps from here on out. Feng Ku didn't listen to their conversation as he was busy with the soul remnant. He was so excited that he started to fuse it. Barrett, Jianong, Russell, and the other pirates envied Feng Ku, but they all congratulated Feng Ku for his lucky gain. At the second sky of original God Realm, once Feng Ku fused with the wisp of soul remnant in lightning and thunder class of the venomous demonic dragon, he could quite possibly reach a new realm in his understanding of the power Upanishad. His power would increase tremendously. You show a good sense. Feng Rao smiled, her face bright. She was even happier than when she received something good. Her beautiful eyes sparkled strangely, charmingly looking at Shi Yin with passion and affection. She knew how precious the soul remnant that Shi Yin had given her father was. If Shi Yin asked her to do embarrassing acts that she couldn't stand, she would be willing to do it for him. What's that? Jester looked at the crystal the Starlight Hand was holding. He was very surprised. It seems like there's a sticky substance at the core. Where did you get it? From the main head of the venomous, demonic dragon. It's crystallized on the fangs of the dragon. I think it may be the venomous, demonic dragon's venom, explained Shi Yin. Jester's eyes brightened. Good stuff. This is the greatest venom above all the others. It's the best mediator to produce poison. Sell it to me, yeah? Everybody was amazed, looking at him with an odd face. Jester was an alchemist who specialized in refining poisons. He decided to stay in the Heaven Punishment City because his area of study was the complete opposite of the other alchemists of the Raging Flame Star area. He studied poisons. It was the wicked and demonic path that most the alchemists disdained. Almost all alchemists and warriors in the Raging Flame Star area discriminated against alchemists who refined poisons. The three powerful forces also banned their alchemists from exploring and experimenting in this field. Jester didn't have a place to go. That was why he stayed in the Heaven Punishment City. Because no one in this place judged what he did or questioned his business, he was able to do whatever he wanted. To refine poisons, he needed mediators with strong toxicity. The crystallization of the venomous demonic dragon's venom was the best mediator indeed. It was the most precious treasure that he yearned for. However, the other people felt chilled seeing him get excited. It's a top-quality poison. The poison is fluid from the venomous demonic dragon. Look at how excited he got. If he refined the poison, how terrible will it be? People felt the hair on the back of their nape rise. You want to trade for this? What do you have to offer me? Shi Yin grinned, not agreeing with him immediately. To be honest, I don't have an urgent need for divine crystals. If you want this crystal, you must offer something I can't reject. How about the level 5 divine grade heavenly mending pellet? Even the original God Realm warriors could use it to mend the wounded original soul. I'll give you 3 pellets. Jester pondered for a while, then gritted his teeth. I have only 3 pellets. I had to use many different kinds of materials to refine them. A level 5 divine grade heavenly mending pellet can grant you another life when you are in a critical condition. Barrett, Gianone, and Russell overheard this and interrupted Jester. Jester, you bastard. Didn't you tell me that you had no more heavenly mending pellets? Chapter 866, Everybody Has a Chance. Chapter 866, Everybody Has a Chance, _ Ao Guduo by Tian, Liu Feng, and the experts of the 3 powerful forces were moving above a silver-colored river. Along the way, their fortune was so bad that they had activated around 10 barriers and restrictions. These barriers and restrictions killed more than 30 unfortunate King God Realm warriors, leaving no trace of them. Since they weren't familiar with the Forbidden Land, they couldn't dodge it beforehand. This troubled them a lot. The Forbidden Land was more than 10 times more dangerous than the pirates themselves. They learned from the sacrifice of those warriors that died. They didn't rush anymore. Whenever they met a strange area, they acted with more caution, afraid that it would drag them in and kill them. If we continue at this speed, they will leave us far behind. Tuo Hai of the Underworld League frowned. He was a little bit annoyed. The pirates are familiar with this place. They must be moving fast. However, we can't go freely like they are. We won't be able to reach them. Tuo Hai to G, do you have a better solution? Mo smiled, naturally, while strange light moved in her beautiful eyes. You've always been smart. How about you lead the way? Tuo Hai's face darkened. If I had a better solution, I would be the first one storming out there. Would I need you to remind me? If you don't have a solution, why do you need to be so angry? Will it solve the issue? Mo was still smiling, sneaking looks at Bai Tian next to her. But if we continue like this, perhaps they will have already solved the star map when we reach them. They have time to do it. What do you say, Bai Tian to G? Fengke's the strongest pirate, but he has only the second sky of original God realm. He's no match for any of us. Should we worry about them plotting against us? Bai Tian smiled coldly and disdainfully. What if we give them time to prepare? The danger hiding deepest inside the Forbidden Land isn't something the pirates could solve. When they reach that area, their speed will slow down naturally. We shouldn't worry about that. It's true. No one can fully prepare for the dangers deep inside the Forbidden Land. Perhaps when we meet Forbidden Land, his crew's members will almost all be dead. Li Yufeng nodded. He looked calm, with no intention of moving faster. Fan He and Li Yufeng were from the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce. He had contacted Fan He through the Soundstone secretly. Fan He was going to come shortly. With Fan He's cultivation base, those barriers and restraints wouldn't threaten them if they were in Fan He's presence. When that happened, the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce would take the upper hand in this situation. Li Yufeng wasn't hurrying. He even wanted them to slow down so that they would meet Fan He earlier. Although Ao Guduo and Carthu were from the Dark Firmament Divine Nation, they didn't go together because of the rift between Ziyao and Ao Gera. They even seemed to be competing against each other. After Ao Gera had left Ziyao, he became quiet. He didn't talk much. When he had time, he would sit down and spend most of his efforts learning his power Upanishad. He didn't bat an eye over Ziyao anymore. Ao Guduo was happy seeing his nephew finally get through the heartbreak. He often told him what he had experienced while breaking through his realm years before. He wanted to aid Ao Gera to pass the threshold of his own breakthrough faster. Ziyao's team was the weakest force in this horde. Although Carthu was one of the 5 feudal vassals, his realm wasn't high enough. He hadn't reached the second sky of original God realm yet. Compared to Li Yufeng and Bai Tian, he was 1 level lower. That was why Carthu acted modestly, not intervening the others. He quietly walked with Ziyao behind them. Strange light often flashed outside this silver river. While the hotshots of the 3 powerful forces moved, their soul consciousness would occasionally flutter, letting strange light enter their head. Ziyao walked by Carthu. They often kept an eye on the strange light that was near the river. Sometimes they stopped to sense. Today, while Ziyao was watching the wonderful light, she suddenly received a signal. She sat down cross-legged in the void, closing her eyes and letting her soul alter spin. A thought flew out which entered that wonderful light. Crystalline, 7-colored light rippled and expanded from her god domain. Her soul consciousness covered the blue light swirling around the silver river and pulled it into her soul altar. Her graceful body suddenly shivered. Divine, 7-colored light twirled around her body. She started to sweat. A flow of glorious energy shot out from her soul altar and entered the light that was by the river. It seemed like she had made contact with that light. More dazzling light flew out from the light by the river and gathered around Ziyao. Many original God Realm experts at the front had bright eyes. They turned around and looked at her with awe. Her Highness is about to break through. Tai Mu shouted, his face astonished. He instinctively turned to Carthu. Carthu's body was trembling, pleased at what was happening. True, she's been at the 3rd sky of King God Realm for a long time. I think the magical feature of this area has triggered something in her. It seems that joining this trip was a good decision for her. Blonde-headed Ao Gera's eyes sparkled. He looked at Ziyao with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking. The more dangerous the place is, the easier it is to understand the truth of earth and heaven. That little girl has an excellent innate endowment. However, she let powers blind her for a long time. It's good that she's finally understood this today. Bai Tian of the Underworld League nodded, complimenting her. Are you just watching her breaking through? Mo was surprised, laughing. You don't want to stop her. Do you dare to stop her? Tuahai snorted. Don't blame me for not reminding you. That Du Tian Jie cherishes his daughter a lot. If he found out that someone disturbed her while she was breaking through, I think a raging storm would rise in the raging flame star area. I'm afraid that even the Hegemin wouldn't be able to protect you. Mo slightly changed her visage. Her smile disappeared as she was scared. Du Tianji was the most arrogant and brutal individual among the three strongest experts in the Raging Flame Star area. When he was young, he was obsessed with power. He had ruthlessly killed his blood brothers to sit on the throne. He then focused on expanding his territory in the next several hundred years. His 5 great feudal vassals all acted like mad butchers. However, they were the foundation of the prosperous dark firmament divine nation. But in the recent 100 years, Du Tianji suddenly reduced his operations. He became more modest. People who didn't know the truth assumed that he was so old that his competitive spirit had faded. However, those who existed at the same level as Bai Tian and Tua Hai had a different point of view about this. It wasn't that Du Tianji didn't have the mood anymore. Instead, he had figured out a broader road. He was trying his best to break the last chain of the original God realm to enter the ethereal God realm. Throughout the recent several hundred years, he had always been cultivating in seclusion. He wasn't greedy for powers as much as when he was younger. When Fan He and the hegemon of the Underworld League were still expanding their territories, Du Tianji had given up everything. He didn't even care about the future of the divine nation. He hadn't shown up for dozens of years, seeking for a chance to break through. People weren't scared of him anymore because he had given up. He also stopped showing how brutal he used to be. They would instinctively think that he wasn't as strong as Fan He and the hegemon of Underworld League. Only the true experts at a certain realm, the ones who were familiar with his characteristics and personality, knew that he was even more dangerous now compared to when he was younger. It's easy to pick something up, but it's much harder to put it down. He had bet his entire life for the new realm. He didn't even care about his life. His mad dedication was intimidating indeed. Thus, listening to Tuahai, Mo quieted down. Her usual smile disappeared. She was so scared. It was also the reason why Ao Guduo now had a chance to kill Carthu and Ziyao in the Forbidden Land. Still, he didn't dare to act rashly. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Carthu or Ziyao. He was afraid of the shadow behind Ziyao, the overlord of the divine nation, the one that had subdued him even when he was at the peak of his strength. Ziyao is about to break through. How about you? Ao Guduo took a deep breath, his face solemn as he looked at his nephew. Half a year. I just need half a year to break through. Ao Gera contemplated for a while before replying with confidence. I feel like I can touch the third sky of King God realm every day. I think it will come very soon. Good, you can't lag behind too much. Otherwise, she will look down on you right away. And then, you will never conquer her heart. Sure, Yin was able to gain a slot in her heart, because that kid is really strong, said Ao Guduo. A brutal gleam sparkled in Ao Gera's eyes. Don't worry, uncle. I will kill him. I will definitely kill him. Yeah, as long as you can keep your mind clear of love and other emotions, you will break through soon with your innate endowment. Ao Guduo nodded. Dash. Forbidden Land. Shuriyan's group continued to move forward. 5 months had passed as quickly as a blink of an eye. In the last 5 months, they moved slowly. They had encountered many dangers. Many of them were wounded or even dead. However, they continued moving forward, exploring the deeper places of the Forbidden Land. Funk had been quiet lately. He didn't express any of his opinions, only focusing on fusing the lightning and thunder soul remnant of the venomous demonic dragon. His power was increasing significantly. He was getting stronger by the minute. After Jester had exchanged his pellets for the poison crystal with Shuriyan, he became even more excited. When he had free time, he contemplated deep in thought. He checked for information in many ancient books. It seemed like he was considering different methods to refine the chunk of poison, but he hadn't come up with any solution yet. Since Shuriyan had given the lightning soul remnant of the venomous demonic dragon to Feng Ku, the blue demon pirates had a new attitude towards Shuriyan. They started to treat him as if he was their boss's son-in-law. Feng Shao also became friendlier. He had already considered Yin his brother-in-law already. Every day, when he had free time, he would find Yin to drink and chat, trying to form a close relationship with him. Yin and Feng Rao had gotten even closer, and their relationship was deep. Sometimes, they would disappear together. When they reappeared, Feng Rao looked like she was filled with amorous feelings, as though she was a flower that just received water. Her beautiful eyes looked at Shi Yin with the deepest affection. To Barrett, every time they disappeared, he felt a dagger stabbing his heart. He tried to push away these feelings. His patience had improved apparently. Inside a pile of crushed stone, Feng Rao was snuggling on Shi Yan's brawny body. She cocked her head and talked to him tenderly. I wonder if we can get to the target deep inside the Forbidden Land and use the star map to find the new star area. I'm not sure if we can survive the three powerful forces. However, we are alive for now, right? This period will be the best moments of my life. I will cherish it for as long as I live. Even if I die, I won't regret anything as long as I'm with you. Shi Yin answered deliberately. Don't worry. People may die, but we won't. While they had their intimate moment, screeches came from a far distance. The pirates seemed to meet something terrible once again. They changed their visage, parting immediately. They put their clothes on and rushed towards the screeches. Chapter 867, Beseech to Die. Chapter 867, Beseech to Die. __. A luxuriant mountain range stood firm in the sky, with many peaks where the five element energies, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, were moving and sending strange beams of light everywhere. Under the mountain range was an immense sea, with a cold and dark aura emitting from it. It looked so cold and tranquil that it irritated people. The warriors would then feel their soul alter, slowing down, unable to urge their power fast enough. Feng Ku and the pirates were standing in front of the mountain range, releasing their god domains with their faces turned solemn. Many warriors had jumped into the first ravine. They were coiled and twisted by an invisible force, forcefully dragged to the dark sea underneath. When their god body touched the water, they immediately sank and disappeared into the sea, leaving no ripple. All of a sudden, their painful screeching arose from inside the sea, which rose the hair on the nape of the others. It felt like a sharp sword piercing their sea of consciousness, making their souls twinge. After a while, around a dozen pirates had disappeared into the sea. The others couldn't see the fallen pirates, but they could still hear their pitiful screeches. It seemed like the Shura hell was in the seabed of that sea, and the invisible demons had extended their horrendous hands to strangle them. They were torturing the warriors who had been dragged into the sea. Although they could hear them crying, their soul consciousness couldn't pierce through that vast sea to locate the victims. A fearful, desperate, and powerless intent domain expanded from the sea, which could affect people's minds and generate fear and despair instinctively. They felt that they couldn't dodge the undersea confinement and would follow the others in sinking and dying on the seabed shortly. The pitiful cries expanded, storming into people's minds and their sea of consciousness. The pirates paled uneasily. Feng Ku, Russell, Jianong, and Barrett forbade their crew members from walking further. They stopped around several hundred meters away from the mountain range. Emotions froze on their face as they continually gathered and released their soul consciousness, sending them to the sea to investigate. Lightning, cold gust of winds, and sand dragons flew out of the god domains of the pirates, stabbing into the sea like sharp swords. However, no matter what energy it was, when the attack fell into the sea, it was like a handful of salt dissolving in water, leaving no trace. The soul consciousness added to that energy attack would be cut off directly right at that moment. It barely had enough time to sense the commotion down in the sea. After a while, people ultimately stopped their hopeless investigation. Their faces were heavy, looking at the place ahead of them with fright. No one dared to act rashly. Right at this moment, Shi Yin and Feng Rao arrived. Feng Rao was still blushing with lovely affection. It was obvious what she had just done. Her watery eyes were like flowers after receiving water. Father, what happened? Some brothers have fallen into the sea. The ravine has some invisible force that has dragged them down. You came in time. Feng Ku turned around, looking at Shi Yin with a stern visage. Do you have any solution to save them? We've tried, but when the energy fell into the sea, it would vanish. Perhaps you could have some method to save them. Oomph. Barrett snorted, his eyes savage. Feng Rao looked so amorous. It was obvious that she had just had her intimate moments with Shi Yin, which enraged Barrett, her long-term admirer. He felt so annoyed that he almost wanted to spurt blood from his mouth. He hated that he couldn't kill both of them right now. Unfortunately, although he had had a good encounter with the Fire Intent Domain field, he didn't have the confidence to beat Shi Yin, as he hadn't broken through to the next realm yet. He was still at the first sky of Original God Realm. Even though his understanding of Firepower Upanishad was upgraded, his energy hadn't increased significantly. What solution could I come up with? Shi Yin rubbed his nose, talking naturally. Even you couldn't do anything with your second sky of Original God Realm cultivation base. I really don't have any solution. You have cultivated special powers. Russell gave a low shout. Half of the warrior dragged into the sea were Russell's brothers. Although Russell was ruthless and bloodthirsty in dealing with his enemies, he always took care of his crew members, who had been with him for years through ups and downs. This was also the reason why he wanted to find the Fan family of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce to take revenge. He could even recruit a strong team to do that. The crying and screeching coming from the sea had shaken people. They could imagine how terrible the torture their comrades were undergoing would be. Hearing those heartbreaking sounds, Russell felt his blood boiling with fury. He had almost jumped in there several times. However, his other subordinates had consoled him and held him back. Fonka had no solution, neither did Russell, Jianong, and Barrett. But Shi Yin, as he had performed something extraordinary and useful lately, perhaps only he could help their brothers in their eyes. My special powers Upanishad are of no use in this situation, because my realm is too low. If you strong warriors don't have a solution, how can I do anything? Shi Yin shrugged. He didn't want to give a hand. He looked at Ka Tuo's side and yelled, "How are you guys over there?" Ka Tuo was calm, shaking his head lightly, indicating that his members were fine. Shi Yin calmed down, stretching his body relaxingly. We should change to another direction. The barriers ahead look natural. Although someone has touched them, we can't just break them as we want. Before he had arrived here, he had sent his soul consciousness to sense the surroundings. 5 element energies in the gorges were natural and complete. Since they were moving magically, people assumed that nature had created them wondrously. However, the stiff rock between the mountains had some streaks of sharp weapons. They should be the marks the strong formation masters had added later. Normally, the area which could generate a natural formation was always mysterious and wicked. It was really tough to solve. The sky-breaking shuttle couldn't break a divine-grade natural formation, which carried the mysteries of nature. The formation created by the hands from the high sky was a miracle that mortals couldn't break. Shi Yin knew his limits. If you help us, I, Russell, will treasure your favor. In front of everybody, Russell shouted, his face reddened. Then, he kneeled down, giving Shi Yin peak respectful conduct. Tears lingered in his eyes as he said, "They're my brothers, who have followed me for a long time. They don't feel well there. They can die, but they shouldn't be tortured like that. If you can't save them, please let them die comfortably. All members of the Bloody Chief Skull Pirates will treasure your favor today." Several hundred pirates of the Bloody Chief Skull were stirred up and touched, seeing their leader kneeling down and begging Shi Yin for his favor. All Bloody Chief Skull Pirates kept silent, kneeling and lining in front of Shi Yin. They slightly lifted up their heads, looking at Shi Yin with longing eyes as they silently expressed their request. Shi Yin was touched. Russell had bent down in front of him to reduce the torture for his subordinates. Although this man was harsh and malignant, as he was willing to receive humiliation for his subordinates, he was worth a compliment. Shi Yin, Senior, Feng Rao, and Ka Tuo called him at the same time. They were also touched, so they wanted to ask for his favor on Russell's behalf. Ka Tuo and Russell weren't so different. They were heartless to their enemies, but they were always honest and loyal to their brothers. Hearing the screeching of Russell's subordinates, Yin was touched. He asked his heart and confirmed that he would do the same when his brothers fell into danger. Please let them die comfortably. I'm begging you. My brothers and I will treasure your favor. 3 other leaders of the smaller pirate organizations, whose brothers were also dragged into the sea, also kneeled down to beg Yin for his favor. Under people's hot gazes, Yin nodded, talking calmly. I can't save them, but it shouldn't be a big problem to ease their pains. As soon as he had finished, his spinning soul altar shot out some blazing white beams which flowed out of his eyes, turning into space blades that crossed the sky. Under his control, they slashed down as fast as a saber. The sea was torn instantly. Just like the patches on a fabric sheet, it was divided into several blocks. The saber light moved like a shuttle as the sea was cut into several pieces, and the unceasing pitiful scream halted. Those who were under the torture had their life cut off by the saber light. They didn't need to endure the torture that wasn't designed for humans, as their souls scattered. Their essence, chi, and soul vanished, as if the sea had finally engulfed them. The despairing and fearful aura didn't ooze out anymore. The saber light came back and disappeared in front of Yin. The sea, which had been divided into blocks, started to raise a tsunami. The seawater boiled as bubbles that were as big as a pan floated on the water surface. They started to merge with each other, turning into a terrible vortex. The seething water seemed to find a drainage port, flooding into the vortex and disappearing shortly. The rough, bumpy, dark green ground was exposed after the water was all gone, and a group of ruins of palaces was revealed at the bottom of the sea. Those collapsed buildings and palaces situated in an area of 100 mu. Although those rooms were broken down, they were still pretty tall, reaching around dozens of meters high. The palaces were built from green jade, sparkling with a cold green light as an icy cold aura meandered in every corner of the palaces. Sometimes, steam rose from somewhere, reflecting the light and making a halo cover the shabby, tattered palaces. The vortex was still revolving in the center of this group of palaces. Bubbles popped, releasing the immense mist with a mellow fragrance. The green ground around the palaces was filled with seemingly bottomless holes. Cold air emitted from there, chilling people up. Watching from a high elevation, the group of grand palaces, the green ground, and the chasms looked like a map drawn by a massive pen. However, it looked more like a dangerous formation. Several mountains were floating, moving around the collapsed palaces as if they were making some magical changes. People could see some energy curves above the mountains. The 5 elements' energies slowly pressed down, turning into the clouds of 5 elements drifting above the palaces. If those palaces weren't wrecked, and if the mountains were luxuriant with foliage, animals, and birds, this place would be a fairyland. They could imagine how grand and luxurious it must have been. Chapter 868, Easygoing King of Heaven Hall. Chapter 868, Easygoing King of Heaven Hall, __. However, from the pirates' location, the ruined palaces didn't bring much sense of beauty. Quite the contrary, they looked more evil and bizarre. They seemed to hide some terrible truth. All the pirates were frightened as their sharp eyes stared at the wonder that had just emerged. They didn't know what to do except feel respect instinctively. None of them dared to plunge down to check those tattered palaces, staying silent in awe. However, they still maintained a distance from those palaces. They were afraid that some unknown dangers would jump out from nowhere. Feng Ku, Russell, Jianong, and Barrett also banned their subordinates from searching that area, just releasing the soul consciousness to check something. Yin frowned, sending beams of soul consciousness with space power to search for living beings and energy. He suddenly felt something. His eyes batted, and 3-star balls bloomed from his palms, plunging down to the palaces. The 3-star balls transformed into 3 strange hands, rummaging through a crushed stone pile in a palace. After a while, they picked up 3 green stone tablets, which were carved with 3 words, King of Heaven Hall. 3 massive 100 meters wide stone tablets were pulled by 3 starlight hands, hovering in the air. The 3 big words on the tablets shimmered with a faint green light and a feeble aura. The 3 tablets connected in the void, forming up a whole intact block. A green light glowed brightly. A torrential energy burst out from the water vortex in the center of the palace. Amidst the popping sounds of bubbles, transparent skeletons emerged. 2 more stone tablets appeared with more words, easygoing. Yan's thoughts flickered, and the 2 stone tablets flew up, joining with the others. Now the tablet read, Easygoing King of Heaven Hall. When the 5 words finally combined, the ruined palaces exploded rumblingly. The chasms on the green ground seemed to be revived, as more chi gushed out, flooding the ruins. The ruins of the palaces seemed to be fixed by an unknown power. It looked like countless ghost hands were renovating the tattered palace. The entire palace was being rebuilt at a speed naked eyes could observe. In around 2 hours, the ruined palace was restored. The floating mountains halted, and a vigorous life energy arose from the range. The withered trees and foliage sprouted again, thriving luxuriantly. Everybody gawked at the marvelous transformation down there. No one uttered a word, as if they were petrified. The massive tablet with Easygoing King of Heaven Hall carved on it had gotten rid of Yan's energy restraint. Now it was installed on the main hall grandly, giving people a soul-capturing feeling. Slosh, slosh, slosh. The raging water vortex surged, and the pure, fragrant water splashed, flying up to the sky, which was against the natural order. It then poured into each floating mountain. Vigorous vitality arose from those mountains, and the green jade palace restored shiningly. A green halo was moving about the palace like a fairyland. Easygoing King of Heaven Hall. Jester couldn't help but shout, looking absolutely terrified. He fumbled with an ancient book, tried to open it with his trembling fingers, as if he wanted to confirm something. Everybody was astonished. They couldn't help but look at him skeptically. Shortly, Jester took a deep breath, his eyes filled with fear. He lowered his voice, shouting, "It's the easygoing King of Heaven Hall." Yeah. Fonka frowned, but he didn't know of the situation. What happened? Jester, you know this palace hall? Have you ever heard about the God Clan? Jester's hand, which was holding the ancient book, trembled as his voice stuttered. Ancient legends of the Raging Flame Star area tell about a clan, the God Clan. Have you ever heard about it? Fonka shook his head. Russell, Barrett, and Jianon were also dull, as they didn't know anything. Although the experts of the Raging Flame Star area knew nothing about this, Yan was amazed. Please elaborate, he shouted. It's like this. Jester contemplated for a while before pulling himself together. The martial inheritance in our Raging Flame Star area comes from this clan. Before they came here, the Raging Flame Star area was a barbarian area. We knew neither the martial power Upanishads nor the cultivating methods. At that moment, our ancestors were still at the primitive tribal stage. They didn't know how to utilize natural powers. Our ancestors were so weak at that time. Everybody was shaken, looking at him and listening to him attentively. A clan of people calling themselves gods arrived in the Raging Flame Star area and spread the martial arts and power Upanishads. They taught our ancestors to use the powers of nature. They helped us in getting out of the barbarian stage, finding more suitable cultivating methods. That clan had imparted the martial path on our ancestors in the Raging Flame Star area. They brought prosperity to the Raging Flame Star area and laid down the cradle of warriors. Jester took a deep breath, explaining in a trembling voice. What happened to this clan later on? This was the first time Fonka had ever heard about this. He was both scared and baffled. Disappeared. Jester beamed a faint smile. Disappeared inexplicably. There was no sign left. It seemed they had disappeared completely in one night. I like old books, so I got many mysterious books and scriptures recently from strange places. That's why I know where our ancestors had found the martial arts. Martial arts were created because of this clan the clan that called themselves gods. Why did they disappear all of a sudden? Serene contemplated. Jester wore a miserable visage. This is the mystery that none of the ancient books have recorded. Many people have tried to solve this mystery, but they have all failed. It's been so many years. They want to know the reasons. However, they seem to have disappeared into the river of history, leaving no vestige. What is the relation between that clan and this easygoing king of Heavenhall? Serene was shaken inwardly, asking gingerly. When that god clan descended in the raging Flamestar area, they came with only one troop of not more than 100 members. They had two leaders, namely Easygoing King of Heaven and Carefree King of Heaven. These two great kings were the ancestors of the warriors in the raging Flamestar area. Jester said with a respectful face. The two kings of heaven of the god clan had their own battleships. They were the massive moving palaces called Easygoing King of Heavenhall and Carefree King of Heavenhall. They were so tough and way more dangerous than the top quality battleships of our raging Flamestar area. Listening to him, everybody quieted down. Divine light sparkled in their eyes as they gazed at the palace, which had been restored to a new condition down there. If this palace was the moving palace of the god clan that year, according to Jester, how precious was this palace? So, is this easygoing king of Heavenhall the moving palace of the easygoing king of heaven? Fonku was thrilled as he gazed at the palace without blinking even once. I don't know. Jester shook his head, giving a miserable smile. I can only say that if this easygoing king of Heavenhall belonged to one of the kings of heaven of the god clan that year, it would be absolutely precious. Serene's brow twitched. He couldn't help but look at where the vortex had disappeared and the transparent skeletons here and there, asking, does one of those skeletons belong to the god clan? Impossible. Those are female skeletons. I'm an alchemist, so I can tell it easily. Jester opposed his idea. From the information I got, Easygoing King of Heaven liked beautiful women. He kept some beautiful maids, but they weren't from the god clan. When he arrived in the raging Flamestar area, he had already gotten beautiful maids in his palace. If this is his moving palace, those skeletons should belong to those maids. King of Heaven of the god clan, movable palaces, ancestors of warriors. Jester's words frightened Serene. He looked absent-minded. The Grace mainland also had the legends of the god clan. The god clan was one of 10 strong clans in the antiquity, the strongest one. The other 9 clans had joined hands to expel this clan. At the same time, the most powerful branch of the demon clan, the immortal demon, was terminated. The other clans suffered big losses from which they couldn't have recovered even after 10,000 years. The god clan was the so-called most perfect clan. Did they leave the Grace mainland to move to the raging Flamestar area? Would the god clan's missionary in the raging Flamestar area belong to the same branch who had left the Grace mainland? In a vast universe, a life star was just like a drop in an ocean. So, perhaps it was not just the Grace mainland that had a god clan. It might be that this perfect clan had existed in some other continents. The god clan, which used to exist in the raging Flamestar area, perhaps wasn't the same clan from the Grace mainland. But if they weren't from the same branch, why did they disappear into thin air in just one night? A series of questions flashed in his head. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a clue. The more he thought, the more complicated it became. If the god clan disappeared all of a sudden, why is the easy-going king of Heavenhall found deep in the Forbidden Land? Did they disappear into the center of the Forbidden Land? Fonka was baffled for a while. He instinctively whispered, seeming to be scared. He suddenly doubted whether this star map expedition was a wise decision. The location marked on the star map required them to visit a place deep inside the Forbidden Land. That was why he was persistent on heading further. However, even the moving palace of the easygoing king of heaven had sunk here, and this place wasn't even the deepest place of the Forbidden Land yet. It was still a far distance from their destination. How formidable would the dangers be in there? Fonka became intensively restless. If some of you want to leave, you can return using our previous trace. I think the dangers deep in the Forbidden Land will be more than a dozen times more hazardous. I'm not sure how many of us will survive, or if we can even find a place marked on the star map. Perhaps leaving at this moment is a wise decision, Fomka suddenly said, his face solemn. Everybody quieted down, contemplating his suggestion. The situation of this area was exaggeratingly dangerous, and what Jester had told them was also earth-shaking. For the first time, they felt that the road ahead was far and misty. If we return, we will encounter the three powerful forces. In that case, it's better to journey on to discover the secrets. Barrett gritted his teeth. Everybody was shaken, feeling a deep chill that even left them panting. At this moment, they were clear that they didn't have a way back. Chapter 869, The Remnant of Chaotic Energy. Chapter 869, The Remnant of Chaotic Energy. __. Fengku and the others stooped to observe the easygoing king of Heaven Hall down there. They were astounded by what Jester had told them, staying silent for a long time. This hall belonged to the easygoing king of Heaven of the God Clan, the one who had imparted martial path to the warriors in Raging Flame Star area. He was deemed the ancestor of everybody here. The easygoing king of Heaven Hall was also his moving palace where he hid magical things. If they could get this easygoing king of Heaven Hall, it would be a big help for them on the way to explore the Forbidden Land. In the battle with the three forces, they would have a far greater power. However, no matter how big their greed was, looking at the easygoing king of Heaven Hall, none of them dared to act rashly, and Shi Yin was no exception. Shi Yin was a little afraid of the clan, who called themselves gods. Instinctively, he didn't want to get inside and check. While people still kept silent, the floating mountains in the four directions of the king of Heaven Hall moved again. Each mountain released a surging energy like the vast sea, pouring into the easygoing king of Heaven Hall. The silent palaces suddenly echoed an explosion, as if an energy core was activated. Everybody was startled. Under their gazes, the palaces floated up to the sky slowly. The mountain range then pressed down, becoming a part of the palace. A light ring expanded from the mountain and from inside the palace. With a series of explosions, the palaces and the mountain flew out, disappearing deeper into the Forbidden Land. It moves. It's restored indeed. The energy of the palace is still there. It has activated again and flies the palace deep into the Forbidden Land. My, what's going on? The pirates were frightened. As they didn't know what was going on, they dodged instinctively. A beam of energy emitted from the easygoing king of Heaven Hall under a tremendous force. The massive palace flew out rapidly, crushing barriers and restrictions along its way as easily as breaking the dried tree branches. The grand palace flashed, then disappeared shortly like a glorious curtain, fading away. At the moment the energy exploded, a chaotic aura arose, creating a fierce suction force, dragging so many pieces of crushed stone, trees, and dregs of energy in outer space. Bloody Slaughterer Ka Tuo's eyes shot out a fierce light, his lips trembling. He jumped into the center of the chaotic energy immediately. It was a remnant of energy which seemed to bind the easygoing king of Heaven Hall. At the moment the hall got rid of its constraint, it shot out. However, since that energy remnant had sealed the easygoing king of Heaven Hall for so many years, it had constantly been used up. When the easygoing king of Heaven Hall wiggled off its restraint, this energy remnant had no choice but to burst off, which created the chaotic intent domain. Shi Yan's eyes were gloomy, his eyes complicated. Actually, a storm was raging in his mind. If the easygoing king of Heaven Hall of the God Clan was restrained by a flow of chaotic energy, would the one who did that be one of the bloodthirsty's cortege of 8? The one who cultivated the chaotic power, Upanishad? How strong that existence, which was buried in the lonesome dead territory and Kada got his inheritance from, used to be. It was only a flow of his energy remnant, but it was enough to bind the easygoing king of Heaven Hall and keep it here for countless years. How formidable was this person when he was still alive and at his peak? How could the existence at such level die? How did he leave his inheritance in the lonesome dead territory? Who had destroyed him and his soul altar? God clan. Thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. However, he couldn't make head or tail of it. He could only think that an earth-shaking disaster had happened at some point in the past. Fonku, Russell, Jianong, and Barrett could only stand and stare at the easygoing king of Heaven Hall flying rapidly towards the deeper area of the Forbidden Land. They had neither an option nor power to stop it. They felt so lost. The most awesome battleship. The moving palace of the man who had imparted his inheritance to the raging flame star area. The dwelling of the God clan's king of heaven. It was such a top, unimaginable treasure, but it had run away right in front of their noses. How much grief they should have. None of them knew about the chaotic power Upanishad. When that energy remnant shot out, people were bussing, gazing at the disappearing, easygoing king of Heaven Hall. Nobody noticed Ka-Tuo's abnormal situation. By the time they reacted and turned around, they saw Ka-Tuo was now the center of a massive magnetic field, which gathered all kinds of outer space energy dregs and debris. Countless crushed stones, dried tree branches, even muddy water, and pieces of corpses were floating around him. Ka-Tuo's face was ferocious, his eyes blood-red. He looked like a bloodthirsty beast. Popping explosions echoed from his body while blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes showed that he was quite thrilled. He couldn't help but face the sky and laugh madly. His voice could even shake the high sky. What has happened to Ka-Tuo? I don't know. He stomped there like crazy. Oh, the energy remnant was there. Perhaps the subtle magic of the easy-going king of Heaven Hall has stunned him. Who knows? People became clamorous. The leaders of the pirates frowned, looking at Ka-Tuo inexplicably as they didn't know what had just happened to him. Fonku observed Ka-Tuo for a while, his face strange. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched as he shouted, Ka-Tuo's about to break through. Hearing him, people became shocked. They didn't say anything, just staring at Ka-Tuo. At this moment, chaotic energy burst out of Ka-Tuo's entire body. It seemed to be able to even squeeze space. His god domain seemed to have a strange suction force that could take in all kinds of dregs and remnants of things in outer space. As his soul altar was spinning, it shot out everywhere. At first glance, Ka-Tuo was hovering in the middle of an outer space energy storm. However, it couldn't affect him, since he was the one who took control of it. Flows of his soul consciousness slithered, invisible to naked eyes. They meandered and twirled around those outer space garbage and debris, guiding them to start the twisted transformation. Will something unexpected happen to my brother? Ka-Fu quietly approached Shi, asking suspiciously with a heavy face. Fonku, Russell, Barrett, and Jianong could take this chance and attack him. Would they ambush him until his soul fades away? He still wanted to see Ka-Tuo break through and reach the original God realm. However, it shouldn't be right now. When the experts were breaking through, they would choose the safest area. They would even ask their friends to guard them, so as they could concentrate and not let their enemy have a chance to destroy their cultivation. Although Ka-Tuo was an infamous pirate, he wasn't the strongest. When his power Upanishad was incomplete, his cultivation had made a turn, and he couldn't bring out the best of this power. Thus, even among the third sky of King God Realm warriors, Ka-Tuo wasn't the top warrior. Blackhorn was the strongest warrior at the third sky of King God Realm that everybody acknowledged. All of that was because of Ka-Tuo's incomplete power Upanishad. After sure, Yin had given him the complete and correct power Upanishad inheritance, Ka-Tuo had gotten back on the right track. I'm here. Of course, I won't let anyone disturb him. Shi comforted him and looked at Fonku. Precursor Fonku, we need more strong warriors. That's the reason why I didn't interfere when Barrett was learning the fire intent domain. I gave you the remnant energy of the venomous demonic dragon in the hope of aiding you to break through. When we fight with the three powerful forces, we could be more sure. Today, Feng nodded understandingly. Don't worry. I will wait until Ka Tuo finishes his breakthrough. Anyone who dares to disturb him will be my dead enemy. His warning eyes raked through Barrett, Jianong, and Russell, his face cold and harsh. I have the same idea. It was strange that Russell expressed himself immediately. He indicated that he wanted to stay on the same side as Feng Ku. He frowned while explaining, I owe little buddy Shi Yin a favor. Of course, I will give him face. He meant that it wasn't Feng Ku he wanted to give face. Feng Ku laughed, peeking at Shi Yin, but talking no more. Yeah, whoever dares to bother him, don't blame us. The three leaders of the smaller forces, who had begged Shi Yin for his favor, also stood up. Ka Tuo's breakthrough will benefit everybody. I hope people will control themselves. Feng Ku, Russell, Shi Yin, the three leaders of the pirates, and Ka Tuo's entourage, this force was heavy enough. Many people who had different thoughts had to shut their mouths. Ka Tuo was a combative person. He had many grudges with many leaders. Of course, there would be someone who didn't want him to break through smoothly. Some did have the thought of interfering, but on being intimidated by this force, those people were smart enough to behave. Why are you looking at me? Am I that big a scum? Jianong rubbed his chin, talking annoyedly. I hope everybody will calm down. Don't rush. Or else, I don't mind helping you to stay calm. Shi Yin smiled naturally, but his eyes were cold and sharp like sabers. He didn't even try to hide his threat. Jianong gave a dry smile. He knew it wasn't the right time to have a dispute with this man. He said nothing else. Why is Ka Tuo breaking through at this moment? After Feng Ku saw everybody agree with his idea, he calmed down. Then, he remembered this detail. Ka Tuo has stayed at the third sky of King God Realm for years. According to common sense, he wouldn't break through without any given indication like this. Was this place suitable for his power, Upanishad? Everybody reacted when he reminded them, looking at Ka Tuo with astonishment. When that twisted, chaotic energy flew out, people had paid their attention to the easygoing king of Heaven Hall, so not many of them noticed it. Even if they had noticed, it was hard to identify what kind of power Upanishad that remnant belonged to. Anyway, chaotic power Upanishad had never existed in the Raging Flame Star area. It was too rare. Thus, people didn't know what kind of energy it was when they saw it. His fortune is coming? It's hard to say, though. Shi Yin just smiled. He wasn't a fool to explain to them everything. Anyway, he was still suspicious. The intimidating member of the God clan was beaten up by one of the bloodthirsty's cortege of 8, the one who cultivated the chaotic Upanishad. He had destroyed and sealed the easygoing king of Heaven Hall for so many years. They would have had a big grudge for sure. Anyway, the easygoing king of Heaven Hall had been restored, and it was flying very fast towards the deeper place of the Forbidden Land. If there weren't something subtle in there, Shi Yin was dead serious that he would never buy it. Chapter 870, A Change of Heart. Chapter 870, A Change of Heart. __. Ka Tuo's breakthrough happened slower than they thought. He had stayed in the center of the chaotic energy for half a month before he could condense the original spirit. He still needed time to strengthen his realm. However, the pirates who were hurried to leave were losing their patience. We can't linger here. The three big forces are after us. They will come here shortly. Once we encounter them, it'll be hard to resist. We must leave now. Barrett shouted indignantly. Most of the pirates agreed with him. For the time being, people became clamorous. They wanted to ditch Ka Tuo here and head to the deeper areas of the Forbidden Land. Feng Ku couldn't calm him down. It's true. We can't waste our time for only Ka Tuo, Jianong nodded. Old brother Feng Ku, people came here with you because of the star map, not because of Ka Tuo's breakthrough. What do you say? Feng Ku felt it difficult to solve this situation. Not a big deal. You guys can go first. Shi Yin contemplated and then smiled. I'll stay to wait for him. Soon, we will catch up with you guys. Without you, we won't be so sure. Feng Ku frowned. During this expedition, Shi Yin had shown them his magical abilities and solved many difficulties easily. For the time being, Feng Ku had considered him his right hand, thinking that he could save people from trouble by keeping Yin with them. If Yin stayed here and they moved further into the Forbidden Land, when they met trouble, many would die without Yin's help. Why are you staying? Kafu and his men will take care of him. What do you need to worry about? Jie and Nong didn't agree. He knew how important Yin was. If Yin wanted to stay, their journey would be more troublesome. Yeah, just let Kafu's men take care of him. You should go with us. Nothing bad will happen anyway. Little brother, you're a big support. If you stay here, you can't utilize your talent well. Come with us. Nothing would happen to Ta. The pirates begged of him. Seeing Yin bringing out a marvelous performance, none of them dared to underestimate him anymore. Vaguely, they thought that Yin was even more important than Feng Ku, the one who had the star map. He had used his competence to prove this. It's okay. We'll stay to watch over him. Kafu also found it difficult, but he didn't want to enrage the people. You can go with them. We will take good care of him. Why should I care about their death or life? Yin talked with his dark and harsh face, not even minding his manners. Wait until Ta breaks through. You guys still need to get deep into the Forbidden Land. Without me at that time, I'm not sure whether you guys can meet us or not. And what if the three forces come when Tuo's still breaking through? If I stay, I can tear the space and put you into the space basin. When I break through to the original God realm, we can find the way back. If I'm not here, facing the three big forces will only have deadly consequences. Hearing him, Kafu nodded as he got wakened up. He was so grateful. If you want to go, just go. I don't mind. I'll stay anyway. Yin turned around to look at the other leaders, talking indifferently. It has nothing to do with me, no matter how many of you die. Those people then got embarrassed. They shut their mouths, as they didn't know what to say. Indeed, if Yin went with them, they would be benefited, but Tuo's team would fall into big danger. How is Yin related to them? Why should he help them? It's not that we don't have a solution. Jester, the only alchemist in this group, dropped his book and intervened. You can give Tuo one of the 3 heavenly mending pellets I gave you. It will solve the problem shortly. It will help him condense the original spirit faster and improve his realm. However, it's a little wasteful. Everybody was shaken. Yan's eyes brightened. So that heavenly mending pellet does have such efficacy. The heavenly mending pellet gives a tonic to original soul. Even if the original spirit gets damaged, it can be healed fast. You can use this pellet to help him condense the original spirit and stabilize his realm. It's easy, but it's a waste of a panacea. Anyway, we are in a rush, so it's not impossible to use one now. As long as you don't regret it, Jester smiled nonchalantly. Don't say that I didn't remind you. A heavenly mending pellet can save your life when you've reached the original God realm. Giving it to Katu means you have reduced one of your lives. Pellets should be used when they're needed the most, Yin chuckled. He said nothing else, taking out a heavenly mending pellet with exquisite fragrance. His thought flickered, and the pellet flew towards Tuo's god domain. Swallow it, Yin shouted. Ta, who was closing his eyes to condense the original spirit inside the god domain, suddenly opened them. His blood-red eyes showed his gratitude. A flow of his energy extended, turning into a rope to tie the pellet and pulling it into his mouth. After he had swallowed it, a strange, immense soul energy immediately flooded his sea of consciousness. Katuo's blood-red eyes became dazzling white. His god body shivered while his soul altar was spinning madly to consume the enormous efficacy of the heavenly mending pellet. To refine the heavenly mending pellets, I used up all the precious materials I had collected for several hundred years. It's another life, you know? It's such a waste using it to condense the original spirit. You are wasting the god's goods. Jester felt hurt a lot. You're really generous. Feng Ku shook his head, talking with emotion. Thank you. Kafu bowed to him, his face showing his hearty gratitude. At this moment, he finally knew how wise his big brother was to establish the relationship with a person like Yin. It was the fortune of their whole lifetime. What did they have to say on seeing Yin giving up a pellet that original God Realm warriors could use to save their lives? Even if he asked their brothers to climb a mountain of sabers or swim in a sea of fire, they would not refuse. Really generous. Ka-Tuah brothers are so lucky to befriend such a character. Right, if he gives me a pellet like the heavenly mending pellet, I will sell my life to him. He's worth befriending. Of course. Leaders of the pirates discussed clamorously as they looked at Yin with hot gazes. After Ka-Tuah had taken in the heavenly mending pellet, his speed of condensing the original spirit became faster. While his soul altar was digesting the energy of the pellets, his realm steadied. A chaotic intent domain was released, increasing the coverage of his god domain. With a heavenly mending pellet, Ka-Tuah had condensed his original spirit successfully after 2 days. Also, his realm had stabilized. The chaotic intent domain was retrieved as crushed stones and dried tree branches fell. Ka-Tuah opened his eyes, still sitting in the center of the chaotic mess. His aura had become ancient and reserved like the deep sea. Divine light sparkled in his eyes while his god body had become like a smooth jade stone, shimmering brightly. His powers had advanced magnificently. "Thank you, Senior." Ka-Tuah calmly walked over, bowing to show his gratitude deep from the bottom of his heart. "It's just a pellet. Don't take it hard. Even if you didn't have the heavenly mending pellet, you would still break through. It would just need more time." Yin smiled naturally. Ka-Tuah nodded, the gratefulness on his face never fading. He would memorize Yin's face till the last day of his life. "Can we go now?" Jianong's voice was gloomy as he was jealous. He snorted, "We've wasted a lot of time here." "Yin, everything's okay?" asked Feng Ke. "Let's go." Yin smiled casually. Where the wonderful light was shining gloriously, Xiao opened her bright moon-like beautiful eyes. The divine light emitting from her body was retrieved as she resumed her normal state. Her bearings had been changed. She was now refined, elegant, and beautiful. She didn't have the feminine charms of the past. Her eyes were clear and pure without a flaw. "Congratulations, Your Highness." Karthu slightly bent his body. "Where are the others?" Xiao gave a faint smile. "They all hastened to go, right?" "Ha, of course, they won't wait for us." "It's good that they didn't interfere," smiled Karthu. "Only Karthu's entourage stayed in this place until now." Ao Guduo, Liu Feng, and Bai Tian had left with their warriors a long time ago, heading to the deeper place inside the Forbidden Land. Such a magical place. It has the outer space divine light. It was a right decision to come here this time. Xiao nodded, her face seeming to have a bright nimbus. "I've broken through thanks to a beam of divine light in outer space." At that moment, I got to know why I couldn't upgrade my realm in the recent years. "Why?" Yalan asked instinctively. "Because I always kept my mind on the others' help. I wanted to have a strong background and support. I wanted to use the others' powers to get what I wanted. Gradually, I lost myself." Xiao sighed. "I forgot that a true warrior would never depend on the others. Only the power of that person himself is his foundation for his development." Yalan was shaken. She pondered for a while and then said, "Thanks. I'm enlightened." "Oneself as the foundation," Taimu muttered while frowning, sinking into his thoughts. Lately, Xiao had been obsessed with powers. She always wanted to recruit and use the others' powers to compete for the throne for her brother. Gradually, she got lost, as she forgot the key thing here was to strengthen herself first. Also, that was why she was bound in the king god realm for years, unable to find a chance to level up herself. Staying in the Forbidden Land with many experts, she recalled Yin, who had become famous from an anonymous character. All the hotshots favored him. As he had become a character they couldn't consider minor. She suddenly understood the reason for that. Yin got all of that because he was hardworking and always wanted to be stronger. Breaking the chain in her heart and having a good encounter, Xiao had finally broken through, entering the original god realm. "We've been lingering for too long. We should depart now." "Your Highness, are you okay?" asked Karthu. "Let's go. We shouldn't waste more time." "Indeed," Xiao nodded. Half a month later, a lanky old man appeared right where they had stopped. He was Fan He, who had come all the way from the land of God punishment. He frowned at the wonderful light sparkling nearby, sensing for a while. He mumbled to himself, "That little girl's talented. She has reached the original God realm. Du Tianji has an excellent daughter. Yeah, only if she's that excellent could she be able to match with my son." Fan He mumbled to himself for a while, then took out a soundstone to send his message. After a while, he navigated and then turned into fading shadows, disappearing instantly. Chapter 871. Follow Shi Yin. Chapter 871. Follow Shi Yin, __. I think we're lost. Their eyes couldn't see through the ivory clouds and smoke, and their soul consciousness was hindered as well. None of their detectors worked here. Feng Ke stood in the thick mist, holding the star map in his hand, his face grimaced. It had been half a year from the day Katua had broken through his new realm. During these 6 months, they had entered deeper into the Forbidden Land. They had encountered many lethal barriers and restrictions, and 1/3 of them had perished on the way. 3 days ago, they had entered a place where thick ivory mist was hovering. After moving further inside the mist for a while, they lost their direction. Feng Ke's star map couldn't show the direction in this place at all. "Why are we lost? Old brother Feng Ke, what about the direction?" Jiannong was discontented. "Before we got here, you had ensured everything. And now you're telling us that we're lost? You tell me what to do then." Russell and Barrett were also restless. Losing direction was the most dangerous thing in the Forbidden Land. Once it happened, it was really hard to get back on the right track. If they deviated from their star map route, should they end their expedition here? "I have nothing to explain because I can't predict the anomalies of the Forbidden Land. And for now, I don't know what to do. We can't even navigate the way back." Feng Ke opened his arms begrudgingly. "People, think and see if you can come up with any solution. You're the leader. If you don't have any solution, how could we have?" Jiannong snorted. "I think we should wait here and see. Once we get the situation cleared, we will depart again. What do you think?" Russell frowned. No one expected this. Before we came here, we had been aware of the dangers in the Forbidden Land. As we've been sinking already, we can't blame anyone, can we? If we're lost, we just need to navigate again, Shi Yin pondered for a while. This place is an illusionary formation, I suppose. If we can break it, it will be all right. Hearing him, people had their eyes brightened. They all turned to look at him. "What solution do you have?" "Let me try it first," Shi Yin regarded them, then took out his sky-breaking shuttle, trying to contact it. "Can't break it. This illusory formation was formed naturally. It's not a barrier or a restriction. We can't tear it. We can only find the correct direction. But I'm not good at navigating." The sky-breaking shuttle sent him a message that it also didn't know what to do. "Help yourself." "I have no solution," Shi Yin was baffled, his shrug indicating that he had no idea. His attitude surprised people, giving them an even heavier feeling. Along this journey, Shi Yin had helped them out through many difficult challenges. Every time they encountered something they couldn't handle, they would instinctively remember him. If Shi Yin didn't have a solution, it would be a dead end. "We will stop here, and everyone should think about a solution. I hope we could figure it out soon," said Feng Ke after contemplating for a while. He closed his eyes, sinking into his thoughts. They had stayed like that for 10 days. The pirates frowned, trying different energy powers to attack. But they couldn't disperse those clouds and mist. Their soul consciousness still got nothing. They were stranded. Half a year had passed, yet they were still stuck in the illusory formation. There were no positive discoveries till now. Gradually, people became uneasy and restless. While they were talking to each other, they would quarrel and fight. If not for the 4 leaders controlling their subordinates, the results would have been much more terrible. This illusory formation was simply an illusory formation. It didn't have the power that could affect minds. Otherwise, being stuck here for a long time would cause worsened situations. If we continue like this, people will become more impatient. If we can't find a way out, they will get crazy soon. Russell frowned, talking solemnly. "It's getting harder to comfort my people." Jiannong and Barrett furrowed their brows. as they also knew how tense this situation was. The four leaders gathered with Jester and Yin, their face dark and cold as water. They knew their problem was big this time. It has just been half a year. If we continue staying in this dead corner, more and more pirates will become fiery. You know that those have experienced a life with blood on their sabers. They don't have good characteristics either. A small talk can lead to a life of death fight. Once we have someone dying, we won't be able to control the situation, Jianong sighed. We should find a solution, Fengke nodded. Even if it's dangerous, we need to try. Jester, Fengke, Barrett, Jianong, and Russell couldn't help but look at Yin. Yin rubbed his nose as he didn't know what they meant. Why are you all looking at me? I don't have a solution. You cultivate space power. Can you tear a space slit and take us out of here? Russell couldn't help but ask. This was what Fengke and the others had come up with after their private meeting. Tear space. Yin was aghast. You dare have such thought? What's wrong? Fengke was surprised. You don't know of the hidden dangers, do you? Yin beamed a forced smile. The space slits could lead to the chaotic space basin, which hides formidable powers. Even I don't dare to go in there, even though I've cultivated space power. No one knows what stays in there. But I'm sure living beings with a body can't survive. Didn't you tear space to escape while you were in the Heaven Punishment City? Yeah, no one was indignant. You don't want to spend energy, do you? I connected a space cableway using space power, Upanishad. You guys don't understand that Upanishad, so your soul consciousness can't have the same energy frequency as my intent domain in that cableway. How could you get in there? You should know that once the cableway explodes, you all will be dragged into the chaotic flows of space. I don't know what would happen, but I'm sure it will be more terrible than what we are in right now, said Yin. Hearing this, the other five quieted down. If I can reach the original God realm and have the empty fantasy crystal, it can be possible. However, I advise you to forget this thought. It's impossible. I don't dare take risks in this strange and evil place. Yin shook his head resolutely. Then what should we do? To stay like this? Russell beamed a forced smile. Don't look at me. I don't have a solution, snorted Yin. Everybody sank into their thoughts for the second time. After an unknown time, Fengke suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes in fear. Yin and the others looked at him asking. Fanny should be here soon. Fengke took a deep breath, his face brightened and his voice trembling. What? Russell jolted up, his face terrible. How could he? Your soul consciousness is also restrained here. How could you sense him? It's not the soul consciousness. Fengke forced a smile. It's the pressure. The invisible pressure makes my soul heavy. It's the unique feature of a warrior at the third sky of original God realm. If he wants to release his pressure, my soul altar can feel it without using the soul consciousness. Listening to him, everybody was petrified. They didn't know what to say at this moment. If Fan He's here, it means the other three powerful forces are also coming. Seems while we got stuck here, they were still moving. Big trouble this time. Jianong's face was dark and heavy. We can't escape the illusory formation, and the three forces are coming. Seems we can't see the land where the star map leads. A desperate and powerless feeling was spreading among those people. He was a third sky of original God realm expert. If the other pirates knew this, it would create a massive shock, which would lead to a more terrible situation. We're in a hurry. If you guys have any solution, please do tell. As long as it's possible, we can try. Fengke gritted his teeth. Jester, Barrett, Jianong, and Russell shook their heads, indicating they had nothing. Precursor Fengke, can I see the star map? I want to try. Yin pondered for a while. He suddenly got something, giving a low shout. People looked at him. I've cultivated the star power Upanishad, which I had used to break through to the third sky of King God realm. I have some understanding of the star mysteries. The star map is drawn by the star trajectories. Perhaps I could find the direction, Yin explained, although he had no confidence in this. Here, take it. Fengke was resolute enough. He took out the star map and threw it to Yin without hesitation. The star map he had given away returned to his hands with a different meaning this time. I hope you can find a way out for everybody. Please, we beg for your help, Fonka said seriously. I will try my best, Shirin gave him a forced smile. He closed his eyes, releasing the soul consciousness with the star map in his hands. Thousands of starlight dots emerged from his palms, then flew like fireflies, seeping into the star map. The simple wooden star map in Fonka's hands now became dazzling. It seemed to have real twinkling and dazzling stars in it. People were shaken. They pulled themselves together, looking at him with a stir in their minds. Shirin didn't look at them, closing his eyes and sensing. He seemed to find something, trying to understand something. The starlight became more dazzling, and after a long moment, Shirin opened his eyes, which were like a galaxy with countless stars. How is it? Fonku and the other four asked in unison. Follow me. Shirin took a deep breath. With the star map in his hand, he turned into a shooting light, flying into the immense ivory mist. Everybody get yourself together. We'll follow Shirin. Get your A**s up. Follow Shirin. Don't panic. You kids quiet down and follow Shirin. Fonku, Barrett, Russell, and Genome were so happy, shouting and yelling at their crew. Many pirates who were quarreling woke up. They knew they finally had something, all flying after Shirin, as if they were afraid that they would end up lagging behind.